Over the span of 12 years, the Final Fantasy series had pulled Square up from teetering on the edge of bankruptcy to an international powerhouse. The series went from strength to strength, with each game experimenting with new systems, settings, stories, characters, and themes, all without losing its venerable status as a major pillar of the RPG genre and the games industry at large. But even within Square, there was a sense that the series had begun to stray a bit from its roots. The fantasy was gradually fading into the background as the game's settings began to resemble something closer to the real world following the shift to 3D with Final Fantasy VII. VII's blockbuster success opened the door for the company to expand beyond video games and into the realm of feature animation, with series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi in the director's chair. But while he held the reins over the Final Fantasy movie, he would also oversee the development of another installment of the series, one which sought to bring back all of those classical fantasy elements of earlier installments as a love letter to everything that came before. As development on Final Fantasy VII was beginning to wrap up, and Final Fantasy VIII was in its early conceptual phases, Square had begun to make moves toward expanding their operations into Hawaii to produce a Final Fantasy movie. Company president Tomoyuki Takeichi knew that high-quality graphics were going to be important for next-generation games, and believed that having a studio dedicated to CG features would be advantageous in the pursuit of cutting-edge visuals. Whatever advancements this new studio would achieve could be filtered down to their games. But this new branch of the company would do more than just feature animation, as Takeichi, Hironobu Sakaguchi, and Final Fantasy VII CG supervisor Kazuyuki Hashimoto wanted to transform Square into a global powerhouse for a wide variety of digital entertainment that could be delivered over the internet. As such, the Hawaii branch would house more than just a digital animation studio, but game development teams as well. While the rest of the FF7 team took a month off after the game was completed, Hashimoto would instead scour Hawaii for studio space so that staff could be recruited from both Japan and the United States and meet in the middle. The company would ultimately find the home of its newest branch, Square USA, on the 4 topmost floors of Harbor Court in downtown Honolulu, and would officially begin operating there in May 1997. In addition to the movie, which would be produced under the Square Pictures banner, the first game that would be developed there would be Parasite Eve, and between both projects, Square USA would hire roughly 150 people, a plurality of which came from the continental US, with a healthy 40% of the staff being Japanese. Local hires, however, only made up 10% of the staff due to a lack of education or training environments that Square USA producer and studio president, Jun Aida, found suitable for the company. To that end, Square USA would donate roughly $100,000 worth of equipment to the University of Hawaii in the hope that they would be able to start offering classes and degrees in computer graphics, thereby allowing the company to hire locally and save money on relocating new hires in the future. But even as he was working out his plans to relocate to Hawaii, Sakaguchi knew that he wanted to work on another Final Fantasy game. In the latter stages of development for Final Fantasy Tactics, he would tell the designer for that game's battle maps, Hideo Minaba, that he wanted this entry to be developed in Hawaii, and that he wanted to write the story himself. Considering that he would be directing the movie and producing Parasite Eve in short order, it would be difficult to juggle all 3 of these simultaneously, much less any other projects that may be developed in Honolulu at the same time. But Sakaguchi seemed to understand this, as he would also tell Minaba that, for this particular project, he would leave the rest to him. Sakaguchi's vision for this installment was simple. He wanted to use the technology used for Final Fantasy VII and VIII to create a world steeped in the classic medieval fantasy style of earlier entries. He was taken aback by the decision to use realistically proportioned character models for Final Fantasy VIII, and his suggestion to go back to the chibi style of previous games would erupt into an argument between himself and Yoshinori Kitase, one which Sakaguchi would ultimately lose. While this probably wasn't the impetus for Sakaguchi's decision to return to the series' roots, it certainly galvanized it, as he didn't want the series to become trapped in a box.
I understood that people may be expecting another realistic game like Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy VIII. But if we did that, I thought, we'd probably become locked into this pattern for Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy XI, and not be able to create anything new ever again. So that's why I wanted to break down everyone's assumptions about Final Fantasy, and remind them that Final Fantasy was a free world where anything was possible.
It may seem hypocritical to want to show how free-form the series could be, to evade being tied down to a particular style or aesthetic, by revisiting an older style, but the juggernaut success of Final Fantasy VII around the globe had introduced millions of new players to the series, and thus given them a narrow idea of what the series was. Final Fantasy VIII going down a similar path didn't help. By the time the latter would release, it would have been half a decade since the series was even close to the realm of medieval fantasy, and even then, it's debatable whether Final Fantasy VI qualifies. But Sakaguchi wanted to go even further back than that. He had a particular fondness for Koichi Ishii's character designs and graphics from the first 3 games, the most prominent of which was Final Fantasy III's Onion Knight. He wanted to return to that era specifically, and Hideo Minaba was all too happy to oblige. Sometime after the completion of Final Fantasy Tactics in late spring 1997, Minaba would join the nascent Final Fantasy IX team as the game's art director, with Jim Henson's 1982 dark fantasy film, The Dark Crystal, serving as his primary inspiration for the game's character design ethos. But unlike 7 and 8, which saw their protagonists designed first and their worlds and narratives crafted around them, Final Fantasy IX would instead have its cast be conceived based on Sakaguchi's story, which he was writing alongside that of the movie. While he made sure the two of them had their own distinct worlds and flavor, they would ultimately share the same core theme. What is the meaning of life? While Minaba would be in charge of the game's art direction, and was able to conceptualize characters, he was no designer, and while Tetsuya Nomura had taken on this role for 7 and 8, Sakaguchi's desire to bring back the classic style would leave Nomura out of the running. But rather than bringing back series veteran Yoshitaka Amano, who was living in New York at the time, Minaba would approach a member of the movie's production team who had experience designing characters for anime, Shuko Murase. Up to this point in his career, Murase had bounced between being a key animator, animation director, and most recently, character designer for several Gundam projects at Sunrise, most notably Gundam Wing, before joining Square USA to help with external contract work. This would lead to him working as a designer on the Final Fantasy movie, before Minaba and Sakaguchi asked him to join the FF9 team. By this point, however, the game's aesthetic was already locked in, with some designs even being roughly planned out. Notably, a young Black Mage party member, based on the original from the very first Final Fantasy, had already been designed by Hideo Minaba. Murase, however, would rework and expand on most of the main cast, as well as some secondary characters once he was finished with his work on the movie. While plans and concepts for Final Fantasy IX were gradually building throughout 1997, development wouldn't formally begin until after Parasite Eve had wrapped the following spring. The Parasite Eve team would be folded into the project, and Kazuhiko Aoki, one of the event planners on Final Fantasy VII and the producer of Chrono Trigger, would be put on the team as event designer. However, before he could get to work, Sakaguchi would instead assign him to direct a sequel to Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon, which Aoki would accept, bringing the development staff to Hawaii to do it there. While Aoki helmed Chocobo's Dungeon 2, the burgeoning Final Fantasy IX team would prototype battle systems. If something didn't work, they would toss it out and start again from scratch. Meanwhile, Sakaguchi would be hard at work on the first draft of the script, while also drafting the battle system himself. Somewhere along the way, he would show his plans for the latter to series veteran Hiroyuki Ito, who had designed the active time battle system the series had been using since Final Fantasy IV. Ito found it boring, and once his work on Final Fantasy VIII was done, he would join the fold as Final Fantasy IX's director. And once Chocobo's Dungeon 2 was finished in late 1998, Kazuhiko Aoki would finally come aboard as well, bringing with him character designer Toshiyuki Itahana, who would help design secondary characters. After roughly 1 year of pre-production, the team was ready to move into high gear. Over the course of the game's development, their numbers would grow to about 250 people from all over the world. The language barrier proved to hardly be an issue. The company had translators on site to help bridge the gap between English and Japanese speakers, but much of the staff found that they were able to effectively communicate with pictures, or through common terms in their respective fields that crossed linguistic boundaries. While it wouldn't be the first entry in the series to have non-Japanese staff, as Iranian-American programmer Nazir Gebeli had been instrumental in the development of the first 3 games, Final Fantasy IX would be the first truly multicultural installment. It wouldn't be long, however, before knowledge of the game's existence would begin seeping out of Square USA's offices. But unlike previous titles, this wouldn't be because of a carefully coordinated marketing campaign. This time, the company had sprung a leak. On March 15th, 1999, mere months after Final Fantasy IX's development had gone into full swing, the gaming intelligence agency would post concept art which they claimed was from trustworthy sources, asserting that they had been labeled FF9. The sketches, which were steeped in the stylings of classic Final Fantasy, right down to the designs of the Black Mages and a brutish figure with a horned helmet labeled Garland, seemed incredulous to those reporting on it. The notion that the series would seemingly regress to the super deformed aesthetics of the pixel art era, when Final Fantasy VII and its more grounded style was such a massive success around the world, simply didn't cohere. While they trusted that what they were posting was authentic, they were skeptical of them being for a Final Fantasy IX, instead speculating that they would be for either a Gaiden game aimed at old-school fans, a remixing of the original Final Fantasy, or even a sequel to Final Fantasy Tactics, if it was anything at all. It wouldn't be long before some credence would be given to these supposed leaks. At that year's E3 in May, Next Generation would ask series brand manager Shinji Hashimoto about whether a Final Fantasy IX was currently in development. Surprisingly, he didn't deny it, but he didn't totally confirm it either.
Whether it will be called Final Fantasy IX has not yet been decided. At Squaresoft, we are always looking to come up with cutting-edge storylines and systems. Whether that storyline will be called Final Fantasy IX has not been decided.
Whether Hashimoto said this because of a lack of confidence in making the game a numbered entry, or to try and obfuscate plans, is unclear. And only a week after Next Generation posted their interview, the GIA would post dozens of new design documents and concept art, which further fueled speculation. Among this new batch of leaks were the words Final Fantasy IX on a poster in a small corner of the page, a punk-esque take on the summoned Shiva, and a handful of characters who were allegedly party members. A blonde young man with slightly spiky hair, a spunky young woman with bronze skin, a mage, and a dragoon who appeared to be an anthropomorphic rat. There was also artwork of the man and woman as dragoons, respectively labeled as Bahamut and Leviathan variants, which the GIA speculated may be part of a new form of Final Fantasy VIII's junction system. But the biggest tell that this was all real and not just some elaborate hoax was the inclusion of a screenshot of a CG render of an airship. Far too high quality to be mocked up by some prankster on their Pentium PC, and definitely not something ripped from the as-yet unreleased in the West Final Fantasy VIII. This was enough to confirm that everything being leaked was real. Though between the art style and the Hashimoto interview, it wasn't enough for the GIA to readily embrace it as the 9th mainline entry in the series. At least until 10 days later, when Square's own DigiCube subsidiary confirmed that Final Fantasy IX would be coming to the PlayStation, and not the then-upcoming PlayStation 2. No pictures, no descriptions, no details, just a platform, and the possibility that it could be released as soon as early 2000. Hironobu Sakaguchi himself would also fan the flames in an interview with Game Week a few months later, wherein he would say that the game would come out in 2000 before immediately backpedaling, saying that if a Final Fantasy IX were to come out, then it would be in 2000. It seemed pretty obvious to anyone paying attention that Final Fantasy IX was coming sooner than expected, and Square would stop just short of revealing it at the Tokyo Game Show, where they presented a sizzle reel to promote a conference in Yokohama, the Square Millennium event, that was set to be held on November 23rd. That sizzle reel ended with the Roman numeral 9 briefly flashing on screen. The message was clear. The fabled Final Fantasy IX was real, and soon it would finally be revealed. Unfortunately, these plans would be scuttled by the end of October. While it had been rumored that Final Fantasy IX was set to be released in the spring, alleged development hiccups and close proximity to the long-awaited Dragon Quest VII in February would see Square push it all the way back to fall 2000. Just as well, the Millennium event would also be delayed from November 23rd to January 29th. And while Square were tight-lipped about Final Fantasy being present at the event, aside from a playable version of 8's PC port, they would confirm a handful of select PlayStation 2 titles that would be shown mere days before the conference. In fact, the majority of the games they would be showing would be for the new console, but they would also have a single, mysterious PS1 game playable for those in attendance. Despite not saying what their sole PS1 offering would be, however, it was fairly obvious to those who kept up with the news online what it was going to be. But nobody could have predicted that Final Fantasy IX was just the tip of the iceberg. In addition to revealing it and announcing a summer release window for Japan, Square would also announce that Final Fantasy X and XI were on the way as well, with projected releases in the following spring and summer for the PlayStation 2. In conjunction with all of this, the company would also announce their intentions to expand their operations on the World Wide Web in the form of Play Online, which would act as an email and instant messaging client, allow users to receive live sports updates, listen to music, read manga, play multiplayer games online, and more. Final Fantasy X was set to have online integration through the service to receive hints and read strategy guides in-game, while XI would be Square's biggest leap onto the digital frontier, being a full-fledged, massively multiplayer online RPG like EverQuest or Ultima Online, and thus would require an internet connection to play. But these are stories for another time. Reactions to the long-awaited reveal of Final Fantasy IX were overwhelmingly positive. Famitsu readers' anticipation would quickly rival their excitement for Dragon Quest VII, which had been pushed back from February to the end of May, pitting it closer to FF9's prospective July 19th release date. This enthusiasm would be shared by the game's press across the Pacific. Writing for GameSpot, Chris Johnston thought the game looked too good to be on the original PlayStation, and in Electronic Gaming Monthly he would tout it as perhaps the most exciting of the trio, if only because of how early 10 and 11 were in their development. PSM were similarly glowing in their praise for 9's visual design, appreciating the return to the series' roots that longtime fans had been clamoring for. But not all fans here in the West were excited by the back-to-basics approach. There were many who came into the series with 7 and 8 who felt that the more cartoony aesthetic was a step backwards. There was a desire to see the series continue to cater to the new audience it had found outside its home country, and there was a sentiment that Final Fantasy IX's art style ran counter to this, that it looked too childish for the more teenaged player base that its two immediate predecessors had cultivated. Regardless of such attitudes, it was far too late to change course. By the time Final Fantasy IX was formally announced, it was already close to being done. The FMVs were all finished by the end of December 1999. A promotional campaign with Coca-Cola in Japan would start in the spring. And following Enix delaying Dragon Quest VII one last time to August 26th, Square would announce in May that they were moving Final Fantasy IX's release date up from July 19th to July 7th. This change in schedule may have exacerbated the challenges the team was facing with data restrictions towards the end of development. As their deadline neared, and the amount of data they were producing continued to grow, there were constant struggles with allocating all of it neatly across the game's 4 discs. This led to discussions on how to pace the story to have clean breaks between each disc without compromising the integrity of the narrative. They got it done, but even decades after the fact, the process would still stick out in Kazuhiko Aoki's memory as perhaps the most difficult challenge he faced during the game's development. As development reached its conclusion, the fervor for Final Fantasy IX was already beginning to reach critical mass. Pre-orders in Japan had crossed the 1 million mark in only 17 days, compared to 46 for 7 and 32 for 8. Square's new president, Hisashi Suzuki, who had assumed the position from Tomoyuki Takeichi in May after being on the company's board of directors since its inception and vice president since 1993, was pleased with Final Fantasy IX pre-sales, expecting the game to do at least as well commercially as its predecessor. Despite this momentum, however, Japanese pre-orders ultimately wouldn't be quite as high as they were for the last 2 games, tapping out at 1.45 million compared to 7's 1.5 and 8's 1.67. Still quite high, and the game was sure to sell even more after going on general sale, but there would be other factors working against it. The PlayStation 2 had been available domestically since March, and despite it being backwards compatible with PS1 games, there was now an appetite for next-generation experiences, and while fans would line up outside stores on the morning of July 7th to be among the first to play it, turnout was somewhat modest compared to the last 2 entries, likely owing to the adverse weather brought about by Typhoon Kirogi, which had caused massive damage in the Philippines before heading toward Japan. While the storm ultimately ended up veering away from the mainland, it still led to damages of over 54 billion yen, flooding countless homes and claiming 3 lives. Meanwhile, over in the United States, Square EA were preparing a marketing campaign set to rival what Sony had done for Final Fantasy VII. A special event would be held at the one and only PlayStation Store at the Sony Metreon in San Francisco on October 7th, where fans would be able to play a demo of Final Fantasy IX over a month before it hit store shelves. A few weeks later, art and characters from the game would grace lobbies and popcorn buckets at 244 cinemas across the nation, with nearly 2,000 theaters also having FF9 trivia slides on screens before showtimes. On November 13th, just 1 day before the game went on sale, TV spots would begin airing on channels such as Fox, Comedy Central, MTV, and ESPN. And for the most dedicated fans, on that same day, Square EA would be hosting a launch party at the Metreon, where Final Fantasy IX would be on sale 1 day early. The first 100 customers received a special plush of the character Vivi, with other goodies such as calendars, soundtracks, apparel, and even a PlayStation 2 being available through contests and raffles. While that contingent of fans dissatisfied with the game being a throwback still remained, there was still plenty of excitement in the West for Final Fantasy IX, and while the PlayStation 2 had been released only a few weeks prior, stock shortages meant that most players would be forced to stick with their PS1s for the foreseeable future. But that's to say nothing of just how flooded with RPGs the PlayStation had become, with titles such as Parasite Eve 2, Chrono Cross, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, Legend of Dragoon, Saga Frontier 2, Breath of Fire 4, Vagrant Story, Wild Arms 2, Legend of Mana, and Valkyrie Profile all releasing in North America that same year. Yet, Final Fantasy IX was poised to stand out from the rest of the pack based on its name alone. Though whether the effervescent resistance to the classic style, The massive hype for Sony's new console, or the absolute glut of RPGs on the aging PS1 would have any tangible effect on the game's success remained to be seen. All that could be done now was wait and see, as Final Fantasy IX would go on sale in North America on November 14th, 2000. It's a day of celebration in the Kingdom of Alexandria. In honor of Princess Garnet's 16th birthday, Queen Braun has invited the famous Tantalus Theater Troupe to put on a special performance of her daughter's favorite play, I Want to Be Your Canary. Nobles and commoners alike from all over the continent have bought tickets, but unbeknownst to them all, the show is merely a distraction. In reality, Tantalus are a guild of thieves who burgle and pilfer wherever they perform, their victims none the wiser. Today, however, the group has a very specific goal. They're here to kidnap the princess. While the rest of the troupe are on stage, two of their members, a blonde boy with a monkey tail named Zidane, and the heavily scarred Blank, disguise themselves as members of the kingdom's Knights of Pluto and successfully infiltrate the castle. Zidane runs into the princess, who's donned a white cloak to try and avoid detection from the castle's servants. In a surprise twist, Garnet asks him to kidnap her, as her mother's strange behavior and ever-shortening fuse are beginning to scare her. She's afraid Queen Braun is planning something terrible, and is desperate to escape. But when they're accidentally elevated onto the stage, the two of them have to improvise to not disrupt the show. Their cover is blown when a young black mage named Vivi is chased up from the audience for not having a ticket, and his fire magic sets Garnet's robe aflame, forcing her to discard it and reveal herself. As Steiner, captain of the Knights of Pluto, readies his blade, the Queen unleashes a massive bomb monster to retaliate, and shoots down Tantalus' ship as they attempt to escape, sending them crashing into the nearby evil forest. From there, Zidane, Garnet, Vivi, and Steiner begin their trek to the kingdom of Lindblom. All the while, Queen Braun cultivates an army of black mage automatons to wage war with the rest of the world. Thus begins Final Fantasy IX. Very little time is wasted in establishing the setting, initial conflict and villain, characters, and aesthetic here. It's probably the quickest the series has gotten to an inciting incident since Final Fantasy III. The first half hour or so is a masterclass in pacing and characterization, deftly switching control and perspective between Zidane, Vivi, and Steiner, while also taking care to include Garnet in a way that feels appropriate for what you're initially expecting before pulling the rug out from under you. The expectation is that Baku and Tantalus, Zidane included, are probably thieves of ill intent, seeing as how they intend to kidnap a princess, and that Garnet is going to be a bit of a damsel. But once she asks Zidane to kidnap her, and he not only accepts but promises to protect her, these stock archetypes are flipped on their heads. He's still a thief, but one with a heart of gold who feels compelled to help people. And while Garnet has a brief stint as a damsel after Tantalus' ship, the Prima Vista, crashes, it doesn't last long, and she's quickly shown to be both a fast learner and surprisingly clever. The two contrast heavily with Steiner, who's so duty-bound to protect Garnet and return her to Alexandria Castle that he refuses to give Zidane the benefit of the doubt or even listen to what the princess actually wants. The idea that Queen Braun may be up to no good is something he also struggles to consider, even as he's directly confronted with evidence suggesting she's planning for war time and time again. Like Zidane, Steiner has noble intentions, but his responsibilities cloud his judgment, leading to a fun and interesting dynamic among the initial party. This dynamic also includes the black mage Vivi, a literal child who accidentally got roped into all of this. All he wanted to do was see a play. He's naive, scared, and not fully aware of just how powerful he is. The others all have nothing but sympathy for him, with Zidane treating him like a little brother who needs guidance, Garnet offering emotional support when he's in distress, and Steiner doing his best to protect him and offer kudos when he does something extraordinary. In a way, Vivi is kind of the anchor for the initial party, as nobody holds any wariness or contempt for him, nor should they, as Vivi's just a little guy who's in way over his head through no fault of his own. But this starting party composition, Thief, White Mage, Knight, and Black Mage, is also one of countless throwbacks to the series' classic era. They're all jobs that you can use in the original Final Fantasy, and in fact, this was the party I used for the second playthrough I did for that retrospective. Just ignore that the Warrior only became a Knight after Bahamut upgraded everyone's class, and that the Thief became a Ninja after doing it. Garnet and Vivi's designs specifically also call back to their job's earlier sprites. Garnet's robe is white with a red triangle pattern along the ends of her sleeves and hood, like in Final Fantasy III, and the design for Vivi and the rest of the Black Mages is literally just the original Black Mage from the first game, only now with jackets instead of robes. Practically everywhere you look, you're going to find some kind of reference to the series' past. The play that Tantalus puts on at the start of the game, I Want to Be Your Canary, is not only a cross between William Shakespeare's King Lear and Romeo and Juliet, but also pays homage to FF1 by naming its princess after that game's starting town, Cornelia. The geography of the world map is also loosely based on FF1's. When Garnet decides she wants to learn how to use summoning magic, the piecemeal story Ramuh tells her recounts what happened to Joseph in Final Fantasy II. Special key items named for Doga and Une from FF3 can be won at the Traino auction house. The dwarves of Conde Petier greet people with Rally Ho, just like in FF1 and 4. A baby chocobo that hatches later in the game is given the name Bobby Corwin, which Kazuhiko Aoki has said was an intentional homage to FF5. Take the first two letters of each word and you get Boko, the name of Bartz's loyal steed. One of the party members, a young summoner named Eiko, has a Moogle friend named Mog, like the Moogle party member from Final Fantasy VI. Except because this Mog is female, I can't imagine her talking with a New Jersey accent like the one in the North American commercial for that game. Even Final Fantasy VII and VIII are referenced here and there, despite FF9 being more of a celebration of earlier titles. In an optional scene in the Evil Forest, the Tantalus band plays Junon's theme from 7, and Amarant's No Mercy ability is a direct reference to Cypher's Limit Break. The English localization even added a reference to both games during the ending, which sees another performance of I Want to Be Your Canary. The original Japanese script has the character Marcus exclaim that no rain or storm will stop him and his beloved Cornelia from leaving the kingdom to elope. The English localizers seemed to have seen an opportunity and changed the line to "No cloud, no squall shall hinder us," which maintains the original meaning while further feeding into Final Fantasy IX's celebratory oeuvre. Of course, these aren't all of the references and allusions to the series' past, not by a long shot. But coming off of the first 8 games, it's really gratifying to catch even the smallest nods when they pop up. It helps that the game still stands up even if you're not in on the reference, which is definitely a benefit to all those who came in during the PlayStation era. But even those in North America who'd been playing since the first game came out for the NES are probably going to miss at least a handful of them, since at the time FF2 and 3 had yet to officially cross over. And while Final Fantasy V did finally make its way here in an official capacity the previous year via the Final Fantasy Anthology, the localization wasn't well liked, and the fan translation wasn't easily accessible to everyone. That's to say nothing of small translation mistakes or character limitations in previous games, muddying references made to them here. But like I said, none of this really hurts the overall experience. Direct references aside, Final Fantasy IX positively revels in its fantasy setting and motifs, but it also embraces a certain fairy tale-esque whimsy that the series hasn't seen much of since the third game. The Dark Crystal inspiration is obvious from the start, being reflected in the character designs, which are not only more chibi than the past couple games, but also sport softer and more colorful features. Zidane and Garnet even bear a passing resemblance to the Gelflings thanks to their hair and stature. But there's a plethora of different kinds of people, none of whom feel out of place with this art direction. Humans come in various shapes, sizes, and colors. There's a wide range of anthropomorphic animals as NPCs, from birds to hippos to pigs to rats. Summoners are their own race in this game, looking practically identical to humans save for the horns on their heads that they use to communicate with their eidolons. Probably the strangest and most out there are the Q, a genderless people whose main lot in life is to eat delicious food in pursuit of becoming gourmands. They look like clowns and tend to have slightly stilted and broken speech patterns, but the concept and execution are just so silly and charming that I can't help but like them. And of course there's Zidane, a monkey boy with a prehensile tail, but he doesn't know where he comes from and we never see anyone else like him in the world either. Strange. The world of Gaia feels so much more alive than any of the first 5 games, though not quite as unified as the worlds of 6 or 7, but I don't think this is a bad thing. Their cohesion came from being threatened or subjugated by overwhelmingly powerful and malicious forces. They were respectively shaped by the strife caused by Gestalt and Shinra. It led to a sense of overwhelming dread and foreboding that I adored about them, and while the impact they had on the setting at large emphasized the threat they posed, it also meant that their respective worlds revolved maybe a bit too much around them. Final Fantasy IX's world, on the other hand, is nowhere near as interconnected. In fact, until about halfway through Disc 2, you're locked to a single continent, the Mist Continent, named so for the thick mist blanketing it. It feels much bigger than it actually is, owing both to how the mountains section off different areas and the size and abundance of locations for this stretch of the journey. The town of Alexandria is rather quaint, but much of your time spent here throughout the game is at the castle, which is suitably grandiose, complete with what looks like a massive sword rising into the sky. Whether this was an intentional homage to Super Mario RPG, the last game Square developed for the Super Nintendo, isn't clear, but it's a striking visual, especially in 3D. Being a kingdom, however, Alexandria is more than just the castle and surrounding city. There are other parts of the continent which are part of its territory, notably the village of Dali and the dark city of Treno. The former is a quaint little hamlet which once specialized in farming crops, but as of late has pivoted to manufacturing the Queen's army of black mages in their underground facilities. Treno is, as its title suggests, a city that is cast in eternal night, but that's mainly for the aesthetics. What makes Treno stand out is its plethora of contrasting elements. It's a city of darkness, but the lights are always on. It's most well known for being a city of nobles, but they're held up by the city's poor, destitute, and resentful underclass. There are artists, intellectuals, a card coliseum, and auction house. It's a city of culture, but it's clear that the culture is at least a little bit rotten. The other kingdoms, however, are the ones which really stick out in the mind. Lindblum is a dense, gargantuan fantasy metropolis, complete with airship hangars and a cable car system to move between its various districts, all within massive walls which give the impression of the entire city being within a colossal castle. It acts as a center of art, culture, and technology, being the home of Tantalus, various artisans, and the birthplace of the airship. And who should be the one in charge of such an advanced society than this game's very own Cid, whose wife, Hilda, turned him into an insect after catching him having an affair. He was close friends with Braun's late husband, the King of Alexandria, and Garnet considers him an uncle. It was he who recruited Tantalus to kidnap her, as he's also become suspicious of Queen Braun and wanted to ensure that Garnet was safe. There's a strong paternal instinct that drives a lot of his decisions, especially early in the story, and while he doesn't have the same mental acuity now that he's an Oglop, or later when he's a frog after a failed attempt to turn him back to normal, he still tries to work on his airships and prepare for the inevitable conflict. Alexandria and Lindblum are only 2 of the 3 major states on the Mist Continent, however. The third is Burmecia, the realm of eternal rain. Unlike the others, Burmecia isn't a melting pot. The Burmecians are a species of anthropomorphic rats whose society fractured long ago. Those who wanted to err away from the ways of war left their home and founded their own society in the desert, while those who remained would be raised in a warrior culture, with the highest hope of Burmecian warriors being to become dragon knights, this game's equivalent of dragoons. Unfortunately, by the time you actually get here, Alexandrian forces have already swept through the city. Countless people were killed and their home is in ruins, which is really punctuated by the gloomy skies casting the place in unending rain. However, not all of the Burmecians were killed in the attack. Some of them, including their king, managed to escape to Clara, the secluded civilization founded by those who left long ago. They've settled themselves atop a massive tree in the middle of the desert, and regularly perform a ritual to create a perpetual sandstorm to protect them from those who would do them harm. Unfortunately, the harp strings that facilitate this ritual break at the worst possible time, allowing Queen Braun to destroy them using the eidolons she extracted from Garnet. This, unfortunately, isn't the only time she does this either, as later on she calls on Atomos to lay waste to Lindblom. Square's CGI had already seen a massive leap in fidelity and quality between the last two games, but applying what they've learned to the more stylized aesthetics of Final Fantasy IX makes them all the more impressive. The FMVs lend themselves much better to this style, which in turn makes these scenes of destruction and heartbreak land that much harder. Zidane and Garnet can only stand and watch in horror as countless people are sucked into Atomos' maw, and you really feel their frustration, anguish, and helplessness. Keep in mind, all of this is on a single continent. You never hear about anything beyond it until halfway into Disc 2, and until you actually make your way to the outer continent later on, it's not clear whether there is any civilization or even life out there. There is, as you quickly learn, and there surprisingly isn't any mist over here. This is actually why nobody from the Mist continent has gone out to explore the wider world. The airships they've developed are powered by the mist, which is what also produces all the twisted beasts and monsters you've been finding out in the world map, as well as what Alexandria has been using to create their black mages. Without mist, they can't travel by airship, and while Regent Cid has been working on a new type of airship that can fly without it, his transformation has impeded his progress. The only real connection between the four disparate continents is the Mognet, a mail service run by Moogles all over the world. In addition to acting as save points, whipping out a massive book to record your progress, the Moogles are also involved in a side quest to restore the Mognet, which sees you picking up and delivering letters to various Moogles throughout the game. It's best to do this as you go, since just about every Moogle will either have mail that needs to be delivered, or be the recipient of a letter you picked up earlier, if not both. Eventually, you'll even meet up with Stiltskin, a Moogle merchant traveling the world and sending letters to other Moogles. They adore him and look forward to the day that they can finally meet him themselves to hear firsthand about all the wondrous things he's seen. He's basically this game's equivalent of Traveling Matt from Fraggle Rock, another Jim Henson production. Where storytelling is concerned, Final Fantasy IX is pretty well paced, with forward momentum coming from the character's own desires and drive to uncover the truth of what's happened to Queen Braun. Garnet suspects that a strange man who recently started appearing at the castle may be responsible, and during Disc 2, these suspicions are confirmed. The one who's had Braun's ear, the one pushing her towards being a warmonger, is a man named Kuja. He's the one who's been supplying Alexandria with the Black Mages, and has his own grand ambitions which you piece together gradually as the story unfolds. But there's more to the world and story than the central conflict, thanks to the game's implementation of optional scenes in the form of active time events. At various places in the world and after certain story beats, you'll be notified that an ATE has become available. A quick press of the select button while the prompt is on screen will present a list of scenes you can watch that help flesh out the world, story, and characters a little bit. This usually happens whenever the party splits up in a safe area, allowing you to continue playing as one character while the others are able to have their own little vignettes independent of each other. Some of these will play automatically, others are presented pretty readily, and many are entirely missable. None of the optional ones are essential to the core narrative, but they add a healthy amount of flavor and depth to the experience, making it all feel that much more grounded and tangible. In fact, a fair amount of character development and background is cordoned off to these scenes, in addition to moments of the cast simply going about their own business and just living life. Just as there are scenes like Steiner finding he loves Gissel pickles, there are others where we get a peek into Vivi or Eiko's emotional state. And a fair number of these do tie back into the minutiae of the story, such as when Steiner hides Garnet in a sack filled with Gissel pickles to smuggle her back through Southgate without anyone seeing her. The scene works fine on its own, but it's strengthened if you took the time to watch Steiner try one of the pickles in Lindblom. Great little setups and payoffs are all over the place thanks in part to the ATE system. But that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to optional and side content. There are tons of things to see and do in Final Fantasy IX. So much. But of course, you'll probably be getting into fights more than anything else. And true to the game's mission statement, the gameplay does go back to basics. But that's not to say it doesn't try anything new. As the Final Fantasy series has marched forward, I've noticed that the game's character building systems have become increasingly granular. This arguably started with Final Fantasy V's implementation of the job system, with equipable abilities being unlocked as you leveled jobs, letting you mix and match skill sets. Then as we rolled on through 6, 7, and 8, Magicite, Materia, and Junction started making everything more modular, especially with the PlayStation games. Job archetypes became blurry, equipment was quickly being phased out, stats and magic were becoming more closely tied together, and more time was being spent adjusting or completely reworking your party's builds. The introduction of limit breaks did set them apart from each other on a base level starting with 7, but by and large most characters were functionally interchangeable. That's not to say that any of these systems or the games as a whole were bad. I like all of them for different reasons. But after going down this path of ever more granular modularity for a while, the time was right for a shakeup. However, for a game that was meant to harken back to the early days of the series, shaking things up too much could have led to the gameplay feeling too far removed from what made the earlier entries appealing in the first place. There was a needle to thread between staying true to those roots while also keeping things fresh, as Final Fantasy's biggest strength was always taking chances and trying new things with each entry. And for what it's worth, I think the team did a commendable job of balancing both needs. Combat is still using the active time battle system that the series has been using since the 16-bit era, so that already gets it a good chunk of the way there, but it's everything surrounding it that's seen some level of refurbishment. For the first time since the series jumped to 3D, we're back to 4 characters in the active party. All 8 party members are made to fit job archetypes from the series history, and front and back rows have returned after their absence in FF8. Combined with the continued use of ATB, we've already come back to the classic style just on a surface level. But right from the start, Final Fantasy IX has a few interesting tricks up its sleeve to give it its own sense of identity, starting with Zidane. While the Thief has been part of the series since the first game, its ability to steal items from enemies wasn't added until FF3. Zidane is a core party member from the beginning of the game, and not only is it neat to have a thief be so prominent right from the get-go, but stealing has been integrated into practically every major fight he's in. So many bosses have something worth stealing, but what really sets FF9 apart from previous entries in this regard is that you aren't limited to stealing just one item. You can keep trying until you eventually get every stealable item from a boss in a single fight, rather than constantly resetting the game until you steal the best one, with several enemies having 3 or even 4 things to pilfer from them. It does take some persistence, as the base steal rate isn't all that great, but it's well worth it to get a leg up with some of the equipment you're able to get earlier than they would otherwise be available. Speaking of, equipment has been reworked significantly. Whereas FF7 only had you equip a weapon, a single armor piece, and an accessory, and 8 forewent everything but upgradable weapons in favor of junctions, Final Fantasy IX has 5 equipment slots, similar to earlier titles: weapon, head, torso, wrist, and accessory. But rather than just increasing the number of slots for the sake of a throwback, equipment in general has much greater significance than stats. While some gear will lead to certain stats getting more of a boost when you level up, what's most significant is that party members are now able to learn new spells or abilities based on their equipment. For as long as they have it equipped, they'll be able to use whatever spell or special attack they can learn from it, or equip the passive ability attached to it by allocating a certain number of ability stones. But if they earn enough AP from fights while it's equipped, they will learn these permanently, allowing you to swap out their gear to continue learning more. The abilities themselves aren't totally inconsequential either. There are those that grant immunities to certain status conditions like stop and silence, as well as those that let you deal a bit more damage to certain types of enemies like birds and demons. Others provide buffs like auto regen, more HP or MP, leveling up and learning abilities more quickly, or automatically using a potion whenever you take damage. That last one is actually really useful, especially once you figure out that it'll use high potions if you don't have any regular potions in your inventory, though it does slow down the pace of battle a bit. Not every ability can be equipped at once, however, as you're limited by the number of ability stones each character has. While that number increases as they level up, you'll still have to be selective about which abilities to equip. Not all characters can learn all abilities, as you would expect. For example, Zidane gets access to some abilities that enhance his steel skill, Vivi is the only one who can learn black magic, and while Garnet and Eiko are both white mages as well as summoners, they each have their own eidolons with no overlap between them, and they don't learn all of the same white magic. If you want to split hairs about it, Eiko is more of a white mage than Garnet, as only she gets access to some of the best spells like Full Life and Holy. Of course, the only mage character who doesn't learn their spells through their gear is Quina, since they're a blue mage. Instead, they learn blue magic by eating certain enemies when they're at low health, similar to how the card ability worked in Final Fantasy VIII. It's a nice bit of flavor, since Quina's goal in life, like any other Q, is to eat delicious food and become a gourmand. Unfortunately, I didn't really do this too much during my playthrough, since not only is it just as tedious as carding enemies was in FF8, but Quina wasn't around consistently enough for me to feel compelled to try it often. But if you put the time in to get the right spells, they become an absolute monster. They're probably the best blue mage in the series so far for how busted they can get, so while they may not seem great at first, it's worth sticking it out, especially since learning spells by eating enemies, while still tedious, is much better than waiting for enemies to use their skills, or taking control of them to do it like in past games. Mighty Guard has never been easier to learn. In addition to magic, though, equipment is also the vector for other characters to learn new battle techniques, many of which weren't part of their job's movesets in previous games, or have been adopted from other jobs that otherwise aren't represented here. Freya, Amarant, and Zidane all get a respectable pool of abilities to act as support and deal more damage for variable MP costs. I already mentioned Amarant getting No Mercy, which is one of his best flares, but he can also revive an ally, restore someone's HP and MP by 20%, and even give them both auto life and regen, making him kind of a support healer. Similarly, Freya can cast regen on the whole party and restore everyone's MP based on the enemy's level, but her Dragon's Crest ability is one which gets stronger with every dragon you kill. After slaying just 100 of them, it will always hit the damage cap, ignoring a single enemy's defense stat and protect status. Zidane's Thievery skill works similarly to this, but with damage based on how many times you've successfully stolen items from enemies multiplied by his speed stat. His other skills, however, vary wildly. A handful of them are based on other aspects of the thief job, like Flee and Detect, the latter of which shows you what items can be stolen from an enemy. He has a few abilities that inflict status conditions, with Soul Blade being based on what Thief Blade he has equipped and failing if he has daggers. But his big support skill is Sacrifice, where for the low cost of 32 MP, Zidane's HP and MP will fall to 0 in order to fully restore both for the rest of the party, provided they haven't been knocked out. Great bit of characterization with this one, though considering how good Zidane is in a fight, you probably won't be using it all too much. Even with all of this in play, however, these characters' roles in battle don't change all that much, but they do make party compositions slightly more malleable, which I appreciate. Steiner's abilities, however, are much more aggressive, fully leaning into his strength. Literally. His sword arts include moves like Cecil's Dark Side from Final Fantasy IV, in which he sacrifices some of his own HP to hit an enemy with shadow damage, as well as Cloud's Climb Hazard from FF7 way later on. He also has special break techniques that cut down an enemy's stats, though their accuracy leaves a bit to be desired. And when he's in the party with Vivi, the latter can power up Steiner's sword with magic like FF5's Mystic Knight. There aren't any other combo abilities like this, which some may find to be a missed opportunity, but I don't really mind it. It makes Steiner more usable in situations where physical or non-elemental damage would be practically useless, but also, like Zidane's sacrifice skill, I find it to be a fun bit of synergy between the character's personality and gameplay. All of this coalesces into an elegant, straightforward system that combines the strongest aspects of magicite, materia, and junctions while discarding their most tedious elements. There's immediate gratification when equipping new gear, but also a long-term reward for sticking with it for a bit longer even when you find something statistically better. This in turn gives a bit more use and longevity to lower-level equipment, because while you may find another chest piece or helmet down the line that will also teach you the same ability, and the AP you've accumulated towards learning it so far will carry over, why not stick it out for just a bit longer for now? You don't know when you'll find something else with that ability. But even when you think a piece of gear may have outlived its usefulness, I would still recommend against selling it. You may be able to use it to synthesize new, better gear with new abilities. It's like the weapon upgrading from Final Fantasy VIII, only much simpler and with far more variety. Rather than needing to find the correct magazine or items to expand your options, you're given a list of gear you can make right up front when you go to a synthesis shop. From there, you just need to bring the two specific equipment or items needed, and the requisite amount of gil to forge your new gear, and that's it. Quick and easy. It complements the new ability system well by giving the player yet another reason to hold on to their old equipment, and different shops have their own sets of gear to synthesize, further discouraging you from tossing old stuff out. All of this is accompanied by the new trance mechanic. Narratively, trance is a heightened state that someone can achieve when they're experiencing powerful emotions, kinda like Super Saiyan. In terms of gameplay, it's basically Final Fantasy IX's equivalent to limit breaks. It even has its own separate gauge, like in FF7, which gradually fills up as a character takes damage. Once the gauge is full, they'll automatically transform, taking on an altered appearance that enhances their abilities, including boosting their strength by 50%. The exception to this is Steiner, whose strength is tripled instead. As they take actions in trance, the gauge will deplete until they transform back, or until the battle is finished. It can be a useful boon, but unfortunately, it isn't very reliable. Because characters transform automatically when the gauge is full, it's difficult to plan any kind of strategy around using it, or even so much as save it for a tough fight. It's like how limits in FF7 replace the basic attack command, except you're robbed of any choice. There are few things that are as frustrating as activating trance in a random encounter against weak enemies, or having it happen in a tough fight only for the next attack from a different party member to finish off the enemy before you can take advantage of it. And the boost in raw strength becomes less noticeable as characters get stronger at their base level. Since you can't break the damage cap, the closer they get to hitting it normally, the less effective the boost becomes. There also aren't any skills, abilities, or summons that hit multiple times, though in fairness, even the Superbosses in this game only have 5 digits worth of health, so multi-hit attacks are pretty unnecessary. That's not to discount the other boons granted by trance. Vivi and Eiko get to double cast their black and white magic, Garnet summons are more likely to use their more powerful attacks and continue to randomly appear to help while she's still transformed, Amarant's flares now target multiple enemies, Zidane's skills become Dyne's, enhancing and completely altering them, basically giving him a whole new list of skills to use, Freya's jump is stronger and sees her rain spears on enemies while she's in the air, Quina's eat ability turns into cook, letting them eat enemies after cutting their health down to half rather than to a quarter. You get the idea. Their new appearances are also incredibly striking, combining stark pastel colors with an animalistic quality for some and a more noble or armored appearance for others. As much as I appreciate how trance enhances most party members' capabilities, however, I'm so-so on it as a game mechanic solely because of its implementation. If you weren't forced into it as soon as the gauge fills up, I'd be happier with it, but as it is, it's too inconsistent to consider it a vital part of most strategies. You can manipulate it at least a little bit if you're willing to carefully fight enemies before, say, a boss, but your control over it is still very limited. Within the context of the world and story, however, I find it to be very interesting. Trance is something that's known about on Gaia, or at least the Mist continent, but not often seen firsthand. Those living on that continent also don't tend to travel through the mist, instead traveling by airship to bypass the dark valleys and the mist-born monsters lurking below. It's why all of the civilizations built here are at higher elevations. It keeps people out of the mist. By the end of Disc 2, Zidane and the others find what seems to be the source of the mist, the Soul Cage, a creature far beneath the massive Ifa tree on the outer continent. It tells them that the mist is merely the byproduct of something else, discharged through the tree's roots to stimulate the fighting instinct, so that nations will wage war and lead to the end of civilization. Based on this, it can be reasonably assumed that the relative ease with which the party are able to enter trance, despite it apparently being so rare, is because of their exposure to mist. The Ifa tree itself is also subtly foreshadowed from the earliest parts of the game, as its roots are plainly visible on the mist continent. They're only just breaching the surface and nobody calls any attention to them, but they are there. They've always been there. I really do love when aspects of a game's world and story inform the game mechanics like this, even if it isn't strictly necessary, but the inspiration behind trance was much more philosophical in nature. Hiroyuki Ito was watching Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey and thought about how the monolith gave the apes the ability to use tools. His interpretation was that this was not knowledge that was given to them, but rather something that was already lying dormant within them, that the outside stimulus unlocked something within their genome, accelerating them down the evolutionary path that they were likely always going to follow. The idea is that the mist is merely a catalyst to hasten trance, and that the character's ability to enter this state already existed deep down. Well, unless you're a guest party member like Marcus or Beatrix, but we can easily chalk that up to trance for them being superfluous in a gameplay context, rather than anything consequential to the story or ideas at play. The mist is also subtly implied to be why Queen Braun has become a warmonger, but considering that her change apparently coincides with Kuja's appearance at the castle and him supplying her with an army of black mages, it's reasonable to believe that her fall from grace was due more to his manipulations than anything else. Granted, he outright tells Garnet and the others that Braun's desire for conquest was all her own, and that he just gave her the push she needed to go through with it, but given that he's the villain and our time with him has been pretty sparse up to this point, it would also be fair to take what he says with a grain of salt. If he's a manipulator, who's to say he isn't playing head games by saying that? But we'll come back to this in due time. All told, despite those minor gripes with trance, Final Fantasy IX's combat is a breath of fresh air when compared to the last couple games. Every party member feels unique, fights feel closer to earlier entries, and the ability system adds an extra layer to character building that not only helps the game stand apart from all the others, but nestles it firmly between the 2D and 3D eras of the series. It does take a while for every character to join the party, which is a bit of a drag, and save for a couple of fleeting moments in the first 2 discs, you don't get to choose your party until sometime during Disc 3. This is often justified in the narrative by certain characters splitting off from the rest of the group, but it's one of those aspects of Final Fantasy IX's gameplay that does admittedly irk me a bit. Not so much that I think the whole experience is lesser for it, but it does leave some characters hanging for a bit longer than others. Trying to teach someone some new abilities without just grinding only to have them exit the story for upwards of 3 to 4 hours just doesn't feel great. Grinding in general has been made into an even more boring affair than one would already expect, thanks to a modest encounter rate, which I do ultimately appreciate for the sake of keeping things moving, and the overall speed of the game, whether it be battle speed or load times. The encounter rate I can live with, but the time it takes between actually finding one, loading into the battle screen, having the camera show you what you're fighting from all these angles, and then waiting for any character's ATB gauge to fill after they finally appeared, all adds up. And once you've gone through all that, there's the actual battle speed, which in the beginning is painfully slow. Not because of the animations, which, while not exactly snappy, also aren't egregious, but because of how slowly your ATB gauges fill up even at the highest speed setting. It's a sore spot I've noticed a lot of people have with this game, and it's one I completely understood early on. But as the game went on, it became less of an issue to me. At first, I thought it was because a character's gauge filled faster as they increased their speed stat, but after comparing some early and late game footage, this doesn't seem to be the case. It was actually the wider pool of options I was unlocking for my party and taking slightly more time to go through them that mitigated the slower speed for me. I felt more engaged than I was early on when my options were more limited, but that hump is definitely still there. However, combat is just one aspect of Final Fantasy IX's gameplay. Like the last two games, there are some minigames sprinkled throughout to expand the experience a bit, but it's a very mixed bag. Jump Rope and the Race with Hippal in Alexandria are really basic and don't offer any substantial rewards other than cards for another minigame, Tetramaster. Like Final Fantasy VIII, IX has its own original card game that you can play with tons of NPCs around the world. Unlike Triple Triad, however, Tetramaster doesn't feed back into the core gameplay in any way, so on that basis alone, some of the appeal of the former is already out the window. You will win some cards here and there by beating enemies, but you can basically ignore Tetramaster altogether, at least for a little while. Whereas Triple Triad was a completely optional minigame that you didn't have to play if you didn't want to, early on in Disc 3, you have to play a few rounds of Tetramaster in order to progress the story. It's not even all that consequential to the plot either. It's a way for Zidane to get his mind off of Garnet and how he's feeling about their time together, as well as to get most of the party out of Alexandria while Kuja attacks the kingdom. I wouldn't be quite so salty about it though if I understood how to actually play the game. Even the basics are a lot to take in compared to Triple Triad. There are more directions to consider. Each card only affects others in certain positions relative to itself. They all have at least 2 different values tied to how effective they are. There's a combo system that sees players take control of multiple cards all at once. I'm not saying that Tetramaster is bad, but its heightened complexity for such a small part of the game, a lack of tangible rewards for use outside of it, and being forced to play it for story progression do it absolutely no favors in my eyes. The other minigames fare much better, but there's a different level of tedium involved with them. At any Q marsh, for example, you can catch frogs with Quina, but it's a game of patience, waiting for them to get into a position near enough to you that you can quickly move over and grab them. However, most of the rewards you get are, well, they're not terrible. You do get a couple of good forks for Quina, but if you decide to put this off until Disc 4, then most of what's given to you by Quina's master, Quail, isn't all that impressive. Though Quina's frog drop spell does get stronger as you eat more frogs, so there's that at least. After catching 99 frogs, though, you'll be put into a fight against Quail himself as Quina's final challenge before continuing down the path of the Gourmand on their own. Surprisingly, Quail has more HP than any other enemy in the game, including the Superbosses, but despite this, can be a bit of a pushover. Quail throws a lot of status ailments and water magic at you, but is easily defeated if you teach Quina Magic Hammer to reduce their master's MP. No MP, no magic or debuffs, and you get Quina's ultimate weapon for winning. This was actually one of the last things I did because I really wasn't jiving with the frog catching during my playthrough, and between grinding my party's levels and abilities and waiting for frogs to respawn, I added over 16 hours to my save file, and that's without considering whatever time I lost due to party wipes. So take my advice, catch frogs as you go, don't wait till the end, and for God's sake, leave one male and one female behind so they can actually repopulate. And trust me, don't eat the gold frog. Leaving it alone will make repopulation go by much faster. It can be a drag, but it's far less tedious if you do it over the course of the story. Rounding out the list of minigames is Chocobo Hot and Cold, which sees you pecking at the ground with a chocobo until you find treasure in various chocobo gardens. It's a very simple game, but the monotony is broken up by the 1-minute timer as well as the big scores, chocographs. They point you toward a specific part of the world map where you can dig up more treasure, and as you do this, you'll upgrade Choco's capabilities. You'll be able to access additional chocobo gardens to find more chocographs to get more upgrades, until you're able to fly around the world on Chocoback. Some of the chocographs can be absurdly difficult, giving you just the most unhelpful clue imaginable, but it's worth it for some of the treasure you get, including a few of the party's ultimate weapons. At the end of it, your Choco Pal will be granted access to Chocobo Paradise, which is only accessible by flying to this secluded island in the northwest corner of the map and digging into this cracked mountainside. It's truly gorgeous, an idyllic place for all of Choco kind. And as your reward for completing this whole side quest, the Fat Chocobo, who's been upgrading Choco's capabilities this whole time, will give you his Tetramaster card. Great. Though there is another objective nestled in Chocobo's Air Garden before unlocking Paradise. Up at the top corner of the garden, you can find what Zidane suspects is an Eidolon's cave, which Mini, the Moogle who's been following you to each garden, tries to convince you not to mess with. The otherworldly presence he feels emanating from within it scares him, and if you decide to ignore his warnings, you'll quickly understand why. That presence is one of Final Fantasy IX's superbosses, Ozma, an enigmatic sphere of strange shapes and colors with separately rotating hemispheres. Whatever it is and why it's here are never explained, but it's quickly made apparent that it is not to be trifled with. The specifics of how Ozma attacks are interesting, as it flips between two sets of actions depending on whether it's taken an odd or even number of turns so far, and it's able to queue up commands instantaneously. Between this and its ability to counter, it feels like it gets a lot of extra turns. Add on to this that it's too far away for physical attacks to connect, even with the long reach ability, it can quickly heal itself back to full HP, and its attacks are especially powerful, and the fight can feel ridiculously unfair. But there are a couple of tricks to it. The first is that it can't queue commands during its own attack animations, so while you may want to avoid taking that damage or having a party member go down, you may want to brave the hit so that you can have everyone get their turns in quickly. Outside of that, there's the Friendly Monsters side quest, which you may end up making a bit of progress on as you go through the story. In certain parts of the world, you can encounter monsters who won't fight you, but instead will ask for a particular item. Giving it to them will give you a nice bit of AP and an item that another one of these monsters will ask for. There are 9 in total, and they can be encountered in any order save for the last one, who will ask you if you've met the others first before running away if you haven't done them all yet. Just watch out for the Gimme Cat by Dagero. It doesn't use the same encounter music as the actual friendly monsters, which should tip you off to its true intentions, but it asks for a diamond, which is what Garuda gives you, so I can understand how some may be deceived by it. Unfortunately, diamonds are incredibly limited, so it's possible for the cat to swindle you out of being able to finish the Friendly Monster side quest. The actual last one of these little guys is the friendly Yan on Vile Island, just off the coast of the Ifatry side of the outer continent. But you'd best save before searching for him, because the other Yan you encounter here are incredibly dangerous if you aren't prepared for them. They give great experience if you can beat them, but you're gonna work for it. So what do you get when you give the diamond to the friendly Yan? You get an easier time with Ozma. Not only will it be made vulnerable to the shadow element, but now you can hit it with physical attacks. It's a minor boon, but it's an advantage nonetheless, and you'll need every advantage you can get, because Ozma is an aggressive boss that you need to be well prepared for. Auto haste, auto regen, auto life, and auto potion did a lot of good for me in this fight. But it still felt like a bit of a marathon because, once its HP is low enough, it can start countering your attacks with Kiraga, undoing a lot of your progress. You have to be aggressive in turn, but still keep in mind that the best time to queue up commands is during its attacks. There's a balance that needs to be struck here that makes the fight all the more satisfying once you do manage to take it down, but yeesh, does its death animation really strain the console. I did not edit this, it really does run like a slideshow. Between the game's 2 superbosses, Ozma is considered by fans to be the harder one of them, which I definitely agree with, even if I may have been a tad overleveled for the fight. But the game does acknowledge if you beat it before the other superboss, Hades, who can be found off in a corner in the middle of the final dungeon. There's no obvious indicator that he's here, you just have to keep checking this little nook off the beaten path until the text box pops up, and prepare to fight if you accept the challenge. My party's levels ranged from 66 to 72, and he was a total pushover, but he does have the ability to end the fight immediately if you take a bit too long. The reward for beating him is access to a secret synthesis shop, where you can create some of the best gear in the game, including the Robe of Lords, which is the rarest item you can steal from him during the fight, Protect Rings, which can teach the half MP and long range abilities, Garnets, which teach Garnet the Bahamut summon and increase the power of its Mega Flare based on how many Garnets you have in your inventory, and even Beatrix's Save the Queen, which unfortunately can't be equipped, but Amarant can throw it at enemies. I did this to a behemoth to see how strong this was, and was sorely disappointed. It's also the only place where you can make Steiner's tin armor, his best chest piece in the game in terms of sheer stats, but with no abilities to learn. Unfortunately, synthesizing it requires a bit of extra legwork, and is a bit of a double-edged sword. You only need some ore, which is exceedingly common, and a hammer, which is the reward for finishing the Stelazio coin quest, wherein you search for 13 coins scattered throughout the world and receive rewards from their eponymous creator. They're great rewards too, like the iconic Blood Sword, the Rosetta Ring, which teaches abilities that increase experience growth, the efficacy of healing spells, and damage dealt by black magic when it's reflected off of you, and the aforementioned Robe of Lords. Cinna's Hammer is your reward for retrieving the last coin, but like Save the Queen, it can't be equipped. However, if it's in your inventory when you beat the game, you'll get a minor additional scene during the ending. It's mostly inconsequential, but if you forge the tin armor, you'll completely miss it. Moreover, there's very little at this point that you would even need the armor for. There's the fight with Ozma, which, let's be real, most people would probably save for after beating Hades, but it isn't absolutely necessary for that fight. The tin armor is basically bragging rights and a relinquishing of an extra scene, so if you want to synthesize it, maybe consider saving in another slot. When he's defeated, however, Hades alludes to one specific thing that can be forged at his shop: the pumice. It's something that you can only get by either synthesizing the game's 2 pumice pieces here, or by defeating Ozma, and anyone can equip it to raise some of their stats when they level up, but Garnet benefits the most from it, as it's how she's able to summon her last Eidolon, Arc. One of the pumice pieces is actually dropped by a boss version of Arc, though whether this was the same as the Eidolon you can call later is left ambiguous. The only difference between them is that the boss doesn't transform into Cruise Chaser Blasty, implying that the second pumice piece granted it this ability when made whole. It's also worth noting that this isn't just a reference to one of Square's older pre-Final Fantasy titles, but also to the original Final Fantasy. The Levistone, or floater, used to raise the airship from the desert in that game, shared the same name in Japanese as the pumice does here, Fuyuseki, which is literally translated as floating stone. But this doesn't even cover all of it. Final Fantasy IX is dense with secrets to find and side quests to pursue, even a little extra dialogue that's easily missable if you don't think to trek all the way back through the final dungeon back to Lindblum during very specific points in the story. Or how about the absolutely insane requirements to get Steiner's best weapon, the Excalibur II? You need to reach a certain room in the final dungeon within 12 hours of total game time, which requires not just optimal play, but also opening the disc cover to skip FMVs. The main story path is pretty straightforward and not terribly difficult, but for everything else, you may want to consider picking up a strategy guide. Except unlike most previous entries in the series, Final Fantasy IX didn't have any dedicated guidebooks when it came out in Japan. As part of his initial vision of the game being a throwback to the classic era, Hironobu Sakaguchi wanted it to be accessible without needing specific knowledge that would compel players to seek such resources. Strong demand from players would ultimately push Square to publish an Ultimania for FF9 in 2002, but until then, the only official strategy guides available for Japanese players were available solely through Square's own Play Online service. This initially didn't seem like it would be the case in North America, as Brady Games had secured the exclusive rights to publish an official strategy guide in the territory. But as the guide was being written, Square would blindside the publisher with their plans for Play Online and integrating it into the book. Brady Games was resistant to it, as the idea would devalue the book significantly and harm their reputation. Apparently, they attempted to persuade Square to only lock off information that was not essential to story progression to Play Online, but they wouldn't budge. And because Square was the licensor, they had final say over what Brady Games published, and the publisher didn't want to risk losing out on a potentially lucrative contract for a Final Fantasy X strategy guide the following year. They didn't want to do it, but they had no choice. The result was bad. dreadful even. There are small sections here and there that give useful info, like tables of which weapons teach what abilities and spots telling you what items can be stolen from certain bosses, but the vast majority of the guide is locked behind codes you would need to enter online to get the info you thought you already paid for. Just about every page in this book has at least one notice prompting you to get the info from Play Online, and hardly any of what's in the book itself is all that practical. The actual guide that was presented when you input these codes was fairly solid, and it was what I used during my playthrough, but players were paying for a guide book, not 200 pages telling them to go look it up online, and that was assuming they even had internet access in the first place. What was even more insulting was that GameFAQs was already well known at this point. Players who did have web access could have gone there to get guides which, while not as flashy or robust as what Square was offering, were probably more useful and detailed. I can only imagine how insulted some players felt when one of the rewards for beating Ozma was a useless key item literally called Strategy Guide. It feels too perfect to have just been a coincidence. This wasn't the case everywhere outside Japan, though. I've had a few of you comment on a community post I made a few months ago about how certain European countries had guides which weren't nearly as compromised as this, and I'm genuinely happy to hear that. But this... what else is there to say? I don't blame Brady Games or Dan Burlow, the author of this guide, for how terribly it turned out. They were at the behest of Square, regardless of their hopes for future contracts. No matter how good the Play Online guides were, and they were good, it doesn't justify turning the guidebook into a paperweight. Thankfully, like I said, you really don't need a guide to get through the story, which is good, because it's told well and is truly captivating, and it's all upheld by a well-rounded cast of interesting, complex, and compelling characters. While he isn't the first character you're introduced to, Vivi Ornitier is the first one you spend a significant amount of time with. As already mentioned, he's a young black mage, but his personality is derived far more from his youth, naivete, and starry-eyed wonder than anything else. Before we meet him in Alexandria, the only person he had ever known was his grandfather, a Q named Quan, whose stories about the outside world instilled in him a strong sense of curiosity, which is fitting for the character we use to take our first steps into this world. Sure, we don't play as him first, but when you're first given control of Zidane, you're below decks on the Prima Vista, so you're not really seeing the outside world like you are with Vivi. The boy came to Alexandria to see the play, but unfortunately the ticket he had was a fake. It's only thanks to the ingenuity of a literal street rat named Puck, who later turns out to be the recusant Prince of Burmecia, that he's able to get in. But when he's found out to have not paid, he ends up getting far more than he bargained for. I want to stress that Vivi is just a kid. He may know how to cast a fire spell, but he's not very well equipped to process complex social interactions or hardships. The initial simplicity of his character, as well as his chibi design, are what make him immediately endearing. They're also what make his story so tragic. When the party comes to the small village of Dali while on the way to Lindblom, the local children kidnap him and bring him to a production facility underground. After Zidane and Garnet free him, they all discover that this factory is producing lifeless golems that look just like him. A bit taller and with different colored jackets, sure, but they are unmistakably black mages, and the seal on the barrels they're being packed into confirm that they're being sent to Alexandria as weapons of war. The revelation shakes Vivi to the core, and despite the others' assurances that he's not like the golems they saw in the factory, or the far more intelligent and exceedingly dangerous black waltzes they've been fighting on their way to Lindblom, Vivi enters a brief period of despondency. While it's clear that he isn't the same as the other black mages, having thoughts, emotions, and a sense of personhood none of the others exhibited, who he is and where he comes from loom large over him for much of the story. So too do other people's fear and hatred for the black mages. After Braun begins attacking the other nations on the Mist Continent, the survivors of her conquest have a caustic reaction when they see him. As non-threateningly as he tries to present himself, he's constantly reminded that he's different from everybody else, that he wasn't born, but created, manufactured to be an unthinking tool of destruction and conquest. Nobody in the party thinks differently of him, and all of them do their best to remind him that he's still a person regardless of where he came from, but that feeling of otherness still follows him wherever he goes. He may have friends, but inside he feels truly alone. That feeling doesn't last forever though, as shortly after reaching the outer continent, the party finds a small, secluded village populated solely by other black mages. Like Vivi, they all have a sense of self, having spontaneously gained awareness sometime after their creation, usually in the midst of battle, where they were aghast at the atrocities they found themselves committing. They founded this village far away from Queen Braun's war machine and hid it with magic so that they could live peaceful lives without drawing attention to themselves. Knowing that he isn't the only member of his kind who's gained self-awareness is gratifying to Vivi, and while the villagers are wary of the party at first, they do end up trusting them and welcoming Vivi with open arms. But this social acceptance comes with another payload of existential dread. At the edge of the village is a graveyard, where one of the elders, number 288, tells Vivi that they simply stopped moving. They dance around the word death for a bit, and Vivi even starts referring to the concept of death as a whole as just stopping, and while 288 appreciates his respect for their verbiage, when it's just the two of them, he drops the pretense and calls it what it is. After roughly 1 year of life, the Black Mages die, and there's nothing any of them can do about it. This is all doled out gradually over the course of the first 2 discs. Vivi learns his origins within the first couple hours or so of Disc 1, and they find the village a little past the halfway mark of Disc 2. Between these 2 events, you see Queen Braun use her Black Mage army to lay waste to Burmecia, Clara, and Lindblum, and citizens from all 3 nations look on Vivi with dread, anger, and disdain because of it. His friends and allies quickly come to his defense, of course, but you're given ample time to see how Vivi is affected by his origins through how others perceive him. It's heartbreaking, he's just a kid. It reminds me of what a college friend of mine, who's of Arabic descent with a very obviously Middle Eastern surname, experienced after 9/11. Despite appearing Caucasian and having an English name, she had to lie about the origin of her family name. Her father, however, looked Middle Eastern, and they would be confronted in public for looking like quote-unquote terrorists, in addition to having their house vandalized for years afterward, with messages telling them to leave the country in addition to having broken windows. Vivi's treatment by Braun's victims obviously wasn't inspired by this, and while normally I would only stick to contemporary reference points in the main body of my videos, it is sadly apropos. Vivi and the player are given a lot to chew on for much of the story. While his friends are quick to tell him that he isn't like the other Black Mages, it's hard for him to accept that because of just how deeply it all shakes him. That factory was the first time he had ever seen anyone else that looked like him, and being a child, he's never had to grapple with notions of free will versus determinism. He's left to wonder whether one's origins dictate who they are and their purpose in life, all while having to defend himself from the scrutiny of others based on his origin. Of course, he firmly believes deep down that determinism is a load of garbage, as not once does he ever consider joining Braun's army, but his first response upon coming face to face with some of the mages working on the cargo ship is to try and talk to them, only for them to not respond or pay him any mind. It's not until the party finds the Black Mage village that he's able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he isn't alone, only to be hit headfirst with his own mortality. But the rest of the Black Mages don't know yet. Number 288 doesn't have the heart to tell them, but Kuja does when he pays them a visit off-screen during Disc 3. Distraught by the revelation, most of the mages join Kuja when he tells them that he can extend their lifespans. They don't like the idea of being used by someone else, especially not to kill, but given their emotional state, it's understandable why they'd do it. By following Kuja, however, they effectively give up their individuality and nascent humanity. They become exactly what Kuja says they are: puppets. This solidifies Vivi's hatred, not antagonism, hatred, for Kuja. None of them wanted to go back to that, and Vivi himself has been railing against that perception others have of him for much of the story. Foundationally, Vivi has a fair bit in common with Robo from Chrono Trigger. They're both naive automatons who are far removed from most of the rest of their kind, and this basic concept is equally fascinating in both games. However, they're starting from different ends of the spectrum of personhood. Robo self-actualizes more and more as the story of Chrono Trigger develops, whereas Vivi begins already self-aware and existing beyond the confines of his origins, both in how we're introduced to him and in the actual text of the narrative. This is the major point of divergence between them, as Robo's story is about a robot becoming more human over time, whereas Vivi's is about a golem learning what he is and grappling with the existential dread that comes with that revelation. They're using similar premises, but coming at them from very different angles. Ironically, by giving into Kuja's persuasions, the other black mages have resigned themselves to their fate. Even if their lives could be extended, would it really be worth it if they had to spend it in servitude? As the puppets they no longer wanted to be? Even if implicitly, Vivi understands that that's not a life worth living, and 288 shares the sentiment even if he can't quite put it into words either. The point is made even more salient when you consider that Vivi is probably the oldest black mage. According to 288, Kuja said his original prototype should have a longer lifespan. Vivi is implied to be that prototype, but whether Kuja actually said that, or if 288 is trying to get Vivi's mind off of his mortality, is left vague. And if Kuja did actually say it, who knows if he was even telling the truth, or how much longer Vivi actually has if he was telling the truth. According to the writing in Quen's cave, he took care of Vivi for 6 months before he died, so if he only has a year like the others, then at least half of that time is already gone. And yet, despite possibly having even less time than the rest, Vivi chooses to cherish what time he has and live as himself. Better to die free than to live as a slave. It's why Vivi is such a compelling character. The world keeps trying to strip him of his innocence, forcing him to confront his own mortality with absolutely no hope of slowing the clock. And while he does initially get caught up in the existential quandaries that are thrust upon him, he always comes out the other side with new resolve. He's got a sense of purpose all his own, and friends who care about him, and he cares about them in turn. He has every reason to hate Queen Braun, for example, and doesn't shed a single tear when Kuja betrays and kills her. Nor should he, in my opinion. But Garnet's sorrow over the death of her mother affects him far more deeply than any catharsis he may feel. He may have been created to be a puppet, but no strings can hold him down. And when given the choice between being driven by love or hatred, he chooses love. It really isn't all that surprising that Vivi got so much care and attention in this story. He and the Black Mages were among the very first characters conceptualized and designed by Hideo Minaba, who wanted to use the original Black Mage design as sort of an anchor for the idea of returning to the series' roots. But his name also reflects his character, being the root of the Spanish and Italian words meaning to live. Or to put it another way, Vivi's name is quite literally a declaration of life, and the desire to go on living. Loyal, tenacious, sanctimonious, rusty. All accurate descriptors for Adelbert Steiner, devoted knight of Alexandria, captain of the Knights of Pluto, and retainer to Princess Garnet. Her safety is his #1 priority, and he takes it very seriously. Anytime he thinks that he's failed to protect her, he practically breaks down, as though his whole world has shattered, before quickly pulling himself together when it's inevitably revealed that, no, she's fine, and he's just overreacting. While his ability is a bit questionable at times, he takes his duties far more seriously than the knights under his command. They're all painted as being incompetent when you go around looking for them, which reflects poorly on Steiner, who himself falls a bit into the territory of comic relief. But it's shown early on that he can see that Garnet is unhappy, even if he doesn't really know how he can help. It's the earliest hint of him having a tender heart. Combine this with his level of dedication and dubious competence, and Steiner becomes a pretty charming character. The sound of his armor clanking around with every footstep helps with this too, but really that's neither here nor there. It's these traits which also put him into conflict with Zidane. The way Steiner sees it, even though Garnet has told him that she wanted to be kidnapped, Zidane is a criminal and must be tried for his crimes against the crown. It's the most prominent aspect Steiner shares with Inspector Zenigata from Lupin III, Shuko Murase's primary inspiration for the character's look. Just look at that face. He only puts up with Zidane initially because they all need to stick together in order to get anywhere during Disc 1. Steiner has been a knight serving the Kingdom of Alexandria for 13 years, and he is loyal to a fault. He refuses to hear Garnet's concerns about the Queen's changed disposition because of his strict black and white view of the world. From where he stands, good guys are good, bad guys are bad, and there's nothing more to it. It's why no matter how much Zidane shows that he can actually be trusted, he won't give him the benefit of the doubt. It's also why he won't seriously consider the possibility that Garnet's fears may actually be warranted. In his mind, Queen Braun would never launch an attack on a neighboring country, and if she did, there must be a good reason. There has to be. Right? Right? This is the crux of Steiner's character arc, learning to think past his duty and to develop a system of morality based on his own personal convictions, rather than having right and wrong be dictated by others. We get a peek into his initial thought process in Treno during Disc 2, after Baku chastises him for not thinking for himself. Despite his 13 years of service and the trust placed in him to protect the princess, he still thinks of himself as something of a grunt. A lowly knight who couldn't possibly fathom whatever plans his queen has in store. We see how he justifies going along with things he normally wouldn't, like assisting in a burglary, by doing the mental gymnastics to bring it all back around to protecting Garnet and bringing her home. Ironically, it's that dedication which ultimately shatters his simple worldview. When he, Garnet, and Marcus return to Alexandria Castle, they're all captured, and his loyalties are tested when he comes face to face with evidence that Queen Braun plans to execute Garnet. For once, he isn't able to stand idly by and twist himself into a pretzel to justify the Queen's actions. His duty is to protect the princess, but also to protect Alexandria from evil. So when these things brush up against each other, he's forced to listen to his conscience. He decides to fight against his liege, and, knowing that he can't protect Garnet at the same time, he entrusts Zidane to keep her safe, while he, Freya, and Beatrix try to root out the evil that's been festering in Alexandria. This is easily one of Steiner's strongest moments in the story, if not his best. It's cathartic seeing this oafish buffoon who spent much of his screen time complaining and being willfully ignorant about everything around him finally accept that he was wrong and immediately try to atone for it. But that catharsis is only as strong as it is because Steiner's bullheadedness was never malicious. If it was, he probably wouldn't have been temporarily allied with Zidane on the way to Lindblum, or possibly wouldn't have treated Vivi with such a high degree of courtesy and respect. Moreover, he's presented as someone with a good heart buried underneath all that bluster from practically the beginning. There's the FMV of him looking over Garnet, of course, but also, while traveling to Lindblum, during their stop in Dali, he takes the time to help clean the local tavern without expectation of reward, and he's shown to be receptive to others' ideas when he smuggles Garnet through Southgate in a bag of pickles, according to her plan. There's also his budding romance with Alexandria's hyper-competent General Beatrix, who during Disc 2 faces a similar crisis of consciousness, which we'll talk about later. Not a whole lot of time is spent on their relationship, and the two of them miss several opportunities and face a handful of misunderstandings as it blossoms, but it's enough to get it across and further humanize them both. Through each other, they find more to live for outside their duties. In a way, they complete each other. Steiner's evolution from a comic heel to trusted ally is a welcome one. Even when he was standoffish with Zidane, I still enjoyed having him around because he served as a constant reminder of Queen Braun's power, even if he wasn't always acting as an extension of her will. His presence added a dynamic to the cast that kept the story grounded in its early hours, but he was always treated as his own character. Steiner may not be the most complex party member, but he hits his mark, and leaves a strong impact. I haven't brought it up much in these videos, but I do love me some Dragoons, so it stands to reason that I would already be predisposed to liking Freya Crescent, a Dragon Knight of Burmecia. And you would be right, though admittedly her clothes initially had me thinking she was a red mage, but I wouldn't have complained if she was. I love red mages, they're my favorite, Dragoon's a close second. It would be even better if she was both, but I'm getting sidetracked. Despite her station, she's actually been away from Burmecia for at least a few years, searching for her lost love, a legendary dragon knight named Sir Fratley. Fratley could see how the other nations on the Mist Continent continued to accrue power while Burmecia had grown accustomed to peace, and knowing that he wouldn't be able to protect his home single-handedly, entrusted Freya and the other Dragoons to keep their nation safe while he traveled the world. At some point, Freya began hearing rumors of his death and set off on her own journey to find him. In her travels, she had crossed paths with Zidane, and they reunite again in a pub in Lindblom, at which point she joins the party. Freya is a disciplined and capable warrior, as one would expect of a Dragoon. Like Steiner, loyalty is one of her strongest traits, but unlike him, it's not something that stifles her. Freya is driven by her loyalty to Sir Fratley, to Burmecia, and to her comrades, roughly in that order. It's this malleability that keeps her from being paralyzed by her own sense of devotion. She loves Sir Fratley, couldn't live without him, so left home to find him. When her home is in danger, she initially doesn't want Zidane to join her because she feels it's her responsibility and not his. And when she does bring them to Burmecia and Vivi is threatened, she's quick to come to his defense. It's that faithfulness which drives her character, but also leaves her heartbroken. Not only do she and the party fail to protect Burmecia and Clara, but when Sir Fratley returns to try and save his countrymen, Freya's relief to see him still alive despite the rumors is met with bemusement. Somewhere along the line, Fratley lost his memory. He couldn't remember anything when Puck found him off screen. Not his home, his king, or even his own name. It's devastating, and there's nothing Freya can do about it except lay down and accept that the man she loves, the man she spent years longing and searching for, has forgotten her. To her, it's a fate worse than death. My heart broke for Freya. Seeing a character of such strong will and determination wilt and fold like wet tissue paper just hurts. She's left to carry that burden. To know that her beloved is alive, but that she's a stranger to him. I wish she didn't have to go through that, but what could she really do? As much as I admire Freya and her struggle though, that's also my biggest issue with it. By the time you're halfway through Disc 2, her story basically stops. I do appreciate how there isn't an easy way out of it. Fratley's amnesia doesn't go away, and it's something they have to just live with. But there isn't really any further attention given to her or her grief after that. She does still get a few moments at Alexandria Castle shortly after, where she tells off Beatrix for leading the genocide against her people and how she can never be forgiven for that, no matter how remorseful the general is, and she teams up with her and Steiner right after to protect the others as they escape, which is a great sequence. But after that, there's not much else going on with her. That being said, I'd hesitate to say that this is a bad thing, because while it comes and goes relatively quickly, it's still done well and hits as hard as it needs to. It doesn't drag on or overstay its welcome, but it leaves me wanting, and not necessarily in a good way. More could have been done with Freya. Just a little bit more time focused on her and how the Fratley situation is affecting her could have gone a long way. As it is though, she and her story are great. It just goes by and falls to the wayside a bit too quickly. As previously mentioned, Final Fantasy IX's world plays host to a variety of fantasy tropes and races. The one that probably sticks out the most are the genderless Q, thanks to their exceptionally pale skin, long tongues, and clownish faces. Quina Quen, your Q party member, is no exception to this. Initially, they can be found in the kitchen of Alexandria Castle, overseeing preparations for a banquet for Garnet's birthday. Afterward, you can recruit them to the party in the Q Marsh near Lindblom, though this is completely optional. You don't actually have to recruit Quina at all until Disc 2, when you're ready to set out for the outer continent via the underground tunnel of Fossil Rue. This puts Quina in a bit of an awkward position, narratively speaking. There's no reason not to pick them up on the way to Gizmaluk's Grotto in Burmecia, since you'd not only have an extra body, but you can get a head start on catching frogs, teaching them abilities, and learning blue magic. But their presence adds very little to the proceedings, barely being acknowledged by the rest of the characters and having little to contribute. The reason they decide to join up is because their master, Quail, wants them to go out and see the world and try all sorts of different foods in order to become a gourmand, the ultimate goal of any of their people. Quina is easily the least complicated member of the whole ensemble. All they want is to try new food, and many of their ATEs focus on that. While that may sound like it can quickly get annoying, since this goal tends to supersede anything else going on around them, it actually adds a welcome bit of levity. The way they struggle not to gobble up Regent Sid after he's turned into a frog, their favorite food, is such a simple but ingenious bit, and they don't even need to lean on the foodie aspect of the character to get a good chuckle out of me. Getting them out of the party after Clara by having them shrug and say they don't like heights when everyone goes up to Braun's airship is such a dumb excuse to get them out of there, never mind the question of how they survived Clara's obliteration moments later, that I can't help but admire the sheer gall to simply have a comic relief character just be a comic relief character. And the scene where Quina and Vivi get quote-unquote married kills me every single time I see it because of just how awkward it is. And Kina's slightly broken speech patterns make it even funnier if you read their declaration of happiness as oblivious but genuine. The scenes and remarks where they talk about yummy treats are still plentiful for sure, but over time it becomes clear that Quina isn't just some food-obsessed maniac. They grow to enjoy the others' company and care about their well-being, even if, like everything else in life, they express that through food metaphors. Though honestly, I think that absurd level of commitment to the gourmand angle for their character is as amusing as it is endearing. It reflects the security they feel in themselves, contrasting against everyone else. I think this is probably best encapsulated when they're trying to help Eiko cook food for everyone in Madain Sari, telling her that cooking for friends is one of the best and most rewarding parts of being a gourmand. Their name even feeds into the most prominent aspect of their character, as in Japanese, Quina means eat, and Quen means cannot eat. It's a play on words that you can even read as a send-up of the most famous line from Shakespeare's Hamlet, to eat or not to eat. There really isn't all that much to dig into here. What you see is what you get. And that includes the incredibly awkward third-person pronouns used in the English script. When written out, the meaning is immediately understood, but how am I supposed to say this? How is anyone actually saying this out loud in a way that wouldn't rightly get you punched in the jaw? Sure, there are a couple slip-ups here and there where they call Quina he, all of the other Q are referred to as male, and Quina is treated as male in terms of game mechanics. Zidane's Protect Girls ability doesn't apply to them, nor can they use female-only equipment, but in the context of the world, Quina, like the rest of the Q, has no gender. This is rooted in the original Japanese script, where others refer to Quina with the third-person pronoun aitsu, which is so broad that it can be translated as he, she, that person, or even it. This was a deliberate choice, but it seems clear to me that the localization team weren't sure how to go about translating this for Quina. But rather than using he, like for the other Q, or they, which has been used for singular people either of indeterminate gender or outside of gender binaries for centuries, they opted for this. Your mileage may vary on whether this is a big deal. It's easy enough to just say they when talking about the character in conversation. At the very least, it's clunky. But the idea behind it is straightforward, much like Quina themselves. The significance of summons has varied from game to game. For some, their existence enriched the world in a tangible way, like in Final Fantasies IV and VI. Others used them in a slightly more utilitarian fashion, such as in V and VII. But rarely has there been much emphasis placed on summoners themselves. Up to this point, the only dyed-in-the-wool summoner in the series has been Rydia from Final Fantasy IV, who was left the last of her kind after Cecil and Kain inadvertently razed her village to the ground. Other characters in later titles have been able to use summoning magic, of course, but none of them have had the same predisposition for it as her. Final Fantasy IX brings back the idea of the summoner as a member of a particular culture through Eiko Carol, a 6-year-old child who, like Rydia before her, is the last of her tribe. Madain Sari was destroyed about 10 years ago, engulfed in flames like Rydia's Mist Village after a mysterious eye appeared in the sky above. While most of the summoners perished that day, a small handful survived, with Eiko being the eventual child of a pair of them. Her parents unfortunately died when she was young, too young to remember them, and her grandfather would raise her until he too passed a year ago. Since then, it's just been her and the Moogles, doing what they can to scrape by. In some ways, Eiko acts much like how you'd expect of a child her age. She's energetic, spunky, has a natural curiosity about the world like Vivi, and can be a bit of a brat at times. In Japanese, she refers to herself exclusively in the third person, eschewing first-person pronouns like atashi in favor of using her own name, as is common for young girl characters in Japanese fiction. But writing her off as just an annoying kid would be short-sighted. Living on her own for so long has made her fairly self-sufficient, which is reflected by her having a deeper pool of white magic to learn than Garnet. But she's well-versed in classical literature and her people's history and culture, and while her social skills may be a bit stunted, she's eager to meet new people and make friends. That last one seems innocent enough until she starts cooking for Zidane and the others when she brings them to Madain Sari. Cooking isn't her strong suit, but she's desperate not to screw it up because she doesn't want to alienate them. While she spent the last year living with the Moogles, including her best friend Mog, who travels with her in her overalls, isolation has begun to weigh heavily on her, and she just doesn't want to be so alone anymore. Her precocious crush on Zidane could at least partially be attributed to this, since he treated her with genuine kindness during their first meeting when she was caught hanging by her pants. This infatuation comes from a place of innocence, which for her is in short supply, but she takes it surprisingly seriously. She even goes as far as to write a love letter to try and sway him, only for her to drop it and lead to Beatrix and Steiner starting to admit their feelings for each other. Zidane doesn't really acknowledge Eiko's crush, and before too long, it becomes obvious to her that he's got eyes for Garnet and vice versa, though neither of them can spit it out. Eventually, Eiko does give up her ill-fated pursuit of him, and lets go of her perception of Garnet as a romantic rival, and starts trying to get them to just acknowledge their feelings and tell each other how they feel. But her relationship with Garnet runs a bit deeper than that. When the princess sets foot in Madain Sari, she's overcome with a deluge of hazy memories. As it turns out, she was actually born here, and she and her birth mother escaped the village's destruction by boat. But because she doesn't remember anything from before then, Garnet has absolutely no knowledge of or connections to her true heritage outside of woefully incomplete records of the tribe from 500 years ago. Eiko then becomes something of a mentor figure for her, telling her about their culture, their rituals, and the connections they have with their eidolons. In fact, it's through her that Garnet learns that summoners can actually communicate with their eidolons through their horns, which the princess unfortunately no longer has. There are definitely some layers to Eiko's character, but not that many. Like Quina, she plays more of a supporting role in the story, but it's not insignificant. Through Eiko, Garnet gains a better understanding of herself and her heritage, and having someone around who not only can see her and Zidane's feelings for one another so clearly, but tries to get them to open up is not only refreshing, but a welcome addition to the party. She can provide some comic relief too, with her kid antics, but more often than not, it comes from her being unsocialized and in a new environment. It's not laugh-out-loud funny in my opinion, but it is delightfully wholesome. That's not to say her narrative contributions are minimal, as she does play a key role at certain points. Without her, the party wouldn't have been able to get to the Aoife tree, defeat the Soul Cage, and stop the flow of mist. If she wasn't here, Garnet probably wouldn't have been able to summon Alexander on her own when Kuja attacked Alexandria, even if she had all 4 pieces of its gem. And of course, Kuja does try and have Zorn and Thorn extract Eidolons from her to complete his plans later on, even though she's far too young to be subjected to the process. Thankfully, Mog enters trance to protect her, revealing that she was actually the Eidolon Medine all along. She and Eiko were born on the same day, and it's implied by a message scrawled onto the Eidolon wall that she was born from Eiko's parents' wish that she be protected. It also feels like a subtle but still melancholic callback to Sildra from Final Fantasy V, who gave her life to get Ferris and the rest of the party to safety and could be acquired as a summon later in the game if you knew where to look. I like Eiko well enough. She gels well with the rest of the party and contrasts well with both Garnet, for the reasons discussed, and Vivi, in terms of personality. They're both young kids, but her outspokenness and can-do attitude almost make her the anti-Vivi, especially when you consider that she's fated to a long life without her culture, whereas the shy Vivi is doomed to a short life with or without his brethren. The only real criticism I have is that she's a bit redundant in terms of gameplay, since she and Garnet basically fill the same roles, just with the former leaning more towards being a white mage and the latter towards summoner. You could use both at the same time and be perfectly fine, but despite having different Eidolons, you'd basically still be double dipping. That aside, she's more than earned her place here, and her seemingly being named after Sakaguchi's wife is really sweet. The last person to join the party is fittingly also the one who is the least interested in teamwork. Amarant Coral is introduced as a bounty hunter, one of 2 hired by Queen Braun to retrieve Garnet's pendant, in reality one of the 4 pieces of Alexander's summon gem, and to kill Vivi. His partner on this mission, the axe-wielding Lonnie, accepts the job without question, but Amarant took it specifically because it would bring him close to Zidane. He asks Braun if he can kill the thief, and she doesn't care so long as they do what they're being hired to do first. Amarant doesn't ambush the party at Fossil Rue with Lonnie, but he does reveal himself at the Eidolon Wall, where he chastises his partner for taking Eiko as a hostage, something he detests. When he loses to Zidane in a one-on-one fight, he's shocked when his opponent won't deliver the killing blow. Amarant simply can't wrap his head around why Zidane would show him mercy, and when his adversary invites him to join the group, he accepts the offer, if only so he can watch Zidane to try and figure him out. If I had to describe Amarant in a single word, it would be maverick. It's the trait that most defines him, and causes friction with everyone else. To him, teamwork just dilutes one's individual strength, because you have to worry about other people. Self-reliance is more expedient and dependable 100% of the time. He has little patience for being a team player. When the party goes to the Aoife tree and Zidane tries thinking about how everyone will climb up its trunk, Amarant is quick to question why Zidane doesn't just go alone. And when Zidane floats the idea of finding a Gargant to bring them all up together, Amarant decides to just take Eiko and Vivi up himself to save time. And yet, he still has some sort of personal honor code. He challenges his opponents to one-on-one fights because it creates a level playing field to prove one's own skill, and the way he sees it, taking hostages to instigate a fight is not only unsavory but creates leverage that he finds unconducive to keeping a fight fair. His run-ins with Freya in particular really put his character into perspective. Philosophically, the two couldn't be further apart. Freya is from a collectivist society. She believes in working together to achieve a common goal for the good of all. The river dance ritual in Clara is emblematic of this. Her culture is diametrically at odds with his lone wolf mentality, and it leads to the two of them briefly being at each other's throats. But despite this, Freya doesn't really hold any ill will towards him, and she's even able to coax him into telling her why he has beef with Zidane. Some time ago, he was working as a security guard at the Treno auction house. He wanted a good fight, it's all he lived for, and he confronted Zidane as the thief attempted to abscond with some ill-gotten gains. Zidane accepted Amarant's challenge, but as other guards came out of the mansion, he turned around and framed Amarant for the burglary, robbing him of the fight he so desired, and costing him his livelihood in the process. As he fled the scene, Zidane told him that those who are truly strong don't boast about it or show off. The sly eagle hides its claws. He knew exactly what he was doing, or at least made it seem like it, and this philosophy was completely anathema to Amarant's way of thinking. If he's so strong, why wouldn't he want to use that strength at every opportunity? Why wouldn't you want to exercise that power and stroke your ego whenever possible? If you can fight and win, why not prove it? What good is it to use that strength in service to anyone other than yourself? Amarant's loss to Zidane in Madain Suri struck yet another blow to his ego, and each successive demonstration of Zidane's selfless nature continually confounds him. He sticks with the group, but maintains an air of self-superiority and callousness, standing apart from the others and making snide remarks all the while. Freya may respect him as a warrior, but nobody enjoys his company besides maybe Zidane, who takes all of Amarant's barbed comments and dismissals in relative stride. This comes to a head at the mysterious Ibsen's castle, where Queen Hilda, having been rescued from Kuja's imprisonment, believes that they'll find the secret to unlocking the way to another world called Terra that Kuja had blathered onto her about. As Zidane decides who he'll bring with him into the castle, Amarant grows frustrated and issues a challenge. If he can find what they're looking for on his own before Zidane and the others, he'll consider it confirmation that his lone wolf, might makes right style, is inherently better than teamwork and leave the party for good. The next time he and Zidane cross paths, they'll be mortal enemies. Zidane agrees to his challenge, but it's not something he's all too concerned about, given that there are far more important things going on. You would expect Zidane to show him up again, but when you find the mural of the world map and the 4 mirrors laid within it, Amarant is there waiting. And of course, seeing as how he only found it to prove himself superior, he takes his leave without giving much more than a passing glance over what it is they came here for. But when Zidane and the others regroup outside, he's told that Amarant hasn't come out yet, prompting him to go back and find him to make sure he's okay. It turns out he fell through one of the trap doors that the party easily avoided, and is laid out on his back, possibly hurt. Once again, he's perplexed that Zidane came back for him, especially after his declaration that they'd be enemies next time they met. Even after spending so much time fighting side by side, he still hasn't gotten it through his head that Zidane hasn't been thinking about how what he's doing will benefit him personally. Zidane just feels compelled to help people, and right now, Amarant, his teammate, needs help. This is when it finally sinks in for Amarant. As he puts it, he didn't keep losing to Zidane, he kept losing to his way of thinking. He realizes that fighting solely for himself held him back, and starts thinking of himself as part of a group rather than a self-superior rogue. It's firmly cemented when he and Freya come face to face with the Guardian of the Fire Shrine. Not only is he working with her when he was ready to fight her earlier, but he sees the Guardian's selfishness and desire to inflict harm on others as being similar to the kind of person he had been, even going as far as to consider himself a different person now. It's a relatable arc that complements the rest of the party, and I appreciate how after he realizes his own faults, he starts striking a victory pose at the end of battles. It's a nice way of communicating that he's getting on with the team mentality through partaking in group celebration. I'd be lying, though, if I said his resolution wasn't a bit too sudden. There are several moments when Zidane demonstrates his philosophy to Amarant with no change to his disposition before this, just befuddlement that he lost to this guy in the first place. The difference here is that Zidane is showing that selflessness and kindness toward Amarant directly when the latter screwed up on his own, outside of a duel. Add in the fact that he came back alone, yet still espoused the virtues of teamwork and cooperation. Like, yeah, Zidane is obviously capable of doing stuff on his own, but that doesn't mean he has to do everything by himself. Amarant's abrupt acceptance of this philosophy has led to a consensus among fans that he's underdeveloped and the least interesting party member, both of which I personally disagree with. That's not to say I find him to be deeply engrossing, but there's more to him than I often see people talk about. The lack of attention given to him seems to also play a part in this perception, which is fair, but Freya doesn't get much time spent focusing on her either, and she's beloved. This leads me to think that his abrasive attitude and stubbornness are more to blame than a lack of attention. Freya's time is spent trying to save her people and culture, as well as showing her dedication to Sir Frattley and how deeply wounded she is that he doesn't remember her. That last part doesn't get much attention after the moment has passed, but you get that initial punch to the gut that still lingers long after it connects, in addition to having her be more involved in the actual events of the narrative, despite having no more of a personal stake in what's going on than anyone else. Yet there's a strong sense of purpose in her staying with the party after the attacks on Burmecia and Clara. She couldn't protect either of them, but she can still protect others. Amarant, meanwhile, joins up for selfish reasons unrelated to any wider events, and beyond him initially being hired as an assassin, his presence doesn't intertwine with the wider narrative. He mostly just makes jabs at the others for caring about things, and acts astonished when Zidane isn't pragmatic or selfish until Ibsen's castle, after which he does a complete 180. Freya may be a bit cold at times, but you at least understand why she would be like that based on her experiences. Before Amarant comes around to Zidane's way of thinking, he's simply an unpleasant jerk with no real redeeming qualities, development, or seemingly all that much depth. He adds an interesting wrinkle to the party, but I wouldn't blame anyone for not being very interested in him or liking him the least out of the whole cast based on his caustic persona. The basic trajectory of his character is sound, though, and it makes sense thematically when you consider the context in which he exists. The way I see it, he isn't underdeveloped, and I don't think it's due to a lack of time spent with him, since he joins the party shortly after Eiko towards the end of Disc 2, yet we get a decent amount of time to explore her character. We get a fair amount of time with him as well, but his loner nature probably made it difficult to find many opportunities for him to open up organically. However, it's mostly that the sudden change feels less satisfying or believable than if he had gradually changed in small ways before the scene in Ibsen's castle. Maybe there was some nuance in how he was written in the Japanese version that communicated exactly that sort of thing better that wasn't easily translatable to English, but I have no way of knowing that at present. However, I do know that his line at the Ifa tree shortly after he becomes a party member, "He who hesitates is lost, you'd best remember that," is not only completely different from what he said in the Japanese version, but has a small but noticeable ripple effect on his character arc. Originally, he said something along the lines of, "Leave the dead weight behind. That's an ironclad rule for survival, don't you think?" This comes back around at Ibsen's castle, where Amarant chastises Zidane for carrying dead weight, even in the English script, before becoming exactly that. It's admittedly a small change, and I don't think retaining that one line would have been enough to move the needle for a lot of people, but I'm also coming at this from the perspective of someone who doesn't read or speak Japanese, so my understanding is limited here, which is why I'm referencing Vagrant Chocobo's analysis series when the topic comes up. He doesn't really cover it, but I imagine that there may be some nuance in how Amarant's dialogue is written in Japanese that simply wasn't able to translate over to English. I know that Vivi and Kuja, for example, both refer to themselves using the first-person pronoun boku, which tends to be used by boys and young men, but for Vivi's dialogue it's written in hiragana to show youth and inexperience, while Kuja uses the kanji to reflect his sophistication. So if any of you watching are fluent in Japanese and have played through that version of Final Fantasy IX, feel free to weigh in on the subject of Amarant's dialogue in the comments. There was, however, one other verifiable change made to Amarant in the transition from Japanese to other languages: his name. In the original Japanese version, his name was Salamander, like the reptile, which in various folklore had associations with fire, thus informing the character's nickname, the Flaming Salamander. He even sports tattoos of them on his shoulders, which Shuko Murase remembered struggling with the most when designing him. However, the name wouldn't fit within the 7-character limit for the localized releases, so the different translation teams around the world each put forth a handful of names to be considered for the international releases. Amarant ended up being the most popular, and it's not half bad when you consider that the character's bright, bouffant hair doesn't look too dissimilar from Amaranth herbs. The name would be used in the English, Spanish, and Italian scripts, while the French version went with Tarasque, like the draconic beast from French folklore, and the German version used Mahagon, which is probably a play on mahogany. Regardless of what you call him, though, the Flaming Amarant is easily the oddest man out of the group. He can be tough to like, but once he gets over himself and starts to see past his dreadlocks, he's not such a bad guy. Still a bit prickly, but in the end, he's still got everyone's backs. There's a consistent through line to every party member in Final Fantasy IX. Each of them has been confronted by some earth-shattering trauma or circumstances which has upended their lives or worldviews, leaving them questioning what it is they want out of their lives. Have they really been true to their own beliefs? Is life worth living when the ideas or people you dedicate yourself to are no longer what they are? Has the life you've been living really been all that fulfilling? What does it even mean to be alive? These questions are posed to each and every one of them at some point throughout their journey together, and by confronting these questions, they self-actualize. This also goes for Zidane and Garnet, who we'll touch on shortly. Vivi's character arc is the most upfront and blatant with this, but considering that he was the first party member designed, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that he became the blueprint for the others. Everyone gets at least a bit of time to figure these things out or otherwise declare their stance on them. For Vivi, he chooses to live life as he sees fit, even if the time he has is extremely limited. Steiner is forced to choose between duty and belief. Much like Vivi, he has to decide whether he's his own person or somebody's puppet. When he can no longer rationalize or ignore Braun's evil intentions, he betrays his queen, justifying it through his own interpretation of what his duty entails. Freya's devoted her life to her people, but also to Sir Fratley, with the former being nearly wiped out and the latter no longer remembering her. What is there for her to live for? Her situation isn't completely hopeless, as the Burmesians and Clarins weren't completely genocided, and Sir Fratley is still alive. And while it won't be easy to rebuild what was destroyed, it isn't a futile effort. Eiko just wants to belong somewhere and not feel so alone in the world. Not only does joining the party give her a surrogate family, but through Garnet she learns that she isn't the last of her people either. Between the two of them, the summoners have a chance of survival, and the loneliness that would come with being the last one standing is abated. Amarant's maverick ways are challenged and refuted until it finally sinks in that the strength of the individual is meaningless if it's at the expense of the collective whole, and when the collective suffers, the individuals within it also suffer. You might expect Quina to be the exception to all of this, being completely secure in who they are and their goal in life. But it's not like they're never confronted by any of the existentialism the others experience. They don't really have much of an arc, but they act as a foil to the rest of the group, being completely unbothered by anything being thrown at them. As such, they become an example to follow. Live life, be true to who you are, help others, and enjoy the ride. Each of the characters' core struggles and the ideas that embody them are all laid bare if you idle on the main menu for long enough. They each have a splash screen with a single overarching word in the upper corner and a quote below. I've even sprinkled one or two of them throughout the video up to this point because their succinctness neatly captures so much of what each of them is all about.
How do you prove that you exist? Maybe we don't exist. I don't want to be alone anymore.
I do what I want. You have problem?
I especially love Steiner, Freya, and Amarant's.
Having sworn fealty, must I spend my life in servitude?
To be forgotten is worse than death.
The only dependable thing about the future is uncertainty.
It all feels like an extension of the nihilistic themes that were explored in Final Fantasy VI, which was probably intentional, as Sakaguchi was deliberately trying to echo some of its elements.
Each character in Final Fantasy IX is harboring various traumas. Some of them are troubled by matters of life and death, and some are troubled by other things, but each one has their own theme. In that sense, I wanted to make Final Fantasy IX as much like Final Fantasy VI as possible. The characters in Final Fantasy VI stood out both in terms of story and gameplay, like how Gao can learn enemy attacks. I wanted the same thing for Final Fantasy IX, for all 8 characters to stand out as much as possible.
The way Final Fantasy IX deals with nihilism, however, is very different from 6. The returners were railing against Kefka's pessimistic brand of nihilism, the idea that a lack of any defined purpose to life or creation meant that the only thing that mattered was its ultimate end state. Because everyone will die at some point and all humanity creates will eventually decay and crumble to dust, it wasn't worth caring about anything. It's what drove him to destroy the world. It was going to happen eventually, so why not speed up the process and bring everything to a pure state of oblivion anyway? Through the destruction he caused, the party found purpose in their lives, their own reasons to go on living. Rather than just retread the same ground of FF6 and ask why the characters go on living, Final Fantasy IX also poses the question of how they live. Their persistence is treated as a given, even during their lowest points. Nobody has anything close to a Celeste moment, even though it would have been incredibly easy to pay homage to it and still feel earned. Eiko's crush on Zidane still persists after it's clear to her that nothing will come of it, but rather than wallow in solitude, she embraces the friendships she cultivated in the meantime. Amarant strives to move beyond his own solitary past when he realizes that depending on himself doesn't necessarily make life easier or more certain. Steiner remains in servitude to Garnet and Alexandria after Queen Braun's death, but does so in spite of the late Queen's warmongering. He embraces his role as a guardian, a shield for his kingdom, rather than a sword. Final Fantasy IX's meditation on life and nihilism also extends to its side characters, like Lonnie, Ruby, Beatrix, and Zorn and Thorn. After her failed attempt to fulfill her contract for Queen Braun, Lonnie was unable to return to the Mist Continent, as Fossil Rue had been blocked off. The Mughals brought her to Madain Sari, where she ends up staying, finding life to be much simpler and peaceful here, especially since she no longer has to think about money, which as a bounty hunter was kind of what she lived for previously. She ends up glad that Zidane beat her in their fight at Fossil Rue. Ruby was a member of Tantalus who was meant to play Cornelia in the play at the start of the story, but her part was accidentally stolen by Garnet. When the Prima Vista has to make a hasty retreat, she's unfortunately left behind in Alexandria, frustrated and confused about what to do now. Ultimately, she opens up her own small theater in town and it ends up doing pretty well, giving her a renewed sense of purpose within her profession. Zorn and Thorn are completely lost without Queen Braun to give them a sense of purpose. They live to serve, but rather than try to reform and serve Garnet ahead of her coronation, they align themselves with Kuja to maintain some sort of continuity with their lives, rather than go to the effort of trying to better themselves. The pair are resigned to serving maliciously powerful megalomaniacs. And then there's Beatrix, who has a crisis of conscience following the destruction of Clara, and, like Steiner, betrays the crown for the sake of protecting Garnet and the Kingdom of Alexandria. Her strength, confidence, and composure have led to her becoming a fan favorite, and I'll readily admit that I like her a fair bit. However, the English script isn't quite accurate to the Japanese version when it comes to her arc, and this has unfortunately led to some contention with her character. It's mainly how part of her dialogue on the Red Rose is rewritten after Clara is destroyed. In Japanese, Beatrix wonders why Queen Braun felt the need to obliterate Clara, and laments that this isn't what she trained for all these years to do. She doesn't like the idea that she's meant to serve unquestioningly like the Black Mages. In the English version, however, the line where she wonders if annihilating Clara was necessary is changed to,
"My troops alone would have been more than enough to take Clara."
It's not the only change. She didn't rhetorically ask for forgiveness for her role in the genocide in the Japanese version, but it can drastically change the nature of her distress based on how you read it. On the one hand, it can still evoke the intentions of the original line if you read it as her thinking that the Black Mages and Eidolons were overkill. But on the other hand, it can read as though it isn't the Queen's newfound bloodlust that irks her, but her insistence on using Black Mages and Eidolons to carry it out instead of her and her soldiers. This reading would be supported by the change to her dismay at how she didn't train for this.
"I didn't train all these years so I could take a back seat to anyone."
It screams of jealousy and resentment rather than remorse. Combine this with her feeling unappreciated when Queen Braun doesn't thank her when she hands her the gem, and Beatrix comes off as more of a vain blood knight than a warrior beset by doubt, even when considering that what tips her over the edge is learning that Garnet is set to be executed. The ultimate takeaways aren't complicated, but they don't have to be. The strength of their journeys comes from the steps taken to determine what they want. None of them has it easy, and there's hardly any common ground between them, but that range of problems that they all face, emotionally, physically, and spiritually, not only keeps them from feeling repetitive, but is also emblematic of the game's core theme. Life can be messy, confusing, and even cruel, and while no two people share the same experiences, they can still show empathy for and support each other through the hard times. For example, Steiner may be a warrior and has years of experience in combat, but he'll never truly know how it feels to have had that decision made for him, like Vivi. But he knew Vivi as a scared child first, and he treats him as a young boy who needs positive reinforcement and room to grow. Going into this retrospective project some time ago, I was expecting every game in the series to be unique in its grander themes and ideas, much like how they all have their own worlds, stories, and characters. But over time, I've begun to realize that this isn't completely true. Life has been a recurring theme since Final Fantasy III, during the development of which Sakaguchi's mother tragically passed away, but over time, his perspective on life would grow and change. About a decade had passed between his mother's death in 1989 and when he started working on the story for Final Fantasy IX. Now in his mid-30s, he had become a father and lost a close personal friend to illness. Going through all of this over the span of a decade or less would understandably lead one to reflect on the sanctity of life, as they've now played a hand in its creation as well as bore witness to its conclusion. The way that the Final Fantasy series has explored the theme of life has evolved alongside its creator, with 3, 6, 7, and 9 being the primary milestones. 3 saw the initial struggle that comes with being faced with mortality, even indirectly. Xand lashed out when given this gift and attempted to disrupt the natural order so that he wouldn't have to die, not realizing that knowing your life will end someday is what gives it meaning. 6 was an affirmation of life. Even when everything seems to be working against you, even when you feel like you've reached your lowest point, there is always still a reason to keep going. 7 explored the lasting impact of those who are no longer with us, how they continue to inspire us even in death. Even years later, Sakaguchi was still thinking about his dearly departed mother. Final Fantasy IX, then, is a celebration of life. The culmination of everything that came before, but also a commemoration of the human spirit. And this jubilation at persisting in spite of whatever life throws at you is represented beautifully with the game's 2 main leads. Final Fantasy has been no stranger to princesses. It comes with the genre. They've run the gamut from damsels to party members. Princess Garnet, full name Princess Garnet till Alexandros XVII, is the latest in a long line of them, and she shares a lot in common with her predecessors. Like Princess Sarah from FF1, she's the target of a kidnapping plot, but she's willing to throw herself into danger, like the Princess Sarah from FF3, as well as Lena and Ferris from FF5. Truthfully, she borrows more from the latter two than the others, with her initial motivations being born out of concern for her mother, and sporting a refreshing pragmatism. She asks to be kidnapped because she sees it as the best option available to her at the moment, and despite Steiner trying to thwart this, she welcomes his help after they've left Alexandria, knowing that he's sworn to protect her. Garnet's royal upbringing has left her sheltered and ignorant of how the world actually works. She's fascinated by simple things like inns and crops and fields, and her posh mannerisms make her stand out. Knowing that people will be searching for her, Zidane suggests she adopt an alias while they make their way to Lindblum, and try to act more like a commoner. While the player can name her anything they want, as per usual, after Zidane drops a knife when Steiner shoves him, Garnet picks it up and assumes the name Dagger, though other characters still often refer to her as Garnet. This is where she starts to become more akin to Ferris than other princesses. As she learns about life outside the castle and attempts to blend in on the way to Lindblum, Garnet's identity starts to become muddled. There's a constant tug of war between her desire to be true to herself and to live up to the expectations and responsibilities of being a princess. Despite her anxieties about her mother amassing an army, she still feels compelled to return home to ask her about it directly, leaving Zidane, Vivi, and Freya behind. But along the way, she runs into Marcus, one of the members of Tantalus who helped kidnap her, and she feels compelled to help him steal a special Supersoft to cure Blank of his petrification in the evil forest. They got her out of a potentially dangerous situation, and she wants to return the favor. It's telling that this little detour goes well, as the Supersoft turned out to be in the possession of her old teacher, Dr. Tot, while her return to Alexandria sees her captured, put into a deep sleep, and having the various eidolons within her extracted for her mother and Kuja's malicious plans before being slated for execution once she's outlived her usefulness. Whenever Garnet is in Alexandria, she's robbed of her agency, forced to fill a role that others have set for her. But anywhere else, she's not only able to learn about the world, but also herself. She can take charge of her own life and decide who she is. And her arrival in Madain Sari brings her hazy memories of early childhood into focus, leading her to remember that she was actually from here. She and her birth mother were sailing when Kuja razed their village, and they went further out to sea to escape that fate. They eventually ended up on the shores of the Mist Continent near Alexandria, shortly after the tragic death of the real Princess Garnet. Noticing that the little girl who washed ashore looked uncannily similar to the late princess, the king and queen had her horn removed and took her in as their own, with the rest of the world none the wiser. While Garnet had hazy memories of sailing in the middle of a storm, it's even a nightmare she has when you first start a new game, I think it's a safe assumption that her old life and identity were subconsciously repressed as a result of the immense emotional, mental, and physical trauma. Later on, however, you can find a message her birth father scrawled for her on the Eidolon wall many years ago, which refers to her by her birth name, Sarah. In addition to being another callback to previous games, rediscovering this part of herself and actively trying to learn about the culture she comes from further compound her anxieties about being caught between multiple worlds. While this is similar to Ferris's struggles in Final Fantasy V, the layers and nuance with Garnet are far more personable in my opinion. That's not to discount how I read Ferris's character in my FF5 video, I still stand by what I said there. However, Garnet's story not only hits similar beats as Ferris's, but it's a major part of the overarching narrative, and there's ample time devoted to really exploring how it's been affecting her, especially once you get into Disc 3. Disc 2 ended with Kuja using the same massive eye in the sky he used to destroy Madain Sari to take control of Bahamut from Queen Braun at the Aoife Tree. He uses the power of his new Eidolon to wipe out the Alexandrian navy, including Braun herself. In her final moments, Braun shows regret for succumbing to her malicious impulses and forever threatening to hurt Garnet. All of the destruction and bloodlust wasn't mind control. Kuja was telling the truth all along. It was all her. He just gave her an army and a little push. Garnet not only lost her mother to him, but as Zidane points out, she lost 2 mothers to him. Worse is that Kuja basically stole up to a year's worth of time from Garnet and Braun as he gradually moved her to the point of committing atrocities. With Braun's passing, Garnet is set to become the new queen, but she's understandably melancholic about it. She has to return to Alexandria and prepare to assume the role she knew she'd have to take at some point in her life, but she's not ready. Kuja is still out there, and there's still so much she doesn't know. Not just about the plot that her mother's former advisor has been conducting, but about being a leader, a beacon of hope for her people. Her newfound responsibilities as regent also keep her from her new friends, including Zidane, all of whom she's come to rely on for companionship and counsel. She can only hold an audience with them for a few moments before being shuffled off to some other obligation. But as a token of friendship, she agrees to Eiko's proposal to swap a couple of gems as keepsakes, reminders that they're the last of the Summoner tribe. Her grief is exacerbated even further when Kuja uses Bahamut to attack Alexandria, slaughtering countless people and inflicting mass destruction on the kingdom. Garnet feels compelled to act like Steiner, Beatrix, and the others would, but on her own she feels totally helpless. She and Eiko are able to push Kuja back and save the kingdom, however, when the Eidolon Alexander calls to them through the 4 pieces of its summon gem that they possess. And it's a captivating sequence that sees Kuja finally be dealt a significant blow. But even this seems to have been part of Kuja's plan, as he attempts to use his eye in the sky to take control of Alexander, just as he had with Bahamut. It's only through the intervention of a mysterious old man named Garland, who sent Kuja to Gaia in the first place as part of another grand plan, that Alexander is spared from becoming another puppet. Whatever Garland's plan was, Kuja has run afoul of it, and the old man promises to deal with him and Zidane in due time. Between her grief at losing her mother, the stress and anxiety of having to ascend the throne before she's ready, and the shock of nearly losing her home, Garnet starts to regress. There's a stretch of time where she's non-verbal, and her commands in battle have a chance to fail. From a gameplay standpoint, it's a bit frustrating, but it effectively communicates just how traumatized she is, and the fact that you have to use all 8 party members during this part of the game means you can't just ignore it, only compensate for it. Thankfully, you only have to use her for a single dungeon while she's in this state, though you can bring her along for a second, but this becomes the tipping point for her. Garnet realized that she was so concerned with how to look and act like a monarch that she wasn't considering what it actually meant, and that joining up with the party after Kuja's attack was just a way to evade her responsibilities. She still doesn't know what it means to be queen, but she knows that she isn't ready to accept the responsibilities of the throne. Right now, she wants to stay with her friends, to fight Kuja and ensure the safety of her people, titles be damned. And so, with the same knife that inspired her alias, Princess Garnet finally decides who she really is, in one of Final Fantasy IX's most moving scenes. That knife instigated both the start and the culmination of her character arc. It began by adopting the Dagger alias, a superficial persona which became unnecessary before too long. Yet Zidane and the others still called her that, and she didn't object. They never really knew her as a princess. They grew close outside of Alexandria's walls, and after all that she saw and did across the world, she really wasn't the same person anymore. By cutting her hair, with that same knife no less, she has fully accepted all of this. The physical change reflects her evolution beyond the personas she had either adopted or had thrust upon her throughout the story. Garnet the Princess, Dagger the Commoner, and Sarah of the Summoner Tribe are all parts of her, but none of them fully encapsulate who she is. This is Garnet fully taking control of her life and deciding who she wants to be on her own terms. It's a beautiful scene in every sense of the word, but implementing both it and a second, short-haired model for Dagger weren't always in the cards. Kazuhiko Aoki was dead set on it, feeling that having Garnet cut her hair was pivotal to both the pacing of the overall story and to her character. However, it meant that he had to scramble to convince the team to create a second gameplay model for her to be used in the late game. It was definitely worth the trouble, as a visual reflection of a character's growth is one which tends to stick with people. It even brought her design a bit closer in line with Nausicaa, who Shuko Murase used as inspiration for the character, knowing that Sakaguchi adored her. And like how Sakaguchi adores Nausicaa, I adore Garnet. The basic framework of her character and the journey she goes on aren't entirely new to the series, but it is the most developed and impactful of the archetypes so far. It's the details that make her unique, her anxieties and self-doubt about her duties brushing up against her convictions. She ultimately ends up following the former by way of the latter, and as expected, this is embodied by her splash screen quote.
"Someday, I will be queen, but I will always be myself."
This philosophy is then given validation by those around her. Beatrix even acknowledges that she needs to take care of herself before she can take care of the kingdom. But the truth is that none of her growth would have happened if not for the kindness and support of one person in particular. The one member of the party who, other than Quina, seems totally confident in himself and unbothered by the trials and tribulations he faces, showing more concern for others than for himself. The PlayStation era saw the series take a bit of a hard turn when it came to its main protagonists. Cloud and Squall didn't have much in common with their more plucky, adventurous predecessors when we met them. They were introduced as loners who had trouble being open and honest with themselves and the people around them. They did eventually open up and start to confront their own personal issues and trauma, of course, but they're usually most remembered based on their initial impressions. From the start, Zidane Tribal was conceived to practically be the antithesis of his two predecessors. In Sakaguchi's words,
"As for Zidane, he didn't even have a name yet then, but early on, I wanted to make him more of a girl chaser, the type of guy who's always touching girls' butts. I wanted to try and take a lighter-hearted, unserious character like that and burden them with a very heavy, serious theme."
While a lot of his womanizing would be stripped out from the final game at the insistence of Hiroyuki Ito and other members of the development staff, the core idea of Zidane being a cheerful, debonair character was kept intact. Like Quina, he's confident in who he is and the decisions he makes, but unlike our resident blue mage, he isn't a single-minded joke character. He wants for very little in life, but he's driven by a compulsion to help those in need without any expectation of payment or reward. He was always going to help kidnap Garnet because it's what his adopted family and Tantalus were planning to do for Regent Cid, but when she expresses an earnest desire to be taken away from Alexandria, it goes from being a job to a personal and moral obligation to keep her safe. And despite some of his more flirtatious moments still being left in, he does genuinely mean it. But seriously, copping a feel on a girl while she's climbing a ladder is a serious party foul, dude. It doesn't matter how form-fitting her tights are, that's just not cool. These moments aside, there is a budding romance that develops between the two of them gradually over the course of the story. Zidane's encouragement for Garnet to forge her own path in life makes him alluring to her, despite how inappropriate he can be at times. And while Zidane is initially interested in Garnet for superficial reasons, he ultimately finds himself drawn to her because of her patience, compassion, and burgeoning desire to find herself. Their color schemes even complement each other, with orange and blue outfits and dark and light hair. Zidane's initial design may not have originated from Shuko Murase, but like pretty much every other party member aside from Vivi, he took the basic concept that Sakaguchi, Minaba, and other designers had thought up and added his own touch to it. His hair, while down, has pointed tips similar to Cloud, as mandated by Sakaguchi, but the blue outfit was inspired by the packaging of a French brand of cigarettes, Gitane. This was almost certainly where the character got his name as well, as his Japanese name, Gitane, while romanized differently from the cigarettes, is pronounced the same way. As for why his name was localized as Zidane and not Gitane, the katakana character Ji at the start of his name can have either a J or Z sound, depending on whether it's being done with the Hepburn or Kunrei systems of romanization. Pronunciation aside, Zidane is a welcome breath of fresh air. Not that I disliked Cloud or Squall by any means, I saw a lot of myself in them that made them both very relatable to me personally, but they did overlap a bit in terms of personality and characterization. Having a third headlining character in a row be cut from that same cloth would have been just a bit too repetitive, especially considering that Final Fantasy IX was meant to be a break away from the past two games' aesthetics and sensibilities. He is the anti-Cloud, the anti-Squall. This is best exemplified by not just his friendly demeanor, but his sincerity. He's a bit of a flirt and will joke around a bit with people, but he never belittles them or their problems and stays committed to his promises. He refuses to let Freya go to Burmecia alone when her home is under attack, and even tries to bolster her spirit and resolve when she finally reunites with an amnesiac Fratly, though still respects her enough not to push the issue when she asks him to drop it. He didn't even have to be reminded of her name or what she was doing away from home when they reunite after only briefly crossing paths once some time ago, showing that he actively tries to commit things that are important to others to memory. This dedication to helping people, even if he barely knows them, is what drives him throughout the story and makes him endearing. There's no pretentiousness or ulterior motive, he's just a genuinely good guy. A bit of a pervert, but that aspect of him is completely dropped by the end of Disc 2. The only character he ever really butts heads with is Steiner, and that's entirely because he refuses to take Zidane's word on anything until he's put in a position where he's forced to trust him. Aside from that, Zidane doesn't even hold any ill will towards Steiner. He just wishes that old Rusty would get it through his thick skull that he really does want to protect Garnet. He stays true to his core philosophy.
You don't need a reason to help people.
And again, this kindness is sincere, as shown through his interactions with Vivi. The boy is going through an existential crisis throughout their whole adventure, and while everyone in the party tries to comfort him, Zidane takes it a bit further. He takes on the role of an older brother figure, doing his best to listen to him and offer whatever advice he can in addition to comfort. Like the others, he doesn't look at Vivi any differently after learning where he came from, and he makes sure he knows that his origins don't define him. As outlandish as it may seem to some, I really do enjoy their scene in Madain Suri together.
This is an age-old ritual between male friends.
It is, Zidane, it really is. However, this is all just what Zidane projects to others. It's genuine, but it also hides an insecurity he's held for his entire life. Unlike the rest of the party, Zidane doesn't know where he comes from. He never knew his parents, nor met anyone else with a prehensile monkey tail like himself. Okay, I keep calling it a monkey's tail, and it wasn't uncommon among the development staff to refer to it as such either, but there were also members of staff who thought it was meant to be a cat's tail, probably based on its length being a bit long for a monkey and how it would naturally tie into Zidane being a thief. You know, like a cat burglar. Well, in Volume 151 of Dengeki PlayStation, released on August 11th, 2000, just over a month after Final Fantasy IX hit Japanese shelves, Hideo Minaba would set the record straight. Zidane's tail was originally black and based on that of a leopard, but the color was changed to yellow for the sake of visibility. So yeah, he's meant to be a cat, but between the lack of other distinct feline physical features and how he uses his tail to hang from a high place early on, it's a reasonable misunderstanding. Regardless of the semantics, the result is the same. There's nobody else out there who looks like Zidane. He had been raised by Baku as part of Tantalus, learning the ways of acting and thievery, but despite having a place to call home and a family to return to, he's always felt like an outsider. There's this effervescent loneliness to him that he tries not to let on to other people, but upon seeing Vivi meet others of his own kind at the Black Mage Village, Zidane opens up to Garnet about this to show that he has a decent grasp on what Vivi's been going through, but he does so indirectly, framing it as a story to put distance between his own struggles and his friends. At some point, Zidane did go on a journey to try and find answers, with the only clue he had being a blue light from recurring dreams, but he came up with nothing. When he came back home to Tantalus, Baku beat him senseless before smiling about his adopted son being back home. It's never mentioned whether this was a one-time occurrence for Baku, but this part of Zidane's backstory does cast his reticence to open up to others about his own problems in a bit of a harsher light. Does he associate personal vulnerability with pain or retaliation? Maybe. Maybe not. Did it bolster his belief in not needing a reason to help others? Perhaps. The game doesn't dwell on this part of his story, so what, if anything, the player is meant to take away from it is ultimately up to the individual. But I think we can all agree that this was abuse, and that Baku isn't a totally good person, even if he does genuinely have Zidane and the others' best interests at heart. Baku aside, this backstory does elucidate why Zidane is so willing to help others. He simply doesn't want anyone else to feel lonely or left behind like he does, and earnestly wants to make people happy if he can. It's a conviction that he holds dear, and never wavers when it's challenged, not by Steiner, and especially not by Amarant, whose whole arc revolves around trying to prove his own philosophy is more useful and practical. Zidane doesn't even entertain Amarant's individualist mindset as an option, and it's gratifying to see it finally get through to him that teamwork and empathy are strengths, and that the lives of other people are worth caring about. After that, it's just the two of them fighting their way out of Ibsen's castle together. Such a small part of the story that so many write off, but no, it bolsters Zidane's beliefs and is the culmination of Amarant's development. So yeah, I like Zidane. He's a fun character whose antics aren't too overbearing, and he knows when to take things seriously. He really is the core of the party, the glue holding them all together, even if he doesn't necessarily see himself as the leader type. Plus, his double-bladed thief swords are just really cool and unique to him. There isn't really a whole lot of depth to him for most of the story, but there is definitely some intrigue to him, and that really starts to shine through during Disc 3. After learning that Kuja recruited most of the black mages from the village, the party and Regent Cid head to the outer continent to find Kuja's base of operations. They're all captured, and Kuja sends Zidane and 3 party members of his choosing to Ayaver to retrieve the Gullig Stone for him. It's a strange place, surrounded by a barrier that nullifies the use of magic, but that's just the start. The interior design of the structure is so far removed from anywhere else, with dark chambers, 3D holograms, and a room full of animated stone faces, that it feels otherworldly. But the strangest part is that the logs inside, describing the fall of a civilization called Terra, are written in a language that's unrecognizable to everyone except Zidane. But with everything else going on at the moment, with Kuja running amok and his friends currently in his clutches, Zidane doesn't have time to dwell on this right now. As frustrating as that may seem in the moment, I think it's a testament to Zidane's character that, when the chips are down, he's more concerned with making sure other people are safe than he is with pursuing answers to his own existential questions. He still wants to know what the whole deal with this Terra thing is, and why only he can understand this strange writing, but for him, helping and keeping his promises to others come first. And the one promise he holds himself to above any other is his vow to protect Garnet. Partially because he's got a crush on her that started to grow beyond simple flirtations, infatuation, and groping. When she's set to become queen, he even falls into a bit of a depression when he can't see her much anymore. That's how much he's grown to admire her. And I think the turning point for this began all the way back in Lindblom during Disc 1, when he finds her alone, singing to herself with that lovely voice. I don't think anyone would blame him. Who wouldn't fall in love with someone who casually sings the works of Nobuo Uematsu? Wow, these music segues are just getting worse all the time, aren't they? I'll admit, continuously singing praise for Uematsu's work on this series has gotten repetitive, as has taking the time to just list out a selection of tracks I personally love, followed by playing a sample of it. That's not to say Uematsu has lost his touch with Final Fantasy IX, it's another fantastic score, just as you'd expect. Knowing that the game was going to be rooted more in the series' past, he opted to take a bit of time to travel across Europe and soak in some of the history and culture which inspired those earlier games, with the castles of Germany being particular standouts to him. He knew he wanted to incorporate the stylings of early music from the European Middle Ages into his work this time, and in that, he succeeded. But I want to focus on 2 particular aspects of the score, with the first being how it pays homage to the series' past. Easily the most apparent case of this is with the game's battle theme, which is an original composition like most of the rest of the soundtrack, but unlike those made for 7 and 8, this one brings back the classic bass line that was used in the first 6 games. There are also a handful of tracks which either directly recall or are straight rearrangements of pieces from past games. Notably, Vivi's theme has a syncopated rhythm similar to the theme used for Mysidia from FF4, which is fitting given that was a town of mages. It even reuses part of the melody. Zidane's theme is reminiscent of The Way to the Top from Final Fantasy III. The most obvious bit of musical recycling definitely has to be Mount Gullug's theme, which is lifted directly from its namesake from the first game. They're translated differently in the English versions due to different approaches in localization, but even with just some cursory knowledge of Japanese phonetics, it's pretty obvious that Gurgu Volcano and Mount Gullug have the same origin. These aren't all of the musical callbacks in the game, but they're enough to illustrate that even the score was composed to aid in the goal of Final Fantasy IX being one last hurrah for the series' classic aesthetics and motifs. However, this isn't to say that no musical ideas from 7 or 8 would make their way into the game. In fact, one of the most pervasive elements of Final Fantasy IX's score comes from an ambition that began late during 7's development, but wouldn't be realized until 8. Eyes on Me was the series' first true vocal track, and Hiroyuki Ito wanted Uematsu to produce another for 9 that had the potential to outlive them. Writing another vocal theme wasn't an issue in and of itself. Despite his instrumentals being his most prolific works, Uematsu had been writing music with lyrics since primary school, but for this specific request, he thought more carefully, centering the core conceit on himself by asking, "What type of song would I need to make for my wife to remember me by?" Like with Eyes on Me before it, various renowned international artists were considered for the vocals, but Uematsu would quickly reconsider this, as he stated in an interview around the time of the game's release.
For the vocal parts of Melodies of Life, initially we were considering names like Elton John and Enya. But I thought for Final Fantasy IX it would be better to be in Japanese. Although Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII is not bad, for a Japanese player playing the Japanese version, I'd like them to be able to hear and understand the lyrics straight away. So I had CDs of various Japanese singers sent to me in Hawaii.
Among the Japanese artists who piqued his interest was enka singer Sayori Ishikawa, who Uematsu felt could probably fit the bill, based on his recollection of an album of children's songs she had previously recorded. As he recalled, the enka influences weren't as prominent there, and her voice was akin to, quote, a mother singing to her child. But in the end, Uematsu would instead be drawn to the voice of Emiko Shiratori, after hearing her sing Epona's theme on an official rearrangement album for The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, that was released in late December 1999. To Uematsu, Shiratori's vocals gave off an air of detached jubilation, that, quote, worldly concerns were beneath her. and given the subject matter of the song, titled Melodies of Life, he felt it would be more fitting to have them be sung by someone who felt like they weren't shackled to such things as mortality and identity than by a motherly figure like Ishikawa. As was the case with Fei Wong, Shiratori was already a renowned and successful musical talent in Japan, having been performing since early childhood in the late 1950s and becoming one half of the romantic pop duo Toi et Moi alongside Sumio Akutagawa upon signing with Toshiba EMI in 1969. They had released 8 studio albums and over a dozen hit singles before splitting up in 1973, but Shiratori had continued with her own solo career ever since. While she had her highs and lows in the intervening 26 years, by the mid-90s her career was back in good standing thanks to a temporary reunion with Akutagawa from 1995 to 1999 that was at least partially brought on by the success of a couple of remix albums she released in 95, one of which was a Beatles tribute album, which, I won't mince words about it, it has probably the most beautiful cover of Hey Jude I've ever heard. While Melodies of Life was conceived to be accessible to the game's Japanese audience, they wouldn't be leaving English-speaking players hanging out to dry. Alexandros Smith, who had previously been a part of the localization team for Final Fantasy VIII and continued this work for IX, would end up translating the lyrics from Japanese into English, as well as help Shiratori with her pronunciation in the studio. The English version would be used in place of the Japanese during the credits of the localized release, of course, as well as in Japanese TV commercials for the game, and it would be part of King Records' single release of the Japanese version on August 2nd. However, while its place in the game is similar to that of Eyes on Me in Final Fantasy VIII, the exact nature of its implementation is distinct from its spiritual predecessor. The melody popped up through VIII's soundtrack, but did so sparingly, with the full vocal track only being played twice, once during a tender moment between Squall and Rinoa toward the end of Disc 3, and again during the game's ending FMV. But it was more than just background music. Eyes on Me was also a part of the world and story of Final Fantasy VIII. This is also the case for Melodies of Life, but with the dials adjusted, so to speak. The full vocal track only plays during the end credits, but its melody is ever present throughout the game. It's in several of the FMVs, it's part of Garnet's theme, it can be heard in the lead-up to summoning Alexander, and, perhaps most prominently, it's the melody used on the world map. It's inescapable, but that's not a bad thing. It doesn't dominate the soundtrack. In fact, its presence is in a small minority of tracks, but it's used frequently enough to be recognizable, and the song itself actually does have a place in the game's world too. Early on, Zidane finds Garnet singing it to herself in Lindblum, but she doesn't know where she picked it up from. She's always just sung it to herself whenever she's feeling down. Later, in Medain Suri, he finds her singing it again and begins to think of it as their song. While the two of them are talking in the boat, they hear Eiko singing it, and she tells them that the song comes from the Summoner tribe, turning it from a form of comfort or self-care for Garnet to a concrete link to her original culture, as well as another aspect of that part of her identity. But it also represents the continued legacy of the Summoners. While there are only 2 of them left, neither of whom remember much about those who preceded them, their culture still lives on in some form through this melody. Thus, it's a melody of life. Thematically, I think it's wonderful to have the song peppered throughout the entire story like this, and I found the melody to be easier to pick up on than that of Eyes on Me. But that being said, I don't have very strong opinions on the actual song. It works when it comes on during the credits for obvious reasons, but in isolation, I can take it or leave it. Which is kind of a shame, because I do like hearing it diegetically when Garnet or Eiko start singing it, and I adore Over the Hill as an overworld theme. It may be Nobuo Uematsu's favorite song in the entire game, but it sadly is not mine. In fact, neither it nor any of its variations are the first track that come to mind when I think of Final Fantasy IX's soundtrack, though Over the Hill is pretty close. You probably already know the one. At this point, it isn't that strange for a Final Fantasy to open with something other than the iconic prelude. 5, 6, and 8 all forewent it in favor of their own themes or overtures. And like those themes and Melodies of Life, A Place to Call Home is a recurring motif that can be heard throughout the story, such as at Ayaver and Ibsen's Castle. The stripped-down and bittersweet sound imbues the composition with a sense of longing appropriate for its title, but more significantly, it reflects Zidane's desire to understand who he is and where he comes from. From that perspective, A Place to Call Home acts as an inverted counterpart to Melodies of Life, whereas the latter acts as a testament to the endurance of a culture as well as a celebration of life, much like Final Fantasy IX as a whole. The former represents someone who has no idea what his cultural background even is. This is only intensified when he goes to Ayaver, where he's able to read the strange writing about the enigmatic world of Terra that Kuja came from, and get an abridged account of its destruction, all set to this melody. The association with Terra, a supposedly dead world, thus further cements it as a thematic opposite to Melodies of Life, a melody of death, if you will. And you begin to hear it more often as you come closer and closer to unlocking the secrets of Terra, learning what exactly Kuja's been trying to do this whole time, who Garland is and how he fits into all of this, and maybe, just maybe, Zidane will find the answers he's been searching for his entire life. Following Kuja's assault on Alexandria, the story begins to take a bit of a turn. In the party's pursuit of their foe, they learn that he isn't from Gaia, but the decaying world of Terra, which Zidane also seems to have some connection to, as he's able to read the strange writings about it in Ayaver. Through the logs and stone faces there, they learned that Terra was once a thriving world, and as it began to decline, their society was desperate to keep it alive, but their attempts all ended in failure. Kuja may have been sent here on a mission for Terra, but Garland has realized that he has defected from this plan, and Kuja, now deprived of Garland's assistance, seeks to gain enough power to destroy his master before his plan comes to fruition. Failing this, as he puts it, means his soul will no longer be his own. Being the egomaniac that he is, Kuja blabbed about his place of origin and led on how to get there to Lady Hilda, whom he held captive following her departure from Lindblum in the Hildegard 1. Kidnapping her wasn't part of his plan, he just needed the airship, but it certainly proved useful to the party and a newly restored Cid, who quickly gets to work on the Hildegard 3. Hilda tells them that they can reach Terra through the Shimmering Island off the coast of the Lost Continent if they can break the seal, which they're able to do by procuring a set of mirrors from Ibsen's castle and placing them at their respective elemental shrines around the world. Each shrine is protected by a guardian, which on its face is a callback to the four fiends from the first Final Fantasy, but it's not hard to connect the dots and surmise that they may be the four Terrans who were sacrificed in an attempt to keep their world alive, as described in Ayaver. Everyone has to split up to tackle each of them simultaneously, but sadly you only fight the Earth Guardian, Lich, with Zidane and Quina. While the other three all appear in scenes with the other party members, they're unfortunately all defeated off-screen. Once the seal is broken, you can head straight for the Shimmering Island, the spirit path that leads all souls to Terra. The dialogue suggests that it's a point of no return, which is only slightly true. Once you're there, you won't be able to come back for a bit. You will eventually return to Gaia, but some minor locations and side quests will be locked off, but nothing major. Once you're ready, you can head over to the Shimmering Island and dive right in. Literally. For a supposedly dying world, Terra is certainly beautiful to look at. Everything is bathed in this cool blue light, the same one from Zidane's dreams, which, when combined with this new arrangement of a place to call home, makes it all feel tranquil. The organic design and structure of the environments feed into this by evoking aquatic imagery, like coral and seashells, with all of these pods, discs, pads, upheld by thin stalks in the background, contributing to the otherworldly atmosphere. An atmosphere which is bolstered from the moment Zidane sets foot here, and supported further as the party continues pushing forward. As soon as Zidane arrives, before you're even given control of him, Garland appears, seemingly relieved at his arrival. He doesn't tell Zidane who he is, and dismisses the boy's attachment to his own name, telling him that he's been bewitched by the light of the blue moon, and that he knows nothing, but will soon learn the truth about Terra and himself. Along the way, Zidane spots a young girl who has the same hair and tail as him, who beckons him forward with promises of answers to the questions he's asked himself for his entire life. As he gives chase, the landscape grows more artificial, more constructed. The girl welcomes him home, saying that he will offer himself here. Before Zidane can inquire further, a massive airship, the Invincible, rises from below, and it's revealed that the eye in the sky Kuja had been controlling was part of this ship. Garnet passes out in shock, and in trying to find a place for her to rest, Zidane finds that the place the girl brought them to, the village of Brandball, is populated entirely by people who look just like him. Same hair, same tail, only they're stoic, clinical. They look so young, but their speech and mannerisms are practically robotic. Many of them are either gathered around a still lake at the center of the village, or a large crystal inside a meeting hall. Their understanding of the world around them is entirely rooted in raw rationality and absolutism. Save for the girl who led the party here, none of them have any personality to speak of. They don't age, they don't emote, they don't even have souls. Literally. Like Vivi, these people, the genomes, are artificial beings created by Garland to fulfill a specific purpose, to act as vessels for the souls of the people of Terra, which have been asleep for eons while they wait for their world to be restored. And Zidane is the key to this. The full scope of the plan is exposited between both this genome, who we learn soon enough actually has a name, Mikoto, and Garland himself, who Zidane goes to confront, alone, at the place where Terra's souls sleep, Pandemonium. At the center of every planet is a crystal, from which all life on that planet originates in the form of souls. Souls are born from the crystal, return to it when they die, and then reborn again. If the flow of souls is disrupted, the crystal, and by extension the planet, will weaken and eventually die. It's basically like the life stream from Final Fantasy VII, only with a crystal rather than a current of ectocooler flowing beneath the planet's surface. 5,000 years ago, Terra's crystal was weakening, and Garland was created to merge it with that of another planet, thus assimilating it into Terra and allowing the latter to continue prospering. It's something they had always done, but only ever with new planets which had yet to develop life. However, such a planet couldn't be found in time, and so Garland was created to execute a riskier plan to assimilate a planet that did have life on it, while the Terrans put their souls into stasis. The planet chosen for this was Gaia, but Garland's attempt to merge their crystals failed catastrophically. Rather than absorbing Gaia into Terra, Terra was physically absorbed into Gaia. The blue light that shines over them, the one Zidane sees in his dreams, is no sun or moon. It's Gaia's crystal. But Garland was created to ensure Terra's survival, and so over the millennia he's been hard at work on a plan to transform Gaia into Terra. To do this, he first had to stop the flow of souls back to Gaia's crystal, so that they can be replaced with Terran souls. The Aoife tree does exactly that, with its roots wrapping around the crystal to prevent souls from returning to it, and replace those Gaian souls with Terran souls in the cycle. The byproduct of this process was mist, stagnant Gaian souls expelled from the roots of the Aoife tree. This would prove advantageous to Garland's plan, as the enhanced aggression that came from exposure to mist would lead to more people killing each other faster, their souls being released and then replaced with more Terran souls, and then being added to the mist clouds on the surface to further fuel the cycle. When all of the Gaian souls have been replaced with Terran souls, Gaia will become Terra. However, relying on this alone would have been far too slow a process, so Garland created a special genome to act as his angel of death, Kuja. His will was far too strong to be a simple vessel, but rather than destroy him, Garland sent him down to Gaia 24 years ago to incite violence, war, and general chaos across the world to accelerate the plan. But Garland is no fool. He was prepared for the possibility that Kuja would betray him in favor of his own self-aggrandizing ambitions. He not only gave Kuja a limited lifespan, but also got to work on creating a new Angel of Death to replace him when he was close to expiring, Zidane. Feeling threatened by the creation of a genome meant to be more powerful than himself, Kuja kidnapped Zidane and abandoned him on Gaia, throwing a wrench into Garland's plans but not completely derailing them. He even created Mikoto as another replacement for Zidane and Kuja. Since then, Kuja has continued to play the part Garland set for him. Because of him, countless people died at either his or Queen Braun's hands, using the mist to create the Black Mages to further accelerate the plan. And while Zidane and his friends defeated the Soul Cage and stopped the flow of mist, this didn't disrupt the replacement of souls. The moment is fast approaching that Gaia's blue crystal will turn red. Terra will live again. And while Kuja's time is running out, Garland no longer needs him, now that he has Zidane. I've seen some people get confused at this point in the story, and based on how this information is doled out, I can see how it can trip some people up. It's not like time compression, which suffered from being a high-concept, 5-dimensional plot that was explained poorly in the localization, but the sheer amount of expository dialogue and the order and pacing of it can be a bit much. Crystals being at the center of planets, for example, is never directly stated, and is only made apparent through a combination of context clues and decoding metaphor, but only through information that's given to you later in the final dungeon. In fact, the word crystal isn't even in the script until then. You do see a crystal in Bran Bal, but the whole Terra section of the game only refers to souls being born from and returning to the planet. Similarly, Garland refers to the crystal as Gaia's light, and that the Aoife tree's roots are wrapped around it, but you have to pay attention and think about everything he says to grasp that he isn't talking about a literal light. For what it's worth, I don't think misunderstandings about this particular part of Final Fantasy IX are widespread. I don't see confusion relating to Garland's plans, what happened to Terra, or what the genomes are super often, but it's common enough that I felt it was worth noting. Plus, I know there are a fair number of you watching that haven't played these games but enjoy the way I talk about them, so I want to keep you on the same page as the rest of us. Because I love you. And I'd love you even more if you subscribed. You're over 3 hours in at this point, so I assume you're enjoying it. So why not? It helps me out, and it tells YouTube you like what I do and want to see more of it. And if you want to see more of what inspired Final Fantasy IX, then the Dark Crystal is absolutely required viewing. Aside from the game's art design, Terra's plight and Garland's plans to restore it are the parts of the game that take the most inspiration from it. The core conflict surrounds not just the eponymous crystal, but the lives of the reptilian vultures who possess it, the Skeksis. 1,000 years before the events of the film, the world was bright and lush with life, but started turning into a barren wasteland when the crystal was damaged during the Great Convergence of the Three Suns. The Skeksis were one of 2 species which were created as a result, and they've guarded the Dark Crystal within their castle ever since, sustaining themselves by extracting and then consuming the life essences of other species, with the Gelflings being the only one that was actually effective. But because of a prophecy that foretold that a Gelfling would be the one that would restore the Dark Crystal and make it whole, the Skeksis would initiate a genocide against them to ensure that the crystal would remain incomplete so that they could continue to rule the world. The irony, of course, is that wiping out the Gelflings meant they couldn't get any more of their extremely potent life essence, and thus, in trying to protect their own existence, they've practically ensured their own demise. The Skeksis' quasi-parasitic relationship with the Gelflings isn't all that different from Terra's relationship with Gaia, attempting to assert their own existence, committing genocide to give themselves a shot at extending their lives, all of it blowing up in their faces. Even the merging of their worlds isn't that far removed from what happens to the Skeksis at the end of the movie, when they join together with the Mystics to become whole again. Garland and the Skeksis' respective plans even revolve around crystals which play a pivotal role in maintaining life in their respective worlds. The details differ, of course, but the Dark Crystal's inspiration on Final Fantasy IX's story is as clear as day. The plight of Terra, and Garland's plan to restore it, are the zenith of Final Fantasy IX's core themes. When faced with imminent death, the Terrans rob another world of the chance to flourish as they have. It's something that they viewed as necessary for life to persist. In order to live, one must kill. The way Garland sees it, life and death are one and the same. Friedrich Nietzsche touched on this in the first chapter of his 1886 book, Beyond Good and Evil, but in a way that acts more as a refutation of Terra and Garland's philosophy.
Psychologists should bethink themselves before putting down the instinct of self-preservation as the cardinal instinct of an organic being. A living thing seeks above all else to discharge its strength. Life itself is will to power. Self-preservation is only one of the indirect and most frequent results thereof. In short, here as everywhere else, let us beware of superfluous teleological principles, one of which is the instinct of self-preservation. We owe it to Spinoza's inconsistency. It is thus, in effect, that method ordains, which must be essentially economy of principles.
Yes, living beings do kill other living beings, but that isn't the purpose of life. Like the mist excreted from the roots of the Aoife tree, it's merely a byproduct of self-preservation. What Nietzsche instead posits is that life, or more specifically that the state of living, is brought about through self-determination, the will to power. Garland has a lot more in common with the party than he thinks. Like Zidane and Vivi, he's an artificial being created for a specific purpose. He feels bound to this duty like Steiner, sees it as being for the good of his people like Freya, has been saddled with the legacy of his predecessors like Garnet, he's functionally the last of his kind like Eiko, and is single-minded about it like Quina and Amarant. The major differences between him and them are that he has the power to pursue his goals and do what he feels needs to be done, and that he hasn't had anyone else challenge him on any of this. He's had 5,000 years of solitude, as the souls of his creators remain in stasis, and the genomes he created lack the capacity to question him. Kuja was the only exception, and he was cast out to accelerate the plans that were already in motion. With a static environment like this, Garland has never been confronted by anything that would lead him to actualize his own will beyond what he was created for. But does he lack the will to power? Or has he merely self-actualized in a way that falls in accordance with what he was made to do? He sees himself as the ruler of Terra, and wants to bring his people to a realm beyond life and death, suggesting that he isn't just a puppet, but even with that ambition and ego, he's still living in service to his old masters. There is nothing that makes Terra inherently more worthy of life than any other world, let alone Gaia. Their names even reflect this in a way, as they both mean Earth in Latin and Greek respectively, basically saying that they're equal. Terra's degradation is sad, of course, but it didn't come about as a result of their own folly. There was no life stream to abuse or magic statues to throw out of alignment to initiate catastrophe. It was just part of the natural cycle of life. Sunrise, sunset. They were able to subvert that cycle and cheat death for eons before it finally caught up to them with their failed assimilation of Gaia, ironically being absorbed into it instead and being left devoid of life. To assert Terra's continued existence, Garland now has to exterminate life on Gaia, feeding into his faux Nietzschean philosophy of self-preservation. The story of Terra is a tragic one, but it's a tragedy which they ultimately brought onto themselves. However, it's hard not to be at least a bit sympathetic. Death is the only experience that's truly universal. Someday we're all going to shuffle off from this mortal coil. It's inevitable, but we try not to think about it because the very idea of ceasing to be Not knowing whether our consciousness will persist in some form, and what non-existence feels like are all terrifying. Johnny touched on this in his own FF9 video recently, and I've had similar experiences thinking about the idea of my own mortality and the finality of death. It's paralyzing, and can easily lead you into despair if you dwell on it too much. I can't blame the Terrans for wanting to avoid that, and because we only hear about them in the past tense, it's easier to sympathize with them than it is to feel for Garland. Though of course that may change after you learn that this wasn't the first time they tried to cheat death. That doesn't mean Garland isn't sympathetic at all, though. Like I said, he shares several traits and flaws with the party, but it's his stalwart commitment to those things which the others have either grown past or made peace with, which makes him an intriguing and threatening villain. Not the most complex villain, nor the most enrapturing in my eyes, but he works surprisingly well as a thematic foil for all of them, just as Kefka did in Final Fantasy VI. But unlike Kefka, he lives to serve, his ambitions are entirely in service to something which he had no say in, and he doesn't question it. Yet rather than resign himself to this fate, he embraces it. It becomes him, and he expects Zidane to fall in line with his fate as well. Try as he might to get through to his Angel of Death, however, Zidane doesn't give in to his creator's rhetoric. But that doesn't mean our usually upbeat hero isn't fazed by any of these revelations. In fact, he has a bit of trouble processing it, and he doesn't exactly take it very well. Throughout the story, Zidane has carried himself with a devil-may-care attitude buoyed by a simple creed: you don't need a reason to help people. To some, he was a bit of a nuisance, always getting sidetracked by others' problems even when they didn't ask for his help. Others are endeared by it, understanding that his desire to help and uplift others is genuine. No matter how those around him initially perceive him, though, he always leaves an indelible impact on them. Yet they only ever see this outgoing, chipper side of him, as he refuses to let on just how lonely he feels being the only one of his kind. Like Garland, he lives to serve, but it's in spite of his initially uncertain origin. He's more concerned with helping others than he is with learning about himself, but that yearning for answers is still there all the same. When he gets to Terra and starts interacting with the other genomes, however, he's initially disappointed. None of them are mentally present, so even among his own kind, Zidane still feels like an outsider. But learning that he was created to be a catalyst for Gaia's destruction is a lot to take in, and the genome's stoic and unwavering fealty to Garland and his plan frustrates him. He can't reason with them or appeal to any sense of humanity like he could with Steiner or Amarant. They live to become vessels for Terran souls, and that's that. Garland's will is absolute. But rather than regroup with the rest of the party to take on Garland together, Zidane chooses to confront him alone. As far as he's concerned, if he was made to be a harbinger of the end times for Gaia, then Garland and Terra are his business to attend to. Despite going out of his way to help other people with their problems, he's never opened up to anyone else about his own insecurities. He did tell Garnet, but only indirectly, framing it as a story to create some degree of detachment. However, it's obvious to everyone when they cross paths with him on his way to the portal to Pandemonium that something's off. He's a bit dour and curt in his interactions with them, completely unlike the person they've been traveling with who's had such an impact on each of their lives and ways of thinking. Even Amarant, the member of the team who's often the most dismissive of him, even after coming around to his way of thinking, is worried about Zidane. Zidane listens to all that Garland has to say. The plan to restore Terra, the purpose of the Aoife tree, his connection to Kuja and why they were created, all of it. But his mind was already set long before stepping into his castle. Zidane didn't come to hear Garland out. He came to stop him and preserve his home. His real home. Not once does Zidane try denying the truth of his origins. He accepts that, like Vivi, he was created to bring death. He refuses to allow the only home he's ever known to be destroyed, even if he would be allowed to continue living his life on Terra. He may be from here, but he has no connection to this place. He can't betray the people he's met, helped, laughed, and cried with. except he can't shake the sinking feeling that the nature of his own existence is an inherent betrayal of them all anyway. He was created to destroy Gaia, and even if he refuses to do it, he still feels at least partially responsible for its imminent conversion into Terra. It bolsters his decision not to burden his friends with his existential plight. In his mind, he's already betrayed them by being even an unwilling participant in the destruction of their world, so he resolves to do the only thing he can to atone for it. He doesn't know how he'll do it, but he's going to destroy Terra, thus ensuring Gaia's continued existence. As noble as it seems on the face of it, it's also a selfish choice. It'll help countless people and preserve his adopted home, which fits his MO, but it's a decision that he makes out of anger and resentment more than kindness or compassion. These emotions have been brewing in him ever since he set foot on Terra, and now they're boiling over. But just as Zidane is about to attack Garland, the old man effortlessly renders him unconscious. Zidane's power would have been a vital asset to his plans, but his refusal to cooperate has left him with no choice but to remove his soul and turn him into another vessel. Just like any other genome, his individuality and personhood will be stripped away, and the only people he'll be helping now will be the people of Terra. What follows is both Zidane's lowest point and the apotheosis of his story. In the recesses of his mind, Zidane's identity and sense of self are fragmenting. He doesn't know who he is and can't think until he hears someone call his name. Slowly, he remembers his friends, who he hears chastise him as well as thank him for being a faithful companion. He relents to the chiding, but can't bring himself to agree with the praise. Vivi and Quina tell him they learned a lot from him, but he thinks he doesn't know anything. As he begins to succumb to Garland's will, telling himself that he's just an empty vessel, he wakes up in what looks like a small throne, with Vivi and Eiko pleading at his sides, telling him they came to save him, but he brushes them off, telling them that what's going on isn't their business. Zidane's refusal to rely on others has begun to consume him, and it's heart-wrenching to watch. He lashes out at Vivi and Eiko, belittling them for being too young to understand what he's feeling and why. It's so unlike him that it makes you wonder just how much of him is actually in there. Is he really so adamant to handle this himself that he's willing to toss his friends aside completely? But it's not just Vivi and Eiko that came. As you slowly move Zidane through the halls of Pandemonium, you see that everyone came for him. Everyone is concerned, and none of them are willing to let him face his demons alone. He's stood at each of their sides through thick and thin, gone out of his way to help them stand back up whenever they've been knocked down. He's helped them and brightened up their lives without ever asking for anything in return. He's their friend. After all that he's learned about his past and the reason for his creation, Zidane feels unworthy of their friendship, no matter how much he wants to hold on to them. Garnet is the one who finally gets through to him. Friendship is a two-way street. Just as he protected them, they've always protected him too. They believe in him. His origins don't matter to them. They want to protect him. And Zidane wants to protect them too. This whole sequence takes you on a roller coaster of emotions. Seeing Zidane, who's always there for his friends, not only cast them aside, but even scold some of them for just trying to help him is hard to watch. But none of them give up on him for even a second. They all care about him. Even Amarant, the most aloof of the bunch, was concerned about his change in attitude in Bran Ball. He's teetering on the edge of the abyss and is prepared to dive in, but his friends won't let him fall. They're prepared to help him back up, just like he's helped them. Garnet being the one to finally get through to him is what you'd expect, and while what she says hits just right and is exactly what he needs to hear, it wasn't the part that hit me the hardest. That honor goes to Steiner, who not only tells Zidane during his trudge through the halls that he's still thinking about whether he's the right man for Garnet, but after she finally starts getting through to him, old Rusty tells him point blank,
"Chivalry requires a knight to look after his comrades in arms. I will not abandon you, and I shall fall to kingdom come if I must. You remember that."
Seeing Steiner come around on Zidane so completely, not only genuinely thinking he may be a fitting suitor for Garnet, but calling him a comrade and being willing to lay his own life on the line for him. I normally wouldn't say this, but to me, it is absolute perfection. I liked Steiner when I started this game. As a heel to Zidane, he added an interesting wrinkle to the party dynamic during Disc 1. His initial character arc, learning to think for himself and not just as an extension of Queen Braun's will, was compelling. But this goes above and beyond. He has no obligations to Zidane like he's had to Garnet. He's not doing this because Garnet has romantic feelings for him or because he's being ordered to. Steiner is doing this because he cares about Zidane, just like the others do. A far cry from berating him for being a thief. And it is well deserved. It's the perfect capstone to this whole sequence. The story behind its creation is an intriguing one. While Hironobu Sakaguchi wrote the first draft of the story, the actual dialogue and plot beats were written by several event planners on a per-area basis. This particular scene was written by Nobuaki Komoto, who had previously been an event planner for Xenogears and one of the game designers for Chocobo's Dungeon 2, alongside Hiroshi Takahashi. Going into it, Komoto didn't really know how he felt about Zidane. He not only figured out the character as he wrote the scene, but surprised himself in how he peeled back the layers to show sides of him that he hadn't thought were there. As for the music used here, appropriately titled Not Alone, Uematsu didn't compose it for this part specifically, but he was so proud of it that he didn't want it to be left on the cutting room floor. Komoto and Kazuhiko Aoki knew that it had to be used here. However, while writing it, Komoto was anxious that he couldn't write and plan a scene strong enough to match the impact of Uematsu's score. To him, the music made the scene what it was. In my opinion, he unquestionably succeeded. Zidane's full origin story may bear a resemblance to that of Son Goku from Dragon Ball, what with the prehensile tales, being aliens meant to conquer the worlds they end up calling home, and having their lives upended when their respective brothers arrive, among other things, but these similarities are mostly skin deep. This whole sequence, though, brings Zidane a bit more in line with Goku's initial inspiration, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, from the seminal Chinese epic, Journey to the West. To keep it brief, Sun Wukong was a trickster figure who had deceived gods and emperors to acquire numerous fanciful gifts and sacred artifacts. For this, he was sent to the underworld to have his soul collected, like any other mortal, as penance upon his death, which was pushed up so that they could dole out this punishment. Not only did he escape this fate, but he tore his name and the names of all of the monkeys he knew from the Book of Life and Death before taking his leave. Pandemonium, where this part of Final Fantasy IX takes place, is a callback to the Palace of Hell from Final Fantasy II, complete with a slowed-down rearrangement of its theme from that game. But Pandemonium in that game got its name and significance from John Milton's epic poem Paradise Lost, where it's the name of the capital of Hell. Here, Zidane is set to lose his soul for defying Garland's will, just as Sun Wukong was to be punished for swindling the dragon gods, but Zidane continues to resist and fight back. And when Kuja destroys Terra shortly after, more on that in a bit, Zidane goes out of his way to have the genomes rounded up onto the Invincible to bring them back to Gaia with the party, much like how Sun Wukong saved his own kind by tearing their names out of the Book of Life and Death. Number 288 even welcomes them to live with the Black Mages in their village, as they have a lot in common with the genomes, and they may be able to find their own sense of personhood and meaning through each other. And as soon as they're brought here, the genomes start asking questions about their environment and the mage's behavior, leading the latter to not only teach the former some things, but also look inward and ask themselves why they do what they do and feel what they feel. To put it another way, they enrich each other's lives. Zidane's trickster ways are even reflected in the name of his theater troupe, Tantalus, the same name as a Greek king who was a thorn in the sides of the gods, either for stealing their ambrosia, revealing their secrets, or attempting to trick them into eating his son. Tantalus, the theater troupe, are a band of thieves, which makes the name appropriate, but it's also the name of an extinct cinder cone on the island of Honolulu. There are several nods to Hawaii that can be found throughout the game, so this isn't that unusual, but the double meaning is clever. However, Zidane isn't the only genome who's been kicking around on Gaia. It was Kuja who brought him there, and drove the conflict for most of the story. And like his brother, he refuses to be a pawn in Garland's game. I haven't talked about Kuja that much up to this point, and there's a good reason for that. While his schemes and actions have had a direct consequential impact on most of the party, his motives and goals are shrouded in mystery for most of the game. He's vain, sophisticated, holds his head high, looks down on others, acts as an advisor to Queen Braun, provides her with the black mages and pushes her to give in to her worst impulses, incites chaos and destruction, and he mostly acts calm and graceful while doing it. He's an effective hate sink, and he hits the right emotional buttons for Vivi, Eiko, and Garnet, but for the longest time, there isn't much to really dig into with him as a character. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Like I said, he does a terrific job at personally antagonizing the party on a personal level, which is good, and there's a degree of secrecy to keep you on the hook. His design is unique, to say the least. I know a lot of people who have had something awakened in them from looking at him, which isn't nothing. But for most of the game, there's not much to grab onto aside from vague promises of more that has yet to be revealed. For some, this may be enough, but I wouldn't be surprised if the suggestion of there being more behind the curtain felt a bit half-hearted to others. That curtain starts to pull back slowly, starting when Garland thwarts his attempt to take control of Alexander. It's the first hint we get that something bigger is going on, and that Kuja's power is now being threatened. Just as he had Garnet's eidolons extracted from her to aid Queen Braun's ambitions, he later kidnaps Eiko and attempts to have Zorn and Thorn extract her eidolons too, despite her being so young that the process could kill her. To him, it would just be collateral damage. All he cares about at this point is becoming powerful enough to stop Garland's plans, and when Mog uses the power of trance to reveal her true form and protect Eiko, Kuja realizes that unlocking the power of trance for himself is probably his best option to subvert Garland, lest he lose his soul. As composed as Kuja tends to be, Garland cutting him off from the Invincible has shaken him, and once you get to Terra, you understand why. When Garland's plan is complete, Kuja will no longer serve any purpose as he is now. Like Garland tried to do to Zidane when he disobeyed, Kuja will have his soul taken from him, and he'll become just another genome, just another empty vessel. Obviously, he doesn't want that, so when the party unseals the path to Terra, he follows them so he can get aboard the Invincible, where the souls of everyone he's killed on Gaia over the years have been stored, wanting to stick it to Garland and Terra for being trapped. That includes the soul of Queen Braun, whose lingering feelings of avarice and envy were more than enough for Kuja to enter a trance state powerful enough to defeat Garland and assert his dominance over not just Terra or Gaia, but all worlds. The one thing he didn't account for, though, was his own mortality. Despite effortlessly killing him moments earlier, Kuja hears Garland's voice in his head, telling him that his time is almost up. His ambitions of an eternal kingdom, a monument to his own glory, will not come to pass. Kuja is understandably distraught by this, and proclaims that if his existence can't continue, then nothing will. There's a lot to unpack here. First, let's get the obvious out of the way. Kuja was created to be Garland's Angel of Death, thus making him the natural antithesis to the game's core theme of life. It makes sense, it's a part he's played well, and he's relished it. But at this point, his role in the story ties back into this core theme in more ways than just being an enemy of it. And the key to understanding this is Vivi. They share a lot in common. They're both artificial beings, they're different from the rest of their kind, and they both have limited lifespans which force them to reconcile with their own mortality. It's no coincidence either, as Kuja was the one who made the Black Mages in the first place and is perfectly aware of their lifespans. He even used the promise of prolonging their lives as a bargaining chip to get them to work for him, despite knowing that it wasn't possible. But they were so shaken by the revelation that they went along with it despite knowing deep down that he was lying. In doing so, Kuja effectively made them into puppets, the very thing he's wanted to avoid himself. Garland points this out to Zidane in Pandemonium. Kuja is ashamed of his heritage. He hides his tail, presents himself differently from his kin, and lashes out against Garland because he holds himself above his creator and the other genomes, Zidane included. It's why he didn't kill his little brother when he had the chance. He wanted to prove that he was stronger by gathering enough power so that he couldn't be bested by his supposed superior. It was a matter of pride. Killing a defenseless child doesn't prove anything. But it's more than pride which drives Kuja. He doesn't want to be tied down to anything else. He wants to exist on his own terms, as an individual. He yearns to simply be. Contrast this with Vivi, who is unashamed of his origins and, when forced to consider his own impending death, resolves to continue living his life undaunted by the inevitable end. The two of them hold the very ideas of life, personhood, and existence itself in vastly different esteems. Vivi cherishes it implicitly, feeling that everyone should be able to live freely as they are because time is limited. Kuja, having seemingly never had to grapple with the idea of mortality, took his own life for granted. He's always had some higher purpose assigned to him, even if his reverence for Garland was fleeting. Combine this with him being separate from any sort of collective, and that higher purpose being to violate the sanctity of life for the sake of some bigger picture, and the natural result would be a vain narcissist. This is made abundantly clear when he refuses to let anything else continue to persist after he's gone. There is nothing more important in this universe than himself. Kuja is the Nietzschean nexus between Garland and Kefka, being the apex of a nihilistic ego and will to power. He's a mass-murdering psychopath who's used other people as pawns in his own game. But after the curtain is completely pulled back on his origins, it's hard not to feel at least a little bit sympathetic. Don't we all want to stand out? To make our existence known and not fade into the background? To define ourselves as more than just who our parents are, where we come from, or the place we work? To be an individual? To find some meaning in our lives? Kuja, like anybody else, didn't ask for the life he got. He has no attachment to the dead world he's supposedly meant to revere. It wasn't his choice to lose everything he is, even if he does everything he's supposed to. And he's self-aware enough to recognize how rigged the whole situation is. In a twisted way, it makes him a somewhat relatable character. The first draft of Final Fantasy IX's story may have been written by Hironobu Sakaguchi, but the second would be handled by two other people. According to Sakaguchi, the first half was mostly the same, but the rest saw significant changes. While he doesn't go into details about what was changed or who handled the second draft, I suspect that one of them was probably Hiroyuki Ito. According to Hideo Minaba in an interview with Famitsu for the game's 20th anniversary, Ito not only had significant influence during the latter stages of development, but he also had it in mind that there were no bad guys in the story. Minaba didn't elaborate, and as far as I've been able to find, Ito himself has not discussed this in interviews, but the sentiment isn't hard to trace back to that core theme of life. Why should we frame someone who ultimately just wants to prove that they exist independent of anything else as being wholly unsympathetic? Of course, this doesn't absolve Kuja of anything he did. He isn't naive. He's not an ignorant child that needs to be cuddled. He knew exactly what he was doing when he instigated Queen Braun's war on the world and wrought mass death and destruction personally. Just because you can understand where he's coming from and he can elicit some pity, doesn't make him any less of a villain. But it does make him a more layered and nuanced character than practically every other main villain in the series so far. The PlayStation era saw a dramatic shift in philosophy with the series' villains. No longer were they just megalomaniacs who wanted to destroy everything with the flimsiest of backstories and motives. Sephiroth was a victim of genetic experimentation who became corrupted by that knowledge and the implied influence of an alien parasite whose DNA was used to make him. Ultimecia was similarly a victim, but of abuse and harassment for being a sorceress, something that was out of her control. But almost all sympathy for Sephiroth went out the window after he gave in to Jenova and destroyed Nibelheim, and Ultimecia's background took too much of a backseat and got muddled in localization for it to really stick. With Kuja, the series finally has a villain who you can feel sorry for in the moment. He's like if Xand from Final Fantasy III was an actual character, rather than just a patsy for an abstract force of nature. Except that's probably the most infamous part of Final Fantasy IX's story, isn't it? At the end of Disc 3, the party successfully escapes the destruction Kuja unleashes on Terra, bringing the genomes with them aboard the Invincible. But they're not out of the woods yet. The Aoife tree has begun to expel mist once again, covering the whole of Gaia, as Terra begins to assimilate it. After dropping the genomes off in the Black Mage village, where they may yet learn to coexist and learn from each other like Vivi and Zidane before them, the party head towards the Aoife tree, above which is now a strange portal from which countless silver dragons, like the one Kuja used to ride, emerge to prevent the Invincible from entering. It's only thanks to the timely intervention of Regent Cid leading an armada of airships from the Hildegard III, along with Baku, Blank, and Marcus, and even Beatrix aboard the Red Rose, that they're able to cross the threshold into yet another world. When the party leaves the ship, they find themselves at the end of a decaying path leading to a gargantuan stone castle, rising toward a gloomy sky through which light barely penetrates. Garland's voice rings through Zidane's mind, telling him that this place, Memoria, has been brought forth from their memories, and that it's here where they'll learn the ultimate truth. Memoria is so much, and yet so little. The music is airy and ethereal, enemies are among the strongest in the game. There are no people here, but you can still play Tetramaster with invisible echoes. There are no Moogles either, with these strange spheres and inconspicuous corners now acting as save points. It's a lonely place, but never at any point does it feel dangerous outside of battle. There are the Chaos Guardians, though, who Kuja revived to prevent you from reaching him. You only fought Lich during Disc 3, but now you have to defeat all of them. Marilis, Tiamat, and Kraken even have a complete set of Genji gear between them for you to steal. But again, you never feel their presence outside of these fights. Memoria almost feels inappropriate for a final dungeon at first, because of how downbeat it is. But considering the story that Final Fantasy IX has been telling, and the themes that it's been exploring, it ends up wrapping back around to being exactly what this story needed. This becomes more and more apparent as you progress further. The party begin to bear witness to some of their own memories, starting with Kuja's attack on Alexandria. Quina is the only one who doesn't see anything though, because they were the only one who wasn't there to witness it. But the barriers between their individual memories slowly begin to break down. Zidane sees Garnet's memory of the storm from when she was a child. The Eye of the Invincible separates the decrepit structure beneath the clouds with the bright, clean areas basking in the light of morning. This section is even lightly foreshadowed as you approach the castle, as the camera pans up to briefly show that the debris falling from the sky is being used to build it higher and higher. As they continue moving even beyond the castle, Garland tells Zidane more about what happened to Terra, filling in minor gaps in his previous explanation. But he also elaborates on the nature of what they're seeing and why their individual memories are bleeding together. They're not just witnessing their own and each other's memories, but those of the planet Gaia itself. The further they travel, the further back in time they go. They see the moment of Terra's failed merger with Gaia, experience the latter when it was a world covered solely by water, and even the moment the planet was born, as a molten ball of flame. But Gaia's creation was not spontaneous. Just as it gave life to the people living on it, Gaia itself was also begotten by a parent, and that parent by its own parent, and so on. The source of all life is the crystal, which lies beyond time and space in the crystal realm. Everything here looks to be made of sparkling crystal, even the echoes of the Chaos Guardians you fight along the way as random encounters. The cherry on top is easily the music, which is an errant version of the series' iconic prelude, played here in a minor key. It was the track that greeted you when you booted up the first Final Fantasy, and now it sets the mood for the final stretch of a celebration of those earlier titles. At the end of the winding path, in the midst of this shimmering world beyond worlds, Kuja awaits, prepared to destroy the crystal, and everything, all the people, planets, the universe as a whole, with it. As he puts it, it would be unfair for existence to continue without him, which can be read as either being unfair to him or unfair to the universe. Personally, I go with the latter because of his vanity and ego, but he's so close to death that either works. He throws death guys at you, but after that, it's just you and him. At this point, Kuja's got nothing to lose. He'll die no matter the outcome. The last battle against Kuja, who's still in his trance form, is honestly a bit anticlimactic. Maybe it's because I got most of the best gear and abilities before fighting him, but he wasn't all that difficult. He throws Holy and Flare at single party members, which obviously hurts, but when I fought him, the only person he knocked out was Vivi, and that was only once. He also has his own special Flare Star ability that damages the whole party based on their level, multiplied by 40. Everyone was between 48 and 52 when I fought him though, and had max HP between 2700 and nearly 5000. So while he was able to hit Vivi and Garnet for most of their health, Zidane and Steiner were more or less okay. In concept, I think it's a neat way of lightly punishing people who grind too much, but because each level only adds another 40 damage, it almost has the opposite effect. Really, it's the mage characters who would hurt the most from it. However, it isn't exclusive to Trance Kuja. Ozma has its own version of Flare Star which, as you would expect of a super boss, is more potent, with a 50 times multiplier compared to only 40. It still isn't all that devastating, but because it's Ozma, there's more to deal with there. The actual battle against Trance Kuja may not be much to write home about, but the presentation is phenomenal in practically every way. His design is a strong one in my opinion, physically changing him in ways similar to how it changes Zidane, but the red is so much more vibrant. He doesn't even try to hide his tail in this form either, showing off how far he's come from just being a genome, and that his origins don't weigh him down anymore. Just as well, earlier I made the comparison between Trance as a concept with Super Saiyan, and with the red fur and tail, Trance Kuja looks similar to Super Saiyan 4 from Dragon Ball GT. Having the crystal floating behind him the whole time as a constant reminder of what's at stake is great story integration, and his battle theme is an amped up prog rendition of his usual theme. In the end, Kuja accepts defeat, knowing he doesn't have to be afraid of the end. But that doesn't mean he's going down alone. He unleashes one last Ultima spell on the party before finally falling. But after that is when things start to get contentious. When Zidane comes to, he finds himself and his comrades have been transported somewhere else. A disembodied voice calling itself the Darkness of Eternity tells him that this is the precipice of the final dimension, and that the destruction caused by Kuja's nihilism is emblematic of the nature of life on a cosmic scale. It viewed Kuja as the final evolutionary stage of life, so afraid of death and envious of those that would continue living, that it would rather forsake everything than accept its own end. This primal fear was inevitable, as was the destruction it wrought. To live is to destroy, everything is nothing, and now nothing will become everything. In defiance of this, Zidane accepts that he will die someday, but shows no fear. He chooses to live, and to be a beacon to others that the fear of death can be overcome. Thus, the final battle against Necron, the metaphysical embodiment of death itself, begins. I've noted several sore spots that players have with Final Fantasy IX. Different views on Beatrix, Freya not getting much to do after Clara, the battle speed, and Amarant are all points of contention. But Necron is probably the one most point to as being the most out-of-nowhere and pointless part of the game, with no build-up or connection to the plot. You could completely remove him and the story would be exactly the same, is the sentiment I often hear. There is a degree of truth to that. Originally, the final boss wasn't going to be Necron, but Hades, who in the end was relegated to being a superboss tucked off in a side path earlier in Memoria. Named for the Greek god of the dead and lord of the underworld, it would have made sense both conceptually and thematically. His design even played into the eyes motif tied to Terran architecture, with his throne being covered in them. The setting of the final battle bears them as well, being a further extension of this motif. Why he was replaced with Necron, we can only speculate. A hint toward the reason may lie in Necron's Japanese name, Ein no Yami, or Darkness of Eternity. It even calls itself that when it first speaks to Zidane in the English version. Its name was likely changed because of character limits in the battle UI, as its Japanese name is only 4 characters, whereas a direct translation is 20 when including spaces. The name Necron is made up, but its root is the Greek prefix for death, which isn't entirely wrong and does still work thematically. However, by giving it a name at all, its significance is marred. Its original name conveys the idea that what you're fighting isn't a physical being, but an idea, and that concept isn't even death specifically, but perpetual existence, divorced from any notion of life or death. Much of its dialogue before the battle has been dramatically altered as well, possibly for similar reasons. My earlier summary of what it says is rooted more in the Japanese script, based on Vagrant Chocobo's translation in the 13th and final episode of his Final Fantasy IX translation analysis series. It echoes what Garland said on Terra about how life survives by destroying other, weaker lives, but the Darkness of Eternity espouses this from a more detached, objective standpoint, as an observer. Through Kuja's actions, it has not only concluded that life is self-contradictory and therefore pointless, but that all living beings will eventually come to this same conclusion and embrace it. All it's doing is fulfilling that wish. This is far from the first time the series has had a nihilist, godlike entity or force of nature as its final boss. Practically all of those that have come before fall somewhere in that Venn diagram, but their impact has varied considerably. Conceptually, the Darkness of Eternity is something of a cross between the Cloud of Darkness and Kefka, being a dispassionate force of nature like the former and as nihilistic as the latter. It even follows on from Garland's faux Nietzschean tirade about life and death, just as Kefka was effectively riffing on the notion of mortals symbolically killing God. But the English script muddles this by quoting the Phantom Menace and paring down its dialogue to, "You will choose destruction over existence. When Kuja sought to destroy the crystal, the purpose of life ended." It's not that all of this is wholly inaccurate, but it leaves out the cold logic that underlies how it got from point A to point B. Of course, this doesn't directly contest the criticism of it not having any build-up, foreshadowing, or physical presence before this. But such criticisms miss the point, because life and death have been at the core of everything this story is. If it ended with defeating Kuja at the crystal and everything after the Darkness of Eternity stayed basically the same, thematically speaking, the story would feel hollow. Kuja may represent death like Zidane and the others represent life, but what would be the takeaway if Kuja was beaten and everyone just went home afterward? Kuja wants to live as much as everyone else, but he's so vain he refuses to allow anything to go on without him. As much as he represents death, it's not something he embraces, and he doesn't really consider the inherent value of life because the only life he cares about is his own. In other words, while Kuja works perfectly well as a physical obstacle at this point, his character isn't really suited to being the crux of Final Fantasy IX's thematic crescendo. Death is inextricably tied to life, but Kuja, like anyone else, fears it. It's something that's been touched on here and there throughout the story, mostly through the Black Mages. Their fear of dying led them to working for Kuja, believing that he could extend their lives, despite knowing deep down that it was futile. In their desperation, they desecrated their own lives and hurt others as well, even if they did so reluctantly. If the certainty of death eventually drives one to lash out against life, then what point is there to life when every living being is susceptible to falling into this trap? It's an extremely nihilistic question to pose, but it's a natural, dare I say it, essential, extension of everything Final Fantasy IX has explored so far relating to its core themes. But despite how the question is framed, it's not an absolute phenomenon. Kuja may have attained his immense power through trance, which anyone else is also capable of, but that doesn't mean he's representative of everyone. Vivi alone disproves this thesis, deciding to keep living life to the fullest despite knowing that it'll end far too soon. It's not that death is the only inherent meaning of life, but that death can give meaning to life, revealing who you truly are when faced with your own mortality. The entire conversation Final Fantasy IX has with the concepts of life and death culminate in this moment, and I personally find it interesting to think about, even if it's not something I linger on for too long, lest I relapse into a state of existential ennui. What I'm saying may be falling on deaf ears, but I like the Darkness of Eternity and how it acts as a thematic capstone. Philosophically, it really isn't that far removed from the aforementioned Cloud of Darkness and especially Kefka. It covers similar Nietzschean ground, but from a different angle, looking at the actions of the few and extrapolating that to apply to everything at its most extreme. That being said, I don't think it's as strong as Kefka for similar reasons that Necron has become infamous among players. The basic talking point is that Necron comes out of nowhere without any foreshadowing or anything, as I've said, but I look at it from a slightly different angle. While it's thematically resonant with everything the game has done so far, the philosophy it's pontificating isn't contiguous with Kuja's. It was directly inspired by Kuja's actions and what drove them, but there's still that disconnect between the two. It's the polar opposite of Nietzsche's philosophy regarding the will to power, which Kuja embodies to the greatest extremes. So willing is he to prove his own existence that he's ready to wipe out everything that would persist after he's gone, out of a mad belief that nothing should exist without him. There's an argument to be made that it is that specific brand of nihilism which makes the Darkness of Eternity's cold logic a valid, if harsh, philosophical counterpoint using the same basic Nietzschean framework. And it's an argument that I can respect, but it's one that doubles down so hard on the nihilism that, despite it working thematically, it comes off as perhaps a bit too hard of a swerve for most people, which is understandable. Yet transplanting Necron's philosophy to Kuja, and maybe giving him a one-winged angel-esque final form beyond trance to tie it to, wouldn't have worked because it would clash with Kuja's desire to live, which is what's driving him at this point. Moreover, it would rob the ending of all of its weight, because while Kuja may have been defeated before Necron appeared, he didn't die. He was watching and listening the whole time, as Zidane and the others showed the Darkness of Eternity how strong their will to live really is. The portal on Gaia closes with a bang, causing the roots of the Aoife tree to writhe as the party is transported nearby. The mist has begun to dissipate once again, but none of them want to stick around to see what's going to happen to the Aoife tree. Sid lands the Hildegard 3 nearby, but as they all start heading aboard, Zidane hears Kuja's voice weakly saying goodbye to him. To everyone's shock, Zidane tells them that he has some unfinished business to take care of, and that he'll catch up with them later. When Freya and Steiner volunteer to come with him, he declines, but this time it's different. Despite everything, he can't help but feel for Kuja, believing that he probably would have done the same thing had their roles been reversed. It's an uncomfortable thought, but he feels like he has to confront this part of himself, just like how Vivi confronted his origins and mortality. Moreover, it would go against his nature to leave his brother behind. None of them like it, but they understand and say their goodbyes. For Garnet, Zidane gets down on his knee and addresses her by her title, just like when they first met, telling her that the abduction is over. She thanks him for their time together, saying that he's given her life meaning thanks to their journey together. All she asks is for him to promise to come back someday. Zidane simply bows his head, a touching farewell that reminds you of how their relationship started and cements what they mean to each other. Oh god, it's starting. Kuja tells Zidane to leave while he can, but of course, he refuses. With incredible swiftness, he begins heading toward the Aoife tree, evading, outrunning, and even momentarily being carried by its tendrillous roots and vines as they attempt to squash him like a cockroach. And despite showing this with a combination of FMV and real-time graphics, it all blends together phenomenally well. When Zidane finally reaches his dying brother, Kuja asks why he's here, and while the English version makes Zidane's response a light joke, asking, "Wouldn't you do the same for me if you knew I was dying?" before shrugging it off, in Japanese he asks the far more appropriate, "Do I need a reason to help someone?" I'll give you 3 guesses which one I prefer, and the first 2 don't count. Zidane knew that Kuja was the one that brought them back from the Hill of Despair where they fought the darkness of eternity. When they beat him, he really didn't have anything left. But through Zidane and his friends, he saw what it meant to truly live. Only now, it's too late for any of that to matter. Kuja used what little strength he had left to save those he had thought were his enemies, and despite the self-loathing he's feeling in his final moments, knowing that this final, selfless act wasn't for nothing, it makes him glad. Probably the first time he's ever felt anything close to happiness for someone other than himself. Even if you don't buy into Necron's presence on a surface level, Kuja being an observer of that struggle and being inspired to commit a single selfless act before he dies was worth it. You don't get this moment of quiet humility without that. It doesn't exonerate him from what he had already done, but it does reflect on Hiroyuki Ito's goal of there not being any real bad guy in this story, even if there are villains. And as Mikoto says in her monologue shortly after, Kuja may have done wrong, but he gave the rest of the genomes hope that, despite being created for terrible reasons, their own existence wasn't a mistake. Before Zidane can get him out, Kuja falls unconscious, and the vines start closing in, seemingly blocking off all possible exits. Rather than try to escape, Zidane stays with his dying brother, throwing himself on top of him to protect him from the coming onslaught, putting others before himself, even to the end. Time passes. Everyone has begun to move on with their lives. Freya and Fratley are helping to rebuild Bermesia. He still doesn't remember her, but they've become close, rekindling a spark of what they had before. Amarant is working with Lonnie again. Quina has returned to working in the kitchens of Alexandria Castle, now knowing that the most important ingredient is heart. Sid and Hilda have adopted Eiko, and she's started calling them mother and father, much to their delight. Steiner remains in active service to the Queen, and convinces Beatrix to stay so that they'll never be apart again. and Tantalus are en route to Alexandria to put on a performance of Queen Garnet's favorite play, I Want to Be Your Canary. No abduction plans, no stealing, no ulterior motives, just entertainment. All of this is interspersed with a monologue from Vivi, who talks about what Zidane meant to him. He taught the young black mage how important, how precious life was, and even without him around anymore, he'll never forget him. None of them will. Vivi was happy he got to meet everyone. He wished they could have gone on more adventures together. But everyone has to say goodbye someday. Now, his memories will be part of the sky.
Come on, keep it together.
Vivi may be gone, but his legacy lives on through his many children. It isn't said how they were created, but considering that Mikoto oversaw the creation of genomes and is now living with the Black Mages, well, I think you can put 2 and 2 together. Even without the mist, they found a way. Life found a way. And like Vivi all the way at the beginning of the story, and like all his friends now, his children are making their way to Alexandria to see the play. Queen Garnet is looking forward to the show, but more than that, she's looking forward to seeing her friends again. Except it won't be like it was before. Not without Zidane. But she knows that she has to let go and move forward. He taught her that. The play gets underway. A robed Marcus and Princess Cornelia meet, fall in love, and promise to leave her father's kingdom to elope. But on the night of their departure, Cornelia is nowhere to be found. Their ship leaves without the young couple. Marcus, unable to accept that his true love would leave him like this, raises his arms toward the moon, ready to beg for the one thing he wants more than anything else, before Zidane tears off the cloak and calls to his beloved dagger. Without hesitation, Garnet runs down through the stands and leaps into his arms with tears running down her face. As their friends and onlookers cheer, she asks him how he survived. I didn't have a choice, he tells her. I had to live. I wanted to come home to you. So I sang your song. Our song. Thus concludes Final Fantasy IX, and yeah, I'll cut right to it. I love this game. It takes just about everything I've adored about this series so far and blends it together into something old and new, familiar but still novel. Part of this may come from me playing these games in order. Coming off of 7 and 8, of course it's going to feel fresh. But the style it embodies, with its medieval setting and classical fantasy aesthetic, isn't new, nor was it meant to be. It was envisioned as a throwback, the Final Fantasy of the past realized with the technology of the present. But it is so much more than just a modern take on a classic style. It hasn't abandoned what made the stories of the past few games so strong and resonant. The characters are at the core of the story and themes, exploring what makes each of their lives worth living. I've been vocal about this in other videos, but for me personally, a story often lives or dies on the strength of its cast, and Final Fantasy IX's is strong. Vivi is one of my favorite characters in the entire series for how optimistic he ultimately is in the face of dark truths and the inevitability of his own end. Freya's tragic story may be brief, but I appreciate it for showing that you can always start again when all seems lost. Steiner learning to put his trust in someone other than his liege and standing by that decision is heartwarming. Zidane's relentlessly supportive personality is endearing. Garnet learning about herself, figuring out who she is, and learning to forge her own path in life is a lesson I think everyone her age should learn. I've gotten emotional when playing other games in the series, felt some strong feelings when Lena wanted to save her mom, when Celeste threw herself off that cliff, when Cloud bore his soul to Tifa in the life stream, and when Squall and Rinoa had a moment alone on the Ragnarok. Final Fantasy VI in particular had a healthy handful of those moments that got me teary-eyed. I'm not sure if 9 matches 6 in terms of the number of such scenes for me, but they definitely hit a lot harder. The hallway scene is one of the big ones, but that ending? This is the first Final Fantasy that made me ugly cry. It took me a few hours to write about the whole ending sequence, from the Aoife tree to Zidane and Garnet's reunion, because I couldn't stop welling up from looking back over the footage again and again and again. Vivi's monologue alone is enough to turn me into a blubbering mess. That's not to say I'm head over heels for everything about the game. It falls into the RPG trap of most of the party members not having much going on past the halfway point. The meat of some of their stories feels a bit undercooked. The gameplay can be slow, especially at the beginning. The world map is extremely choppy. The straightforwardness of the ability and equipment systems is welcome, but maybe just a bit too simple. And while I appreciate and will defend the thematic crescendo of the final boss, I can't ignore the disconnect between it and the actual events preceding it. But without it, we wouldn't have gotten this ending. Thankfully, most of these are nitpicks, and the stuff I adore is so fantastic that the things I don't feel quite as strongly about can't even begin to bring them down. The highs are extraordinarily high, and the lows aren't even that low to me. Is it my new favorite? I don't know. I kind of realized after Final Fantasy VII that I don't have to put any of these games above any of the others. Even when they tread similar ground and discuss the same themes and ideas, they do so in different ways that make them unique and still worth experiencing. I love Final Fantasy IX, and despite how much it visibly pushed the original PlayStation to its limits, I'm glad I got to experience it on original hardware. Because when it was eventually released from the shackles of its native platform, it didn't exactly do so gracefully. Whereas Square ported Final Fantasy VII and VIII to PC relatively quickly, Final Fantasy IX initially would not receive such treatment. It would spend the 2000s locked to the PS1 without so much as a report of a potential PC release. And while it would join the PS1 Classics catalog for PS3 and PSP in 2010, this was just a digital re-release of the exact same game you could already pop into all 3 generations of PlayStation. However, shortly after FF7's PS4 release in December 2015, Square Enix would announce that Final Fantasy IX would finally be re-released on modern platforms. And by modern platforms, I of course mean smartphones and PC, with the former getting it on February 9th, 2016, and the latter seeing it 2 months later on April 14th. It would take a bit longer for this version to make its way to current consoles, and even then, the release would be heavily staggered, with the PlayStation 4 version being released on September 19th, 2017, and versions for the Xbox One and Nintendo Switch coming in February 2019. Since it came out between the current console ports of 7 and 8, it's understandable that this modern port of 9 sits somewhere between the two in terms of updates, features, and quality of life improvements, both for good and for ill. The FMVs have been tastefully upconverted using higher quality renders than what originally shipped in the year 2000. An autosave feature was added, boosters to turn up the game speed, disable random encounters, always deal max damage, and have your HP, MP, and trance gauges filled at all times have also been added. Characters' textures have been cleaned up to look better in HD, and you can even skip the opening battle animation with the camera flying around the battlefield because modern processors, even on smartphones, don't need the extra time to load in all the assets and data. This alone can make the experience more palatable, but combined with the boosters and platform availability, it makes the modern version of Final Fantasy IX much more accessible to new players. And between the ability to skip FMVs and all of the boosters, with the speed-up function not affecting the game's clock, it's easier than ever to make a run for Excalibur 2 if you really want it. Unfortunately, that's where the positives of this version begin and end. The efforts of Silicon Studio, the developer behind this port as well as Square Enix's Bravely Default on 3DS, were focused first and foremost on bringing the game to smartphones, which is most evident with the new UI. It took up more of the screen and listen menus and showed fewer things than the original PlayStation version, all for the sake of usability with a touchscreen. This is perfectly fine for the mobile version, but the PC and console versions retained the large battle UI until a patch was released to reduce its size in 2020, 4 years after it was first released on PC, 3 years after it hit PS4, and a year and a half after it came out for Xbox One and Nintendo Switch. Credit where it's due, it is better now, but that wasn't the only problem with it. It isn't as responsive as it was on PS1, with there now being a slight but noticeable delay between consecutive inputs, and full 360-degree movement has been replaced with 8-way movement, which threw me off way more here than it did with FF8's ports. Speaking of analog, whereas the modern console port of FF7 had its boosters tied to clicking in the analog sticks, for Final Fantasy IX you have to pause the game, not go into the menu, but press the pause button, and press one of the shoulder buttons to activate the corresponding booster. This is only a minor nitpick, as I understand that having 4 boosters would be one too many for the input possibilities of clicking in the analog sticks. But at least when I think of pausing in these games, my mind jumps to opening the menu. It's not a big deal, but it took some time to get used to. But the UI is just the beginning. The overall visual presentation has been horrendously marred. While the textures on characters have been touched up and do genuinely look decent, this wasn't done for every character. There are a fair bit of NPCs who still look exactly as they did back in 2000, and they really stick out. Like the PC port of 8, the UV mapping on the world map is busted, so the seams connecting the terrain together are plainly visible. The new typeface, while not bad, is dull. Rather than leave the game pillar-boxed, since the pre-rendered backgrounds were only made to stretch across a 4x3 display, this ugly gray border was added to either side of the frame. And the backgrounds, which were upscaled from the original images used in the PlayStation version, have been turned into a blurry mess through a combination of low-resolution assets being cheaply upscaled and an ineffective bilinear filter. It isn't really noticeable on the small screen of a smartphone, but it's really obvious on a TV or a computer monitor. And because the textures of the characters have been cleaned up, they end up standing out really badly. Related to that, when I finished a casual playthrough on the PS4 version, I was almost completely pulled out of the scene where Zidane goes back for Kuja because his model kept jittering around the screen during the FMV. In fact, while the frame rate being locked down to what it was on PS1 was a bit of a foregone conclusion, the port overall feels a lot choppier than the original. While there was a target frame rate on PS1, it often fluctuated, and the menus still ran at 60 FPS and received inputs at that frame rate. And the Switch version has its own host of issues on top of all of this. It only runs at 720p, which doesn't matter if you're playing it in portable mode, load times are longer, and, worst of all, it apparently tends to just randomly crash outside of battle. The autosave makes this less of an issue, since it'll make a new save every time you change rooms, leave or enter the world map, or exit a battle, but it's still enough of a problem that I would recommend against playing it on the Switch if you can avoid it. If you can't, then it's not the worst thing in the world, as it's still mostly serviceable and for the most part is just as playable as the other modern versions. That's how I would describe the modern ports overall. Playable. Because while it doesn't look all that great and feels a bit slow or unresponsive, this is still Final Fantasy IX at its core. Same world, same story, same characters, same script, same gameplay, same mechanics. It is fundamentally identical to what was released in 2000, just in a different font with a larger print and a light coating of Vaseline on top of it. You can get an original PS1 copy of the game and an actual PS1 for less than $100, but getting a PS1 to look good on a modern display will cost you a decent bit of extra money between the need for high-quality cables and a good upscaler like an OSSC or RetroTink. For only $21, the modern port is an adequate way of playing it. But for some, adequate wasn't good enough. Over the past several years, modders have been hard at work not just fixing up the PC port, but beautifying it as well. The Memoria launcher sports a wide variety of options for battle speed, UI size and density, fonts, resolution, even frame rate and aspect ratio. You can play the game in actual widescreen at frame rates up to 120 frames per second, though playing at these specific non-native settings isn't exactly smooth. Not every pre-rendered background has enough horizontal space to fill the frame, so there are plenty of times where you'll still have pillar boxing. And while the game does indeed run at those higher frame rates, in this case 60 frames per second, there are certain effects that are locked down to what they were back on the PS1, leading to a bit of jittering and visual incongruity. The launcher includes optional gameplay changes too, like 4 different rule sets for both the battle system and Tetramaster. You still have the standard ATB, but also a version with no waiting, an actual turn-based system like the first 3 games, and a dynamic option where everyone performs their actions simultaneously. For Tetramaster, you can have less randomness in the gameplay, adjust the rules to hybridize it with Triple Triad, or just make it straight up Triple Triad instead if you, like me, really don't like Tetramaster. Though of course, changing it to Triple Triad doesn't suddenly make everything better. Your victories in the card game still don't have a tangible effect on any other aspect of the game like they did in Final Fantasy VIII, so I still don't have much reason to play it. That being said though, I respect that the rules change doesn't have a greater impact than it does, because it keeps the overall experience more faithful at the expense of a single, optional overhaul of one minigame. Plus, if you really want to, you can also replace the restrictive 100 card limit on your inventory with a 10,000 card limit, which you'll realistically never reach, but at least now you won't have to worry about picking and choosing which cards to drop from your collection. And, if you really want to, you can change the interaction bubbles across the game back to what they were on the PS1, as the remaster added extra bubbles for a handful of things like Hades' location in Memoria, and of course, Tetramaster. The new cheats and boosters that you can toggle through the Memoria launcher are also appreciated. You can disable the optional boosters that already come bundled in with the game, as well as adjust the speed-up booster to go all the way up to 12x. But on the F5, 6, and 7 keys, you can add a few additional boosters. Specifically, they max out skills, level, and gil respectively, but they're irreversible, and activating them disables achievements, if you care about that. The minigames are made easier with things like making Vivi faster during the hip hall race, single jumps in jump rope counting for 1000, winning every play in Tetramaster no matter what, and only needing to catch 8 frogs to get every reward. Also classified under the minigames heading, despite not being a minigame, is disabling the 12-hour time limit to unlock Excalibur 2, which I activated as soon as I saw it. The in-battle cheats, though, I think are just a bit much. I like manual trance and disabling Garnet's inability to concentrate during that one stretch of the game, as those feel like genuine quality of life improvements, even if the latter does hurt the storytelling a little bit. I don't even mind turning the steal rate up to 100% since it's normally so low during the early game, and enemies can have several items, so that just speeds things along. But Vivi attacking with the most optimal base level magic without spending MP instead of using melee, breaking the damage cap, and being able to open the party menu to change equipment and abilities in the middle of a fight, even with optional restrictions, just kind of feel like overkill. No shade to anyone who uses them, as they are optional and are clearly labeled as being cheats, so they're obviously meant to be at least a little bit game-breaking, but I didn't really play with those big ones for longer than I needed to in order to get footage of them. The Memoria launcher, even without the cheats and gameplay enhancements it provides, is definitely worth using if you're interested in playing Final Fantasy IX on your PC or Steam Deck, for all of the little adjustments that you can make to the game. The cheats and such are really just a nice bonus to me. But when people think of mods in relation to FF9, the launcher, while popular, isn't the first thing that comes to mind. That would be the illustrious Moguri mod, which has reworked all of the game's pre-rendered backgrounds and various other visual elements to look great at high resolutions. They used a mixture of careful upscaling, manually redrawn edge layers, and even high-resolution versions of background art from artists' online portfolios to accomplish this. Low-res model textures were redone, FMVs now have smoother though still imperfect transitions to pre-rendered backgrounds, the names of locations that pop up when you first enter them were redone with their original fonts, and a lot of other small things that may go unnoticed but are still worth the commendation for the modders' efforts. Without a doubt, the Moguri mod makes the PC version of Final Fantasy IX look significantly better than it did before. Characters actually look like they're present within the world again, and NPCs don't stick out nearly as much as they did before thanks to the touched-up textures. But is it just me, or do a decent number of these backgrounds feel maybe a bit too sharp? I understand that AI upscaling was a big part of this project, with the final results being polished manually to ensure a faithful representation of the original, but a good chunk of these backgrounds still have that telltale edge sharpening that I've seen on AI upscales that gives images a very unnatural digital look. It's not so obvious that it'll give you whiplash, and some backgrounds are definitely better than others, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. Even with that in mind though, I would definitely take the mod over the stock PC version. The only issue I've had is some hitching and hanging here and there that made me think my game crashed before it went back to normal for a bit. I don't know if this is a common problem or if it has to do with the frame rate increase from the Memorial launcher or something, but it was a persistent issue I had while recording gameplay. Out of everything, that was my biggest annoyance with trying these mods, but obviously, your mileage may vary. While I wouldn't hesitate to recommend the Moguri mod to others, regardless of whether it's their first or 12th playthrough, it isn't my personal preference for playing Final Fantasy IX. As slow and clunky as it's often made out to be, I prefer playing it on the original PlayStation. There's a warmth here that I don't feel with the modern remaster, regardless of how much it's been modded. Even without a CRT, everything just feels so seamless and put together, despite all of its little quirks that were ironed out in current versions. I wouldn't tell someone that this is the version that they should play, but I do know that when Club's Hub said during one of his more recent live streams that he'd be playing it on the PS1, I honestly felt a little bit vindicated. Go watch his Nintendo Land video, by the way. It's some of his best work and had me dying of laughter. I also make a brief cameo in it, but I digress. Is the PlayStation version the most ideal way of playing Final Fantasy IX? I would argue that it isn't, but I don't care. It's the version I love, and while I'll play the remaster here and there on my PS4, PC, or Steam Deck, none of them will hit the same way as that original package that first released all the way back in 2000.
In a world beyond dreams lives a heart without hope. The struggle for freedom is a quest for the truth. A journey begins. The fantasy returns. Rated T for teen. Squaresoft.
The week of Final Fantasy IX's Japanese release may have been cast in the shadow of Typhoon Kirogi, but in terms of game releases, it was practically an open runway. The game would sell its usual 7-digit number of copies, putting it at the top of the charts, with the week's runner-up, GKyo Powerful Pro Baseball 7 for the PlayStation 2, selling less than a tenth of FF9's numbers. Famitsu heaped praise upon the series' final entry for the aging PS1, celebrating it as an engrossingly beautiful throwback, with their cross-review panel awarding it a score of 38 out of 40. Not only was this a single point higher than what they'd given its predecessor the previous year, but it was the highest score they had ever bestowed upon the series so far, with the only other recipient being Final Fantasy VII. There was no question about it. The wide variety of things to do and the charming return to form made Final Fantasy IX an easy recommendation that week. Such reception was practically universal among Western critics as well. Following its North American release on November 14th, Final Fantasy IX was subjected to a deluge of perfect and near-perfect scores, citing exceptional visuals, likable and compelling characters, and an earnest appreciation for the series' pre-PlayStation lineage.
This is the best RPG I've played on the PlayStation, and the best in the series since Final Fantasy VI. There are 3 all-important things in an RPG: a great plot, gradual learning curve, and excellent character development. That last part in particular is important to me. I really want to relate to the characters on the screen. Anyone who doesn't have a soft spot for Vivi after the first 10 minutes needs to check for a pulse. Greg Seward, Electronic Gaming Monthly.
There's an undeniable polish to everything seen and unseen in Final Fantasy IX. From the mind-numbing amount of minigames and submissions and the inclusion of new active time events to the ragtag bunch of memorable characters in your party, you're given so much to do and see that it's nearly impossible to put the controller down. If this is the final Final Fantasy on PlayStation, it's clear that Square saved the best for last. Francesca Reyes, Next Generation.
Final Fantasy fans are always quick to argue about which is the best in the series. Many of these diehards scoff at Square's first 2 PlayStation efforts, admitting that they were pretty to look at but complaining that the fun somehow got lost in the glitz. Final Fantasy IX certainly doesn't lack in flash, but its back to the basics gameplay structure is sure to keep both new school and old school Final Fantasy fans happy. In fact, I predict that years down the road, Final Fantasy IX will be the most fondly remembered of the PlayStation run. Jay Fitzloff, Game Informer.
Some critics felt a bit mixed on the gameplay, however, with minigames, especially Tetramaster, and random encounters in particular being points of contention. The former was criticized for its complexity and opaque rules, while the latter was viewed as a frustrating relic that broke the pace of play and impeded exploration. But such opinions were in the minority, and the combat and character building systems were generally looked upon favorably. Both Game Informer and PSM named Final Fantasy IX their Game of the Month in their respective December 2000 issues, while EGM would bestow that honor to The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. They would still bequeath the latest entry in Square's biggest series, a highly respectable Editor's Choice Award. And the ubiquitous praise surrounding the game would be reflected at the 4th Annual Interactive Achievement Awards the following spring, where Final Fantasy IX would be nominated in 6 categories, ultimately winning in animation and art direction. It would also win the award for Best Console RPG of the year 2000, beating out Legend of Dragoon, Skies of Arcadia, and another Square heavy hitter, Chrono Cross. While going back to the series' roots seemed a bit risky at first, given the international acclaim and recognition of its 2 predecessors, it looked like Sakaguchi's faith in his own vision had paid off once again. Final Fantasy IX was a critical darling, and its success would see the series run on the PS1 end on a high note. Or so one would think. Despite the initial rate of pre-orders for the game in Japan, which crossed the 1 million mark in roughly half the time of its predecessor, the total fell just short of pre-orders for Final Fantasy VII. Yet Square president Hisashi Suzuki was confident that Final Fantasy IX sales would at least match those of VIII. In preparation for the game's launch on July 7th, Square reportedly had about 2.6 million copies of the game ready to go, about 100,000 more copies than Final Fantasy VIII had sold in its first few days on the market the previous year. While Final Fantasy IX sold more units in 3 days than every other game that week combined, it wasn't even close to the initial sales of its predecessor, coming in at a little over 1.95 million copies. A phenomenal showing, to be sure, but not only was it a 22% drop from Final Fantasy VIII's initial performance, it was also 80,000 sales short of VII's. It didn't stay in the top 30 for as long as them either, lasting only 11 weeks compared to VIII at 16 and VII's whopping 25. By the end of the year, Final Fantasy IX had sold just under 2.66 million copies in Japan, and was the second best-selling game of the year 2000, selling more copies than Pokémon Gold and Silver did that year, and only being beaten by Dragon Quest VII, which finally released in late August, and sold over 3.78 million units. FF7 and 8 had also taken the number 2 spots in their respective years, with each being beaten by Pokémon, but the gap in sales was considerably wider than expected. Not only had they each blown past 3 million sales in their first year, but they exceeded 9's first year sales in only a fraction of the time. 7 did it in 5 weeks, and 8 did it in just 2. In the United States, however, it was a slightly different story. Final Fantasy IX was apparently the best-selling game in the territory when it launched in November, according to an IGN article on the NPD Group's then-recent toy retail sales tracking service reports, supposedly selling more copies than second and third place combined. But it was only the 4th best-selling game that month, falling behind Pokémon Gold and Silver and Majora's Mask. It stayed in the top 20 for 3 months, similar to Japan, and would ultimately sell about 987,000 copies by the end of 2000, making it the 5th best-selling PS1 game of the year in the US. While it wouldn't be among the top 20 bestsellers overall that year according to the NPD Group, it did manage to get within a hair's breadth of 1 million sales in the region in roughly half the time of its 2 predecessors. European fans, however, were given a bit of a raw deal from the outset with Final Fantasy IX. Not only was its release date pushed back to February 2001, likely to allow more time to localize it across multiple languages, but at least in the United Kingdom, retailers were balking at Square wanting to sell the game for £40. It wasn't an uncommon price tag for PS1 games through the console's life, but with the PlayStation 2 and its games now on shelves too, the appetite for last-generation games was waning, and charging more than £30 for them would lead to the stores eating the cost when buyers chose to spend that money on current-generation titles instead. A lot of this may sound like doom and gloom, as though Final Fantasy IX was a commercial failure, but this isn't the case. By spring 2003, the game had sold over 5 million units worldwide, with 2.79 million copies sold in Japan, around 1.66 million in the United States, and, by process of elimination, about 600,000 or so copies everywhere else. It sold well, just not as well as the last 2 games, especially abroad, where it only sold a little over half as many copies as Final Fantasy VIII. This decline can be attributed to 3, possibly 4 factors, none of which should come as a surprise to anyone. The biggest one was the PlayStation 2, which, despite being fully backwards compatible with the PS1's library, brought with it an appetite for next-generation games. Second was the art style, which evokes the classic aesthetics of the series' past, but the majority of players outside Japan, and many within it, came into the series through 7 and 8, with many of them not being interested in the visual throwback, believing it to be too kiddie. But there was also a large number of new fans who jumped in with 7, not knowing that Final Fantasy is an anthology series that tried new mechanics and systems with each installment, who felt burned by Final Fantasy VIII. Short-sighted as it may seem, such players were probably even less inclined to give Final Fantasy IX the time of day after that, if they even knew it had come out at all. As ambitious as Square EA's marketing was, it didn't leave nearly the same impression as 7 or 8's. Despite the TV commercials, magazine ads, and promotion in movie theaters, I hardly ever see any mention of most of them in fan circles. The cinema promotion in particular is an aspect of the game's marketing that I've never seen anybody mention, aside from sharing pictures of the big Squaresoft standee promoting FF9 and The Bouncer, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone mention that these, or at least something similar, were in the lobbies of movie theaters. That's not to say that the marketing was bad, so much that it was probably met with apathy by a lot of people. This relative disinterest extended towards the game itself, at least here in North America. Fewer people were playing it, and if the oldest user reviews on GameFAQs are anything to go by, opinions definitely skewed positive, but a sense of repetition also came with it. that Final Fantasy IX didn't bring anything new to the series in terms of gameplay, and that it was too lost in nostalgia to try and be anything more than a self-congratulatory throwback. I highly recommend reading Andrew Long's 6 out of 10 review for RP Gamer if you want to get kind of a full picture of how the game was met by a lot of non-critics at the time. Like every other source I cite in these videos, it can be found in the Patreon link in the description. You don't need to be a patron to see the bibliography, but if you've enjoyed this video, then I would appreciate the contribution. There were plenty of people at the time who did love it, of course, but they weren't nearly as prominent. And with Final Fantasy X set to usher in the next generation of the franchise on the PlayStation 2 only a year later, Final Fantasy IX would end up being largely overlooked. Not completely written off, or considered to not be a quote-unquote true Final Fantasy, whatever that means, but an odd blip in the series' history and evolution that was focused on looking back to the past, when players and the world at large were looking towards the future. Aside from loosely inspiring Kingdom Hearts' ability system, Vivi making a brief appearance in Kingdom Hearts 2, an online version of Tetramaster being bundled with Final Fantasy XI, and Zidane and Kuja being obligatory members of the Dissidia roster, most people were content to leave Final Fantasy IX behind, stuck in the past that it so earnestly celebrated. But this wouldn't last forever. As Final Fantasy IX started to roll out onto modern platforms in the mid to late 2010s, public opinion began to shift in its favor. What was once thought of as a regressive aesthetic started to be admired as the celebration of the classic style that it set out to be. The port's quality of life improvements sanded down some of the rough edges that made the original release a bit of a slog at times, and players began to appreciate the more philosophical aspects of the story and themes. After decades of Square Enix bleeding Final Fantasy VII for all it was worth, discourse on Final Fantasy VIII constantly waxing and waning, and the series sliding once again into futurism and modernity with 12, 13, and 15, Final Fantasy IX was now more than a throwback to the series' roots. It was a breath of fresh air. In fact, the colorful, chibi art style that a lot of people side-eyed back in the early 2000s has come to be regarded as one of the game's greatest strengths, lulling players into a false sense of security before diving into the heavy themes of life, death, and existence in a genuinely mature and thoughtful way. Now it isn't uncommon for fans to joke about it being the darkest game in the entire series, despite its bright, kid-friendly veneer. This reappraisal has led to the game going from being considered a bit of an odd duck to a bona fide fan favorite. But while its veneration among fans has grown significantly over time, this reverence hasn't totally pierced beyond them. It's still respected and praised, usually ranking fairly high in series best of lists. Sometimes it's even placed at number 1, and it isn't all that different in Japan. Believe it or not, it's the highest rated game in the entire franchise on Metacritic. Not just out of the main series, literally all of Final Fantasy. And this was all in spite of Square Enix, who for years hardly gave Final Fantasy IX more than a passing mention before it was ported in the 2010s. But that port was likely the catalyst for the game's renewed acclaim among players. Before it came out, Final Fantasy IX had sold about 5.5 million copies. Between new old stock of the PS1 version and being released digitally on the PlayStation Store, that amounted to a little over 400,000 units in 13 years. As of March 31st, 2025, that number has increased dramatically to 8.9 million, which, while not as high as FF8's total sales prior to its remaster, is a significantly bigger jump. And it seemed that Square Enix was ready to capitalize on this resurgence, as in 2021, an animated series produced by French studio Cybergroup Studios was announced to be in the works, targeting a family audience. Though rather than being a direct adaptation of the game's story, the series would have taken place 10 years later, focusing on Vivi's children as they go on their own adventure to find a way to free one of their siblings from a mysterious crystal stasis. Having lived in Alexandria their entire lives, Queen Garnet has ensured they grew up unburdened by the knowledge that her mother and Kuja used the Black Mages as instruments of death, thus sparing them the scorn of those who remember when their homes were destroyed and their lives upended by the Black Mage army. In order to save their brother, the rest of them, Colne, Luciola, Thea, Fala, and Doc, must leave their cozy bubble and scour the world for a cure, and come face to face with the harrowing legacy their father defied long ago. Sadly, however, Cyber Group would fall into financial dire straits during the development of the series, and while other companies have shown interest in acquiring the company's assets and contracts, with 2 bidders showing specific interest in picking up and finishing their work on Final Fantasy IX, at the time of writing, there have been no further updates on the matter. It's entirely possible that the series has been cancelled. This wouldn't be the only big Final Fantasy IX related news to come out of 2021, however. That same summer, Nvidia suffered a massive data leak, which included an extensive list of upcoming games that became more and more accurate as the years have gone by. For Final Fantasy fans, there were 2 titles in the leak that turned heads more than any other: Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster and Final Fantasy IX Remake. In the 4 years since the leak, fans have been working themselves up into a frenzy over them, hoping that this next Nintendo Direct or PlayStation State of Play will surely be the one where Square Enix finally announces at least one of them. After years of dashed hopes and assurances from Jason Schreier, Final Fantasy Tactics, The Ivalice Chronicles, would finally be revealed during the June 4th, 2025 State of Play, leaving those hungering for their mythical Final Fantasy IX Remake to turn towards the game's 25th anniversary on July 7th for an announcement. Square Enix had been celebrating the anniversary for several months with new merchandise and artwork on a special anniversary website, leading many to expect a formal announcement. This, however, did not come to pass, but Jason Schreier's confidence that a remake that's, quote, more than a remaster but not quite a Super Turbo Remake Plus, like what Final Fantasy VII has been enjoying, is on the horizon. I'm inclined to trust him, but to be perfectly honest, I don't feel like Final Fantasy IX needs a remake. The 2016 version may be a bit scuffed because of the backgrounds, but if Square Enix really wanted to, I'm sure they could justify spending the money to clean them up properly, like the team behind the Moguri mod, and simply patch the current release. The game itself is still fantastic, and the setting, characters, story, and themes are timeless. It isn't perfect, nothing ever is, but Final Fantasy IX's strengths far outweigh its weaknesses. It's got a charm and appeal that's all its own, juxtaposing these bright, cartoony visuals with this existential dread that, while still rooted in the fantasy, makes them feel that much more real and human, with Vivi even becoming one of a handful of icons representing the series at large. Even before the game was finished, Hironobu Sakaguchi considered it to be his favorite game in the series, as it was the closest to what he thought Final Fantasy should be. And it's easy to see why. It's the culmination of everything he had done with the series before now, crafted in such a way to appeal to players of all ages and backgrounds. The characters are strong and relatable. The gameplay, while simple, isn't bereft of depth or strategy, and its themes are universal. Of all the Final Fantasies, it's probably the most Final Fantasy in the whole series. Back when it was new, Final Fantasy IX flew under a lot of people's radars. It was admired, but only by the relative few. But today, exactly 25 years after it first hit Japanese shelves, it's considered one of the greats. A true classic, in every sense of the word. While Hironobu Sakaguchi was juggling both Final Fantasy IX and the Final Fantasy movie in Hawaii, back in Japan, work was already underway on the series' next great leap forward. The PlayStation 2 was on the horizon, and between the console's jump in horsepower and the greater data capacity afforded by the DVD format, Yoshinori Kitase and the rest of the core Final Fantasy team in Tokyo knew that the time was right to move past the pre-rendered backdrops that characterized the PS1 trilogy and finally go all in on full 3D. But ever since the team had worked on Final Fantasy VIII, Kitase had wanted to take the logical next step in making the series' worlds and stories feel more real. With the boons that came with the PS2, he would quickly be able to realize this newfound dream. Final Fantasy X would be the first game in the series to feature full voice acting.
最後かもしれないだろ。だから、全部話しておきたいんだ。
The reveal of both the 10th and 11th entries alongside the 9th at the Millennium event in January 2000 may have been an unintended bit of self-sabotage, but between two mainline Final Fantasy games for the hot new PlayStation 2, one of which was an MMO that would be hosted through their state-of-the-art Play Online service, and a blockbuster Hollywood movie bearing the series' name to carry the banner for the company's multimedia ambitions, Square was set to start the 21st century not with one bang, but several in rapid succession. While delays to both Final Fantasy X and XI would have an adverse effect on the company's bottom line, those delays would be nothing compared to the box office disaster looming over the horizon. A setback so catastrophic that Square would find itself on the back foot for the first time in over a decade. Could the next evolution of Final Fantasy pave the way for Square to weather the storm? Or would the changes to the series' presentation and formula result in a second crushing blow?